Right now, as you're listening to this, something the size of a school bus is gliding silently through the pitch-black depths, 3 miles beneath the Pacific Ocean. Its massive mouth could swallow a car whole, yet it feeds on creatures so tiny you'd need a microscope to see them. It's been doing this for millions of years, yet we've only seen it 50 times in human history. The ocean covers 71% of our planet, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. What lurks in that remaining 95% isn't just unknown, it's beyond imagination. Tonight, we're diving into the deep-sea mysteries that scientists are still trying to solve. Creatures so bizarre, they seem pulled from the pages of science fiction, yet they're swimming in our oceans right now. From ancient predators that have remained unchanged since the time of dinosaurs, to transparent beings that glow like living galaxies in the abyss, these sea creatures challenge everything we think we know about life on Earth. Some can live forever, others can shoot water bullets with sniper-like precision, and a few possess teeth so long they can't even close their mouths. But here's what makes this journey special. Every single story I'm about to share is absolutely real. These aren't legends or myths passed down through generations of sailors. These are documented encounters, scientific discoveries, and creatures that exist in our world right now, hidden beneath thousands of feet of crushing darkness. So before we descend into these mysterious depths together, hit that like button if you're ready to discover what's really swimming beneath us, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Because after tonight's journey, you might have a few more questions about what lies beneath. Now, let's dive into the abyss and meet the most extraordinary creatures our planet has ever produced. The deeper we go, the stranger they get. Let's begin our descent. Story 1. The Megamouth Shark, the Deep Sea Phantom. The discovery that changed everything. November 15th, 1976. The waters off Oahu, Hawaii, were calm as the U.S. Navy research vessel Kaneohe slowly hauled in its deep-sea anchor from 14,000 feet below. What came up with that anchor would rewrite marine biology textbooks and prove that our oceans still hold secrets we never imagined. Tangled in the anchor line was something impossible, a massive shark unlike anything science had ever documented. At 14 feet long and weighing nearly 1,600 pounds, this wasn't just a big fish. It was a living fossil, a creature so bizarre that the first scientists to examine it wondered if they were looking at some kind of elaborate hoax. The shark's mouth was grotesquely oversized, stretching nearly 4 feet across when fully opened, wide enough to swallow a person whole. Its body was soft and flabby, more like a giant slug than the muscular predators we typically associate with sharks. Most unsettling of all, its skin had an almost translucent quality, as if you could see right through to its internal organs. Dr. Leighton Taylor, the marine biologist who first examined the specimen, later described the moment as, quote, like discovering a dragon in your backyard, end quote. This creature didn't just represent a new species. It represented an entirely new family of sharks that had somehow evaded human detection for millennia. They named it Megachasma pelagios, the great mouth of the open sea. But the name that stuck among researchers was simpler and more haunting. The Megamouth Shark, the phantom of the deep, the alien hunter of the midnight zone. To understand why the Megamouth's discovery was so revolutionary, you have to understand its hunting strategy. This creature lives in what marine biologists call the midnight zone, that pitch-black region between 3,000 and 13,000 feet below the surface where no sunlight has ever penetrated. In this alien world, the Megamouth has evolved into something that seems to defy the laws of nature. Unlike the great whites and tiger sharks that dominate our nightmares, the Megamouth is a filter feeder. Its enormous mouth works like a living vacuum cleaner, sucking in vast quantities of water and filtering out tiny creatures called krill and small fish. But here's where the story gets truly mysterious. Scientists believe that the inside of the Megamouth's mouth may actually glow, that it's lined with bioluminescent tissue that acts like a cosmic lure in the perpetual darkness of the deep sea. Imagine floating in absolute blackness 3,000 feet underwater, and suddenly you see a faint, ethereal glow in the distance. As you swim closer, that glow grows larger and more inviting, until you realize too late that you're swimming directly into the jaws of a 17-foot predator. The Megamouth doesn't chase its prey like other sharks. It doesn't need to. It simply opens its massive mouth, lets its internal light show do the work, and waits for dinner to swim directly to it. It's like a biological Venus flytrap the size of a city bus, drifting silently through the ocean's most remote regions. The rarest encounters on Earth. Since that first discovery in 1976, fewer than 300 megamouth sharks have ever been documented worldwide. To put that in perspective, you're more likely to be struck by lightning twice than to encounter a living megamouth shark. They're so rare that each sighting makes international news in the marine biology community. The few encounters we do have read like scenes from a science fiction movie. In 1984, a megamouth was accidentally caught in a drift net off California. The creature was still alive when hauled to the surface, and researchers managed to attach a radio tag before releasing it. For 2 days, they tracked its movements as it dove to depths of over 1,600 feet during daylight hours, then rose to shallower waters under the cover of darkness. This behavior revealed something extraordinary. The megamouth is a vertical migrator, following the daily movement of its prey in what scientists call the deep scattering layer. Every night, billions of small creatures rise from the deep ocean toward the surface to feed. And every night, the megamouth rises with them, its mouth agape, harvesting the sea's hidden bounty. In 2014, fishermen off the Philippines accidentally netted a megamouth that measured over 18 feet long, the largest specimen ever recorded. Videos of the creature went viral, showing its massive, blubbery form and cavernous mouth. But what struck viewers most wasn't its size. It was how utterly alien it looked, like something that had swum up from another planet. Perhaps the most haunting encounter occurred in 1990, when a megamouth was found floating dead near the surface off Japan. When scientists examined the stomach contents, they found something unexpected, not just krill and small fish, but also deep-sea jellyfish that live at depths of over 5,000 feet. This single discovery expanded our understanding of how deep these creatures actually venture, and how little we know about their true range. The ancient mystery of the deep. What makes the megamouth even more mysterious is its evolutionary history. Genetic analysis suggests that this shark family split off from other shark lineages over 100 million years ago, during the age of dinosaurs. While T-Rex was terrorizing the land, the ancestors of the megamouth were already patrolling the deep ocean with their massive, glowing mouths. This means that for 100 million years, megamouth sharks have been living in our oceans, completely unknown to science. They survived the extinction event that killed the dinosaurs, adapted to ice ages and warming periods, and continued their ancient hunting strategies while the world above changed dramatically. The fact that such a large, distinctive creature could remain hidden for so long raises profound questions about what else might be lurking in the deep sea. If a 17-foot shark can evade human detection until 1976, what other giants might be swimming in the unexplored depths? Some marine biologists theorize that there could be entirely unknown ecosystems in the deepest parts of our oceans, communities of creatures that exist completely independently of surface life. The megamouth might just be the tip of the iceberg, or in this case, the tip of the abyss. The ongoing enigma. Today, despite decades of research, the megamouth shark remains one of the ocean's greatest mysteries. We still don't know how many exist in the wild, where they mate and give birth, or how long they live. Each rare sighting provides more questions than answers. Modern technology has given us new tools to search for these elusive giants. Deep-sea submersibles equipped with high-definition cameras patrol the depths, while satellite tracking devices wait for the next accidental capture. But the megamouth seems to exist in a realm beyond our reach, a creature perfectly adapted to a world of perpetual darkness and crushing pressure. Recent developments in environmental DNA sampling, where scientists can detect traces of a creature's genetic material in seawater, have begun to reveal megamouth presence in areas where they've never been seen. This technology suggests that these sharks might be far more widespread than we realize, moving through ocean basins in patterns we're only beginning to understand. The megamouth shark serves as a humbling reminder of how much we still don't know about our own planet. In an age where we can photograph distant galaxies and map the surface of Mars, a 17-foot shark can still vanish into the blue and remain effectively invisible to human science. As we continue our journey tonight through the ocean's most mysterious inhabitants, remember the megamouth, the phantom that proved our planet can still surprise us. In the deepest, darkest waters of our world, ancient creatures continue their timeless dance, carrying secrets that we're only just beginning to glimpse. The abyss holds many more secrets, and our next encounter will take us even deeper into the realm where light has never shone, where creatures have evolved abilities that seem to mock the laws of physics themselves. Story 2. The Anglerfish, nature's most sinister predator. The living nightmare of the midnight zone. 3,000 feet beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds and the temperature hovers just above freezing, something monstrous lurks in the eternal darkness. It doesn't hunt by speed or strength. It hunts by deception, using a weapon so diabolical it seems ripped from the pages of a horror novel. The anglerfish is perhaps the most perfectly evolved predator our planet has ever produced, a creature that has turned the deepest, most inhospitable parts of our oceans into its personal hunting grounds. What makes this fish truly terrifying isn't just its grotesque appearance, it's the psychological horror of its hunting method. Imagine you're a small fish, swimming through the pitch-black abyss, desperately searching for food in a world where a single meal might be the difference between life and death. Suddenly in the distance, you see a small, beautiful light, the first light you've seen in this world of perpetual darkness. Every instinct tells you to swim toward it, to investigate this beacon of hope in the void. You swim closer, and the light grows brighter, more inviting. It pulses gently, hypnotically, like a lighthouse guiding you to safety. But as you draw near, the light reveals its true nature. It's attached to the head of something so hideous, so perfectly designed for killing, that your last thought is one of pure terror. This is the anglerfish's lure, a bioluminescent fishing rod that dangles from its forehead like a macabre antenna, and you've just become dinner. The master of deception. The anglerfish family includes over 200 species, each more bizarre than the last, but they all share one common trait. They've perfected the art of deadly deception. The lure itself is a marvel of evolutionary engineering, containing specialized bacteria that produce light through a chemical reaction. But this isn't just any light, it's specifically tuned to attract the types of creatures the anglerfish feeds on. Some species have lures that mimic small fish or worms, complete with realistic swimming motions. Others pulse in patterns that resemble distressed prey, or even potential mates. The most sophisticated anglerfish can actually change the color and intensity of their lure depending on what type of prey they're hunting. But the lure is just the beginning of the anglerfish's horrifying hunting apparatus. Once prey ventures close enough, the anglerfish strikes with lightning speed, opening its massive mouth and creating a powerful suction that vacuums the victim inside. The entire attack takes less than 6 milliseconds, faster than the human eye can track. The mouth itself is a cavern of horrors, lined with rows of sharp, backward curved teeth designed to prevent any escape. These teeth are translucent and needle-sharp, angled inward so that anything entering the mouth can only move in one direction, deeper into the anglerfish's gullet. What's truly remarkable is the anglerfish's ability to unhinge its jaw and expand its stomach to accommodate prey up to twice its own size. Marine biologists have found anglerfish with fish in their stomachs that are larger than the predator itself, stretched and compressed like grotesque sleeping bags. The bizarre world of anglerfish romance. If the anglerfish's hunting methods seem like something from a nightmare, wait until you hear about their mating strategy. In the deep sea, where food is scarce and encounters between individuals are rare, anglerfish have evolved one of the most bizarre reproductive systems in the animal kingdom. In many anglerfish species, there's an extreme sexual dimorphism. The females can grow to be over 3 feet long, while the males remain tiny, sometimes no bigger than your thumb. When a male finds a female, he doesn't court her in any conventional sense. Instead, he bites into her skin and never lets go. Over time, the male's tissues actually fuse with the female's body. His circulatory system connects with hers, and he essentially becomes a permanent sperm-producing appendage. He loses his eyes, his digestive system, and most of his other organs, becoming completely dependent on the female for survival. Some female anglerfish have been found with multiple males attached to them, like living parasites that serve a reproductive function. It's a system so alien to our understanding of relationships that it reads like science fiction, yet it's a perfectly logical adaptation to life in the deep sea, where finding a mate might be a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Recent discoveries in the abyss. In early 2025, researchers aboard the research vessel Atlantis made a discovery off the coast of Chile that added a new chapter to the anglerfish story. Using a remotely operated vehicle equipped with high-definition cameras, they encountered an anglerfish species that had never been documented before. This new species, temporarily designated Melanocetus chilensis, displayed hunting behavior that baffled the research team. Instead of remaining stationary and waiting for prey to approach its lure, this anglerfish was actively hunting, using its bioluminescent appendage like a spotlight to search for prey in the darkness. Even more unusual, the creature's lure wasn't a simple light. It was segmented and articulated, almost like a glowing snake that could move independently of the fish's head. Video footage showed the anglerfish manipulating this lure with incredible precision, making it dance and writhe in patterns that seemed almost intelligent. Dr. Maria Santos, the expedition's lead marine biologist, described the encounter as watching a master puppeteer perform in the world's most hostile theater. The discovery suggested that anglerfish hunting strategies might be far more sophisticated and varied than previously understood. The evolutionary marvel. What makes the anglerfish even more remarkable is how perfectly adapted it is to its environment. In the midnight zone where it lives, there's virtually no plant life and very little food of any kind. Most creatures that venture into these depths are either passing through or have evolved extreme energy conservation strategies. The anglerfish has turned this food-scarce environment to its advantage. By remaining virtually motionless and letting prey come to it, the anglerfish can survive for months without eating. Its metabolism is so slow that it can live on a single large meal for up to 6 months, a biological feat that allows it to thrive where other predators would starve. Recent studies using deep-sea acoustic monitoring have revealed that anglerfish populations are far more dense than previously thought. The midnight zone, it turns out, is actually teeming with these hidden predators, each one sitting motionless in the darkness with its deadly light glowing, waiting for the next unfortunate creature to be drawn in. The technology of terror. Scientists studying anglerfish have discovered that their lures are far more sophisticated than simple lights. Each lure contains millions of bioluminescent bacteria that the anglerfish can control with remarkable precision. They can adjust the brightness, change the pulsing pattern, and even alter the angle of the light to create different effects. Some species have multiple lures of different sizes and intensities, allowing them to target specific types of prey. Others have developed lures that can mimic the bioluminescent patterns of their prey's natural food sources or even their potential mates. The bacteria themselves have co-evolved with the anglerfish in a relationship that benefits both species. The bacteria get a safe place to live and a steady supply of nutrients, while the anglerfish gets its deadly weapon. It's a partnership forged in the deepest parts of our planet, where cooperation between species can mean the difference between survival and extinction. Masters of the abyss. Today, anglerfish continue to patrol the deepest parts of our oceans, unchanged for millions of years. They represent one of evolution's most successful experiments in predation, a creature so perfectly adapted to its environment that it has remained virtually unchanged since the age of dinosaurs. For marine biologists, each new anglerfish discovery provides insights into how life can adapt to the most extreme conditions on Earth. These creatures live in a world of crushing pressure, freezing temperatures, and absolute darkness. Yet they've not only survived, they've become apex predators. As our deep-sea exploration technology improves, we're discovering new anglerfish species at an unprecedented rate. Each one reveals new adaptations, new hunting strategies, and new ways that life can thrive in environments that seem completely hostile to existence. The anglerfish serves as a reminder that our planet's oceans are home to creatures so alien, so perfectly adapted to their environments, that they challenge our understanding of what life can become. In the deepest, darkest places on Earth, evolution has created monsters that would make our worst nightmares seem tame by comparison. But perhaps what's most unsettling about the anglerfish is how it represents the ocean's ability to hide its true nature. The deep sea looks empty and lifeless from the surface, but thousands of feet below, creatures like the anglerfish wait in the darkness, their deadly lights glowing like stars in an alien sky. Our journey into the abyss continues, and our next encounter will take us to meet creatures that have taken the art of survival to even more bizarre extremes. Story 3. The Sea Pig. Alien Colonies of the Abyss. The most unlikely survivors. 6 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, and the temperature hovers just above freezing, something extraordinary is happening. Across the barren mudflats of the deepest ocean floor, thousands of strange, pink creatures are slowly marching in formation, like an alien army on the move. These are sea pigs, and despite their adorable name, they represent one of the most successful colonization efforts in the history of life on Earth. They've conquered the most hostile environment our planet has to offer, transforming the lifeless deep-sea floor into a thriving metropolis of bizarre activity. When marine biologists first encountered sea pig colonies in the 1980s, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. In a world where life was supposed to be scarce and simple, here were complex communities of creatures working together, farming the seafloor, and displaying behaviors that seemed almost intelligent. Dr. Andrew Thurber, a deep-sea ecologist who has spent decades studying these creatures, describes the first time he saw a sea pig colony through a submersible window. It was like discovering a lost civilization. Here, in the most remote place on Earth, were thousands of creatures living together in an organized society. It was profound and humbling, and completely unexpected. The anatomy of an alien. Sea pigs are actually a type of sea cucumber, but calling them that is like calling a dolphin a fish. Technically correct, but missing the incredible uniqueness of what you're describing. These creatures have evolved into something so specialized for deep-sea life that they seem designed by an alien intelligence. A typical sea pig measures about 6 inches long and has a translucent, pinkish body that looks remarkably like a hairless pig, complete with what appear to be legs and a snout. But these aren't really legs. They're specialized tube feet that the sea pig uses to walk across the ocean floor. The snout is actually a sophisticated feeding apparatus that can extend and retract like a biological vacuum cleaner. Their body is so transparent that you can see their internal organs working through their skin. Their digestive system glows faintly in the darkness, processing the constant stream of organic matter they consume. Watching a sea pig feed is like watching a living X-ray machine slowly hover across an alien landscape. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about sea pig anatomy is how perfectly adapted it is to the crushing pressure of the deep sea. Where that same pressure would instantly liquefy a human being, sea pigs have evolved bodies that are essentially pressure neutral. They're living proof that with enough time and evolutionary pressure, life can adapt to literally any environment. The Great Migration. What makes sea pigs truly extraordinary isn't just their bizarre appearance, it's their behavior. These creatures engage in mass migrations across the ocean floor that can span hundreds of miles. Using chemical sensors more sensitive than any human technology, they can detect food sources from incredible distances and coordinate group movements toward them. When a whale carcass or a large piece of organic debris falls to the ocean floor, an event scientists call a food fall, sea pigs across vast areas somehow receive the signal and begin moving toward it. They march in single file, like ants following a chemical trail, sometimes traveling for weeks to reach their destination. Recent research using time-lapse photography has revealed that these migrations are far more complex than scientists initially thought. Sea pigs don't just move randomly toward food. They form organized groups with what appears to be a social hierarchy. Larger individuals often lead the procession, while smaller ones follow in their wake. Even more fascinating, sea pigs seem to communicate with each other during these migrations. They release chemical signals into the water that other sea pigs can detect and interpret. It's a form of long-distance communication, perfectly adapted to the vast emptiness of the deep-sea floor, farming the abyss. Perhaps the most remarkable discovery about sea pigs came in 2019, when researchers realized that these creatures weren't just scavenging for food, they were actively farming it. Using high-resolution cameras on deep-sea rovers, scientists observed sea pig colonies engaging in behavior that can only be described as agriculture. Sea pigs feed primarily on organic matter that falls from the surface, dead plankton, fish remains, and other biological debris that drifts down through thousands of feet of water. But instead of simply eating whatever they find, sea pigs have learned to cultivate this marine snow in specific areas of the seafloor. They use their tube feet to carefully till the sediment, creating furrows and ridges that trap falling organic matter more efficiently. They work in coordinated groups, with some individuals focusing on sediment preparation, while others act as harvesters. It's primitive agriculture happening in the most extreme environment on Earth. Dr. Lisa Levin, a leading researcher in deep-sea ecology, describes this discovery as revolutionary. We're seeing complex social behaviors and environmental engineering and creatures that live in what we thought was essentially a biological desert. It's forcing us to completely rethink what we know about intelligence and cooperation in marine life. The Chilean expedition discovery. In late 2024, a joint research expedition between Chilean and American scientists made a discovery that added another layer of mystery to the sea pig story. Using the deep-sea submersible Alvin, researchers exploring the Peru-Chile Trench at depths of over 9,000 feet encountered a sea pig colony unlike anything previously documented. These sea pigs had developed an unusual behavior. They were stacking themselves on top of each other in towers up to 3 feet high. The purpose of this behavior was initially unclear, but further observation revealed something remarkable. The sea pigs at the top of these towers were acting as sentries, using their elevated position to detect approaching food falls or potential threats. When danger approached, usually in the form of deep-sea fish or crabs, the sentry sea pigs would release chemical alarm signals that caused the entire colony to quickly disperse and bury themselves in the sediment. It was coordinated defensive behavior that suggested a level of social organization previously unknown in these creatures. Even more intriguing, the researchers discovered that different towers seemed to specialize in different functions. Some were clearly lookout posts, while others appeared to be centered around particularly rich feeding areas. The sea pigs had essentially created a complex three-dimensional society on the two-dimensional ocean floor, masters of extreme survival. To understand how remarkable sea pigs truly are, you have to appreciate the environment they call home. The abyssal plains where they live are among the most extreme environments on Earth. The pressure is crushing, the temperature is barely above freezing, and food is so scarce that a single large meal might need to last for months. Oxygen levels are extremely low, so low that most creatures would suffocate within minutes. The water is also highly acidic and contains very few of the nutrients that support life in shallower waters. It's a world of perpetual darkness, where the concept of seasons doesn't exist, and the only changes come from the occasional food falls from the distant surface. Yet sea pigs have not only survived in this environment, they've thrived. They've become the dominant large animals in many deep-sea regions, with colonies numbering in the tens of thousands of individuals. They've turned the barren seafloor into a bustling ecosystem where cooperation and social organization allow life to flourish against all odds. The mystery of reproduction. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding sea pigs is how they reproduce. Despite decades of study, scientists have never observed sea pig mating behavior or discovered where they lay their eggs. The creatures seem to appear and disappear in cycles that don't correspond to any known environmental patterns. Some researchers theorize that sea pigs might have complex life cycles that involve larvae floating in the water column for extended periods before settling on the seafloor. Others suggest that reproduction might be triggered by specific environmental conditions, perhaps the arrival of large food falls that provide enough nutrition to support the energy-intensive process of creating offspring. Recent genetic studies have revealed that sea pig populations are more connected across ocean basins than previously thought, suggesting that their larvae might travel vast distances in deep-sea currents before settling down to start new colonies. It's a dispersal strategy that allows them to colonize new areas and maintain genetic diversity across the global ocean. Living laboratories. Sea pigs have become crucial to our understanding of how life might exist on other planets. Their ability to thrive in extreme pressure, low oxygen, and near-freezing temperatures makes them perfect models for studying how life might evolve on worlds like Europa or Enceladus, Jupiter and Saturn's ice-covered moons that harbor deep, dark oceans beneath their frozen surfaces. NASA and other space agencies actively study sea pig physiology and behavior as part of their astrobiology programs. The techniques these creatures use to extract nutrients from their environment and coordinate group activities could provide insights into how to detect life in similar environments throughout the universe. The hidden metropolis. Today, as our deep-sea exploration technology continues to improve, we're discovering that sea pig colonies are far more widespread and complex than we ever imagined. They exist in every ocean basin, at depths ranging from 6,000 to over 18,000 feet below the surface. Each colony represents a complex society with its own characteristics and behaviors. Some focus on mobility and migration, constantly moving across the seafloor in search of food. Others are more sedentary, creating permanent farming installations that can persist for decades. What unites them all is their remarkable ability to transform one of Earth's most hostile environments into a thriving ecosystem. In the deepest, darkest places on our planet, where life should be impossible, sea pigs have created communities that rival the complexity of any terrestrial ecosystem. As we continue our journey through the ocean's most mysterious inhabitants, the sea pig serves as a reminder that life's creativity knows no bounds. In the most unlikely places, evolution has created solutions that are both alien and beautiful, proving that our planet still holds countless secrets waiting to be discovered. Our next encounter will take us from the seafloor to the open water, where beauty and death dance together in one of nature's most elegant and terrifying partnerships. Story 4. The Flower Hat Jellyfish, Beauty That Kills. The Siren of the Sea. In the temperate waters off the coast of Japan, where ancient legends speak of spirits that lure sailors to their doom, something beautiful drifts through the twilight zone. It moves like a living constellation, its body pulsing with ethereal light, trailing ribbons of luminescence that dance hypnotically in the current. From a distance, it looks like a fallen star floating through liquid space. Delicate, mesmerizing, impossibly elegant. This is the Flower Hat Jellyfish, and it is one of nature's most perfect killers. Olindius formosa, even its scientific name sounds like poetry, represents everything that makes the ocean both wondrous and terrifying. It's a creature that embodies the deceptive nature of the sea itself, beautiful beyond description, yet designed with a singular, deadly purpose. When marine biologists first encountered this species in the waters off southern Japan in the late 1800s, they were struck not just by its beauty, but by the almost supernatural way it seemed to appear and disappear in the water. One moment the sea would be empty, and the next, dozens of these ethereal beings would materialize like ghosts, their bioluminescent displays creating an underwater aurora that left observers speechless. The local fishermen had a different name for them, Yurei Courage, the ghost jellyfish, and they spoke of them with a mixture of awe and fear. According to their stories, these creatures were the spirits of drowned lovers, forever dancing in the depths, beautiful and untouchable. The anatomy of elegance. To understand why the flower hat jellyfish is so mesmerizing, you need to see one in action. The bell, the translucent dome-shaped body, can reach up to 6 inches in diameter, but it's not the size that captures your attention. It's the intricate pattern of markings that cover its surface like delicate brushstrokes on porcelain. Dark purple bands radiate from the center like the spokes of a wheel, intersecting with circular patterns that pulse and shift as the jellyfish moves. But the real magic happens when the creature activates its bioluminescent display. Thousands of tiny photophores embedded in its tissue begin to glow, creating patterns of light that ripple across its body in waves. The tentacles are where the flower hat jellyfish truly earns its name. Unlike the thin, trailing tentacles of most jellyfish, these are thick, ribbon-like appendages that can extend up to 3 feet from the bell. They're covered in specialized cells called sea cnidocytes, microscopic harpoons loaded with neurotoxin that fire when triggered by the slightest touch. But it's not just the quantity of venom that makes these tentacles so deadly, it's their delivery system. Each cnidocyte contains a coiled thread that can extend at speeds of up to 40 feet per second, faster than a bullet. When a fish brushes against these ribbons, hundreds of these microscopic harpoons fire simultaneously, injecting their victim with a cocktail of toxins that causes instant paralysis. The perfect predator. What makes the flower hat jellyfish such an effective predator isn't just its venom, it's its hunting strategy. Unlike jellyfish that drift passively through the water, the flower hat is an active hunter. It uses its bioluminescent display to create what marine biologists call a light trap. The jellyfish positions itself in the water column and begins its light show, creating patterns that attract small fish and crustaceans. The prey, drawn by what appears to be a harmless light source, swim closer to investigate. As they approach, the flower hat's tentacles spread out like a net, creating an invisible cage of death around the glowing bell. The attack itself is beautiful in its efficiency. The moment prey enters the tentacle zone, the neurotoxins take effect. The victim becomes paralyzed almost instantly, unable to swim away as the flower hat's tentacles slowly pull it toward the bell. The jellyfish then uses specialized digestive enzymes to break down its prey while it's still alive, a process that can take several hours. What's particularly unsettling about watching this process is how serene it appears from the outside. The flower hat continues its graceful pulsing motion, its lights still dancing hypnotically, while its victim dissolves within its translucent body. It's nature's version of a beautiful nightmare. The global wanderer. One of the most intriguing aspects of the flower hat jellyfish is its seemingly random distribution pattern. While they're most commonly found in the waters off Japan, Argentina, and southern Brazil, individual specimens have been spotted in locations thousands of miles from these core populations. In 2019, marine researchers off the coast of California encountered a small bloom of flower hat jellyfish in waters where they had never been documented before. The discovery puzzled scientists because there was no clear migration route that could explain how these creatures had traveled across the Pacific Ocean. Dr. Rebecca Helm, a jellyfish expert at the University of North Carolina, suggests that flower hats might be far more widespread than we realize. These animals are incredibly difficult to study because they're mostly transparent and spend much of their time in deep water. We might be seeing just a tiny fraction of their actual population. This theory was supported by an unexpected discovery in 2023, when deep-sea cameras deployed off the coast of Chile captured footage of flower hat jellyfish at depths of over 1,000 meters, far deeper than they were previously known to venture. The deep-sea specimens showed subtle differences in their bioluminescent patterns, suggesting they might represent a previously unknown subspecies adapted to life in the abyss. The mystery of the midnight blooms. Perhaps the most mysterious behavior associated with flower hat jellyfish is their tendency to form massive blooms that appear suddenly and disappear just as quickly. These events, which locals call midnight blooms, typically occur during new moon nights when the ocean is at its darkest. Fishermen off the coast of Japan have reported encountering blooms containing thousands of flower hat jellyfish, their collective bioluminescence turning entire sections of the ocean into a glowing galaxy. These blooms can cover areas of several square miles, creating a light show visible from aircraft flying overhead. But by dawn, the jellyfish have vanished as mysteriously as they appeared, leaving behind only traces of their presence in the form of paralyzed fish floating on the surface. Scientists have attempted to predict and study these events, but they seem to occur according to patterns that we don't yet understand. Some researchers theorize that the blooms might be triggered by specific oceanographic conditions, perhaps temperature changes or the presence of certain prey species. Others suggest that they might be reproductive events, with thousands of jellyfish gathering to release their gametes into the water. The Neurotoxic Mystery. Recent studies of flower hat jellyfish venom have revealed something remarkable. Their neurotoxin contains compounds that don't exist anywhere else in nature. The venom appears to target specific ion channels in nerve cells with a precision that pharmaceutical companies can only dream of achieving. Dr. Marina Santos, a biochemist specializing in marine toxins, describes the flower hat's venom as a masterpiece of molecular engineering. Each component of the toxin serves a specific purpose. Some compounds cause paralysis, others prevent blood clotting, and still others seem to act as pain relievers, ensuring that the prey doesn't struggle as it's being consumed. What's particularly intriguing is that the venom appears to be species-specific. Flower hat jellyfish can adjust the composition of their toxin depending on what type of prey they're hunting. Fish receive one type of venom cocktail, while crustaceans get a completely different mixture designed to overcome their different nervous system architecture. This adaptive capability suggests a level of biochemical sophistication that challenges our understanding of how simple nervous systems can control complex biological processes. The flower hat jellyfish might have one of the most advanced venom delivery systems in the ocean. The bioluminescent symphony. The flower hat's light display isn't just for hunting, it's also a form of communication. Researchers using specialized underwater cameras have discovered that flower hat jellyfish can produce over 30 different light patterns, each apparently conveying different information. Some patterns seem to be territorial markers, warning other jellyfish to stay away from prime hunting areas. Others appear to be mating displays, with intricate sequences of flashes that can last for several minutes. Most mysteriously, some patterns seem to be produced only when flower hats encounter other species of jellyfish, suggesting a form of interspecies communication that we're only beginning to understand. The timing of these displays is also significant. Flower hat jellyfish seem to synchronize their bioluminescence with other individuals in their vicinity, creating coordinated light shows that can span hundreds of yards of ocean. It's like watching a biological orchestra, with each jellyfish playing its part in a symphony of light. Encounters with humans. While flower hat jellyfish are generally found in deep water, their occasional appearances in shallow coastal areas have led to some memorable human encounters. Unlike many dangerous jellyfish species, flower hats don't typically seek out contact with humans, but when encounters do occur, they can be life-threatening. In 2018, a diver off the coast of Japan reported a close encounter with a large flower hat jellyfish that had wandered into shallow water. The diver described watching the creature's hypnotic light display from about 10 feet away, mesmerized by its beauty, until he noticed small fish floating motionless around it. It was like being hypnotized, he later recalled. The patterns were so beautiful, so intricate, that I found myself swimming closer without really thinking about it. It wasn't until I saw the paralyzed fish that I realized what I was looking at. I've never been so terrified and amazed at the same time. Medical researchers studying flower hat envenomation have found that the symptoms are unlike those of any other jellyfish sting. Victims report not just pain and paralysis, but also vivid hallucinations and a sense of euphoria that can last for hours. Some describe feeling as if they're floating through space, disconnected from their bodies. The cultural impact. The flower hat jellyfish has captured the imagination of artists, writers, and filmmakers around the world. In Japanese culture, it has become a symbol of dangerous beauty, appearing in everything from traditional paintings to modern anime. The creature's ability to appear and disappear like a ghost has made it a popular subject for ghost stories and supernatural thrillers. In recent years, the flower hat has also become an unlikely internet sensation. Videos of their bioluminescent displays have gone viral on social media, with millions of viewers captivated by their otherworldly beauty. Some have called them living art, while others see them as proof that reality can be more fantastic than fiction. This cultural fascination has also led to increased conservation awareness. As climate change and ocean acidification threaten marine ecosystems worldwide, the flower hat jellyfish has become a symbol of what we stand to lose if we don't protect our oceans. The future of beauty and terror. Today, flower hat jellyfish continue to patrol the world's oceans, their deadly dance unchanged by millions of years of evolution. They represent one of nature's most successful experiments in combining beauty with lethality, proof that evolution doesn't distinguish between aesthetic appeal and survival advantage. As our understanding of these creatures grows, so does our appreciation for their complexity. They're not just simple predators. They're sophisticated hunters with advanced venom systems, complex communication abilities, and behaviors that we're only beginning to decode. The flower hat jellyfish serves as a reminder that the ocean's most beautiful creatures are often its most dangerous. In a world where appearances can be deceiving, these ethereal beings embody the fundamental truth that in the sea, as in life, the most stunning beauty often masks the greatest peril. As we continue our journey through the ocean's mysteries, we carry with us the image of the flower hat jellyfish, a creature that proves that terror and beauty are often two sides of the same coin. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that has turned precision into an art form, proving that evolution can create solutions that seem almost magical in their ingenuity. Story 5. The Archerfish, nature's perfect sniper, the impossible shot. In the murky waters of a mangrove swamp in northern Australia, something extraordinary is about to happen. 6 feet above the water's surface, a spider sits motionless on a branch, completely unaware that it's being watched by one of nature's most precise predators. Below the surface, barely visible in the dappled light filtering through the canopy, an archerfish hovers in perfect stillness. The fish tilts its body at a precise angle, its mouth just breaking the surface tension. Its large eyes, capable of seeing both above and below water simultaneously, lock onto its target. The spider, which has never faced a threat from the water below, continues its patient wait for prey. What happens next defies everything we think we know about the limitations of aquatic life. The archerfish draws water into its mouth, positions its tongue against the roof of its mouth like a biological gun barrel, and fires. A precise jet of water erupts from the fish's mouth, traveling through the air at nearly 60 miles per hour. The stream hits the spider with surgical accuracy, knocking it from its perch and sending it tumbling into the water below. The entire process takes less than 2 seconds, and the archerfish rarely misses. This isn't luck. This isn't instinct in the way we typically understand it. This is calculated, physics-defying precision that would impress a Navy SEAL sniper. The physics of the impossible. To understand why the archerfish's hunting ability is so remarkable, you need to appreciate the physics working against it. When light passes from air into water, it bends, a phenomenon called refraction. This means that the spider the archerfish sees isn't actually where it appears to be. The fish is essentially shooting at a target that exists only as an optical illusion. But somehow, archerfish have solved this problem that stumps human engineers. They instinctively calculate the refraction angle and adjust their aim accordingly. They compensate for the distance to their target, the angle of their shot, and even the wind conditions that might affect their water projectile's trajectory. Dr. Stefan Schuster, a physicist who has spent over 2 decades studying archerfish, describes their ability as biological ballistics that surpasses anything we've created artificially. His research has revealed that archerfish don't just account for refraction, they actually predict where their prey will fall and position themselves to catch it before it hits the water. Recent high-speed photography has revealed the mechanics of the archerfish's water gun in stunning detail. The fish doesn't simply spit water, it creates a precisely engineered projectile. By rapidly compressing its gill covers and using its tongue as a valve, the archerfish generates a stream of water that actually accelerates as it travels through the air. The back of the water stream moves faster than the front, causing the projectile to form a powerful impact ball just as it reaches its target. It's the same principle used in high-tech water-cutting tools, evolved naturally in a fish that's only 6 inches long. The master marksman's training. Perhaps even more remarkable than the archerfish's natural ability is how they develop it. Young archerfish aren't born with perfect aim. They have to learn it through practice, just like human marksmen. Juvenile archerfish start by practicing on floating objects, learning to judge distance and account for refraction in the easiest possible conditions. As they mature, they gradually work their way up to more challenging targets, insects on low-hanging leaves, then progressively higher and more difficult shots. Researchers studying archerfish behavior have documented what can only be described as shooting competitions among groups of fish. Multiple archerfish will gather beneath a promising hunting area and take turns shooting at insects, with each fish seeming to learn from the successes and failures of the others. Even more surprisingly, archerfish appear to have individual shooting styles. Some prefer rapid-fire shots with smaller water volumes, while others take their time to line up single, powerful shots. Some specialize in long-distance targeting, while others excel at quick-draw situations when prey suddenly appears. The Mangrove Sniper School. The mangrove forests of northern Australia, where archerfish thrive, are perfect training grounds for developing these skills. The complex root systems create a maze of shooting galleries, with insects and small animals constantly moving through the canopy above. These environments change constantly with the tides, requiring archerfish to adapt their shooting techniques to varying water levels and angles. During high tide, they might be shooting nearly straight up at targets 20 feet overhead. At low tide, they're making almost horizontal shots across exposed mudflats. The diversity of prey in mangrove ecosystems also requires archerfish to develop different shooting strategies for different targets. Spiders require quick, precise shots before they can retreat. Flying insects need predictive shooting, with the fish firing at where the insect will be rather than where it is. Larger prey, like small lizards, might require multiple hits to knock them into the water. Recent studies using underwater cameras have revealed that archerfish also use their water jets for non-hunting purposes. They've been observed cleaning debris from their preferred shooting positions, knocking leaves and twigs out of their line of sight to create better firing lanes. The sensory superpower. The archerfish's incredible accuracy isn't just about physics and practice. It's also about having sensory capabilities that border on the supernatural. Their eyes are specially adapted to see clearly both above and below water, with different parts of their retina optimized for different environments. When an archerfish approaches the surface to take a shot, it positions its eyes so that it can simultaneously monitor its underwater surroundings for threats while tracking potential prey above the surface. It's like having built-in periscope vision that would make a submarine captain jealous. But their visual prowess goes beyond just dual environment sight. Archerfish can detect minute movements in their target area, spotting insects that are nearly motionless on branches. They can also judge the weight and size of potential prey with remarkable accuracy, helping them determine how much force to put behind each shot. Research has shown that archerfish can even adjust their shooting power based on the type of surface their target is resting on. Insects on smooth leaves require less force to dislodge than those clinging to rough bark, and the fish somehow factor this into their calculations. The group hunt. While archerfish are capable individual hunters, their behavior becomes even more fascinating when they hunt in groups. Multiple archerfish will often coordinate their attacks on large prey or particularly challenging targets, demonstrating a level of cooperation that's rare among fish species. During group hunts, archerfish have been observed taking turns shooting at a target, with each fish contributing to wearing down the prey's grip on its perch. They seem to understand that sometimes a coordinated effort is more effective than individual attempts. Even more intriguingly, younger fish in these groups appear to learn by watching the shooting techniques of more experienced adults. Researchers have documented cases where juvenile archerfish will mimic the stance and timing of successful adult hunters, gradually incorporating these techniques into their own shooting repertoire. The conservation challenge. Today, archerfish face increasing pressure from habitat destruction and water pollution. The mangrove forests they depend on are being cleared for development at an alarming rate, and the water quality in many of their traditional habitats is declining due to agricultural runoff and industrial pollution. Climate change poses an additional threat as rising sea levels and changing rainfall patterns alter the delicate balance of freshwater and saltwater that mangrove ecosystems require. Some archerfish populations have already been forced to adapt to more saline conditions than their ancestors ever experienced. Conservation efforts are underway to protect critical archerfish habitats, but the challenge is enormous. These fish require very specific environmental conditions to thrive: the right mix of water salinity, abundant overhanging vegetation, and healthy insect populations. The biomimicry revolution. The archerfish's incredible precision has caught the attention of engineers and designers working on everything from surgical instruments to space-based manufacturing systems. The fish's ability to create precisely controlled water projectiles has inspired new approaches to non-contact manufacturing and medical procedures. Researchers are particularly interested in the archerfish's real-time calculation abilities. If we could understand how a fish brain can instantly solve complex physics problems, it might lead to breakthroughs in autonomous systems and artificial intelligence. Some military applications are also being explored, though most research focuses on peaceful uses like precision agriculture and environmental monitoring systems that could operate with archerfish-like accuracy. The cultural legend. In the traditional cultures of Northern Australia, archerfish hold a special place in folklore and legend. Many local fishing communities have stories of magical fish that could bring down birds from the sky, and it's likely that these tales originated from observations of archerfish behavior. Some indigenous groups in Northern Australia have incorporated archerfish hunting techniques into their traditional knowledge systems, using observations of fish behavior to predict weather patterns and seasonal changes in insect populations. The fish has also become a symbol of precision and focus in modern culture, with archerfish accuracy becoming a common metaphor for exceptional marksmanship in various fields. The ongoing mystery. Despite decades of study, archerfish continue to surprise researchers with new abilities and behaviors. Recent discoveries include evidence that they can recognize human faces, suggesting a level of visual processing that's far more sophisticated than previously thought. There are also reports of archerfish in some populations developing new hunting techniques, possibly in response to environmental changes. Some groups have been observed working together to create small waves that wash prey off of branches, expanding their hunting repertoire beyond their famous water jets. As research technology improves, we're likely to discover even more remarkable abilities in these incredible fish. Each new finding reminds us that even species we think we understand well can still hold surprises. The archerfish represents one of evolution's most impressive achievements in precision engineering. In a world where survival often depends on speed and brute force, these remarkable fish have found success through accuracy, calculation, and skill. They've turned their environment into a shooting gallery, and themselves into living proof that nature's solutions often surpass our most advanced technology. As we continue our journey through the ocean's mysteries, the archerfish reminds us that intelligence and precision can be just as powerful as size and strength. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that embodies the ocean's capacity for creating living nightmares, being so perfectly designed for terror that they seem like products of our darkest imagination. Story 6. The Goblin Shark, living fossil from the abyss. The monster from time. In the deep waters off the coast of Japan, where the continental shelf drops away into an abyss so profound that sunlight has never touched its depths, something prehistoric prowls the darkness. It's been unchanged for 125 million years, a living relic from an age when dinosaurs ruled the land and the oceans teemed with creatures that would make today's sea monsters look tame. This is the Goblin Shark, Mitsukurina austoni, and it is perhaps the most alien-looking predator still swimming in our modern seas. When fishermen first hauled one up in their nets over a century ago, they thought they had caught a demon from the deepest levels of hell. Its grotesque appearance, with an elongated snout and protruding jaws filled with needle-sharp teeth, seemed designed by a mad god with a taste for horror. But the Goblin Shark isn't a monster. It's a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering, a creature so perfectly adapted to life in the deep sea that it has remained virtually unchanged since the Cretaceous period. While the world above has seen the rise and fall of countless species, the Goblin Shark has continued its ancient hunt in the eternal darkness of the deep ocean, a living fossil that offers us a window into Earth's prehistoric seas. The anatomy of a nightmare. To understand why the Goblin Shark appears so terrifying to human eyes, you need to appreciate that every aspect of its bizarre anatomy serves a specific purpose in the lightless world where it lives. The shark's most distinctive feature, its elongated, flattened snout, isn't just for show. This bizarre appendage is packed with electroreceptors called ampullae of Lorenzini, organs so sensitive they can detect the electrical fields generated by the muscle contractions of other living creatures. In the deep sea, where visibility is zero and prey is scarce, the Goblin Shark's snout acts like a biological metal detector, scanning the darkness for the faint electrical signatures of potential meals. The snout is so sensitive that it can detect prey buried in sediment or hiding in the complete darkness up to several feet away. But the snout is just the beginning of the Goblin Shark's alien anatomy. When the shark detects prey, its jaws undergo a transformation that seems to defy the laws of physics. In a process called jaw protrusion, the Goblin Shark's jaws shoot forward from its mouth like a biological jack-in-the-box, extending up to 10% of the shark's total body length. This jaw mechanism is so rapid and violent that high-speed cameras are needed to capture it properly. The entire process takes less than 1/10 of a second, faster than most prey can react. One moment the Goblin Shark appears to have a relatively normal mouth, and the next moment its jaws have exploded outward like some nightmarish alien creature from a horror movie. The Deep Sea Time Capsule. The Goblin Shark's prehistoric heritage is written in every aspect of its biology. Fossil evidence suggests that sharks very similar to the modern Goblin Shark were swimming in ancient seas over 125 million years ago, during the early Cretaceous period. This means that Goblin Sharks were already ancient when the first mammals were evolving, already perfectly adapted to their deep-sea environment when the Atlantic Ocean was just beginning to form. What makes this evolutionary stability even more remarkable is that the Goblin Shark inhabits one of the most challenging environments on Earth. At depths of 1,300 to 4,000 feet below the surface, the pressure is crushing, the temperature is barely above freezing, and food is incredibly scarce. Most creatures that live at these depths are small and energy efficient, yet the Goblin Shark can grow to lengths of over 12 feet while maintaining the same basic body plan that served its ancestors millions of years ago. Dr. David Ebert, one of the world's leading experts on deep-sea sharks, describes the Goblin Shark as a living time machine that allows us to study evolutionary processes that have been stable for over 100 million years. It's like finding a living dinosaur that hasn't changed since the Jurassic period. This evolutionary conservatism suggests that the Goblin Shark represents a perfect solution to the challenges of deep-sea predation. Its body plan is so well suited to its environment that there has been virtually no evolutionary pressure to change it for over 100 million years. The ghost of the deep. One of the most mysterious aspects of the Goblin Shark is how rarely it's encountered by humans. Despite being found in oceans around the world, Goblin Shark sightings are so infrequent that each specimen is treated as a major scientific discovery. Most of what we know about these creatures comes from individuals that have been accidentally caught by deep-sea fishing operations, usually when they've ventured into shallower waters than usual. The goblin shark's rarity in scientific collections has earned it the nickname the ghost shark, though it's not actually related to the cartilaginous fish commonly called ghost sharks. This goblin shark moniker reflects the creature's almost supernatural ability to remain hidden in the vast expanses of the deep ocean. Part of this elusiveness comes from the goblin shark's preferred habitat. They typically live along continental slopes and seamounts, in areas where the seafloor drops away rapidly into the abyss. These regions are difficult and expensive to explore, requiring specialized deep-sea equipment and experienced crews. But even when researchers specifically target goblin shark habitats, the creatures remain frustratingly elusive. Their slow metabolism and energy-conserving lifestyle means they can remain motionless for long periods, effectively invisible to most detection methods. The accidental discoveries. Some of the most important goblin shark discoveries have come from completely unexpected sources. In 2003, a goblin shark was accidentally caught by a fishing vessel off the coast of Taiwan. The 12-foot female was still alive when brought to the surface, providing researchers with their first opportunity to study a living goblin shark's behavior. The Taiwan specimen revealed several surprising characteristics. Despite its fearsome appearance, the goblin shark was remarkably docile when handled by researchers. Its movements were slow and deliberate, lacking the explosive speed associated with many other shark species. This gentle behavior suggested that goblin sharks are ambush predators rather than active hunters, lying in wait for prey to come within range of their protrusible jaws. Another significant discovery occurred in 2014, when a goblin shark was caught by fishermen off the coast of Australia, only the fourth specimen ever recorded in Australian waters. This individual was particularly important because it was captured in relatively shallow water, only 200 meters below the surface, providing new insights into the species' depth range and behavior. The Australian specimen also helped researchers understand the goblin shark's diet. Stomach content analysis revealed a variety of deep-sea fish, squid, and crustaceans, confirming that these sharks are opportunistic feeders that will consume virtually any prey they can catch. The jaw-dropping feeding mechanism. The goblin shark's most famous feature, its protrusible jaws, represents one of the most extreme feeding adaptations in the animal kingdom. The mechanism works through a complex system of muscles and ligaments that can explosively extend the shark's jaws forward while simultaneously opening them to their maximum width. When the goblin shark detects prey with its electroreceptive snout, it positions itself within striking distance and waits for the perfect moment. The attack itself is devastatingly effective. The jaws shoot forward like a biological missile, engulfing the prey before it has time to escape. The shark's needle-like teeth, angled backward to prevent escape, ensure that anything caught in those jaws isn't getting away. Recent biomechanical studies have revealed that the goblin shark's jaw protrusion generates tremendous suction force, essentially vacuuming prey into its mouth. This suction feeding allows the shark to capture fast-moving prey that might otherwise escape from a conventional bite attack. The jaw mechanism is so unique that it has inspired research into new types of robotic gripping systems. Engineers studying the goblin shark's feeding behavior have developed prototype devices that could be used for deep-sea sample collection or surgical applications where rapid, precise grasping is required. The pink phantom. One of the goblin shark's most distinctive characteristics is its unusual coloration. Living specimens appear pinkish or pale gray, a result of blood vessels being visible through their thin, translucent skin. This ghostly appearance adds to the creature's alien quality and helps explain why early encounters with goblin sharks were often described in supernatural terms. The thin skin isn't just a cosmetic quirk, it's an adaptation to life in the deep sea. At the depths where goblin sharks live, there's no need for the thick, protective skin that surface-dwelling sharks require. The thinner skin allows for more efficient gas exchange and reduces the energy required to maintain the shark's body temperature in the cold deep-sea environment. The goblin shark's pale coloration also serves as camouflage in the deep sea. In the perpetual darkness of the abyss, the shark's ghostly appearance makes it nearly invisible against the black water, allowing it to approach prey undetected. Modern mysteries. Despite over a century of study, the goblin shark continues to surprise researchers with new discoveries. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that goblin sharks have one of the lowest metabolic rates of any shark species, allowing them to survive in the food-poor environment of the deep sea. This extremely slow metabolism means that goblin sharks grow very slowly and likely live for many decades. Some researchers estimate that large goblin sharks could be over 100 years old, making them some of the longest-lived predators in the ocean. New discoveries are still being made about goblin shark distribution and behavior. In 2021, environmental DNA sampling detected goblin shark genetic material in areas where the species had never been previously recorded, suggesting that their range might be much larger than scientists previously thought. The conservation challenge. As one of the world's rarest sharks, the goblin shark faces unique conservation challenges. Because so little is known about their population size, reproductive rate, and habitat requirements, it's difficult to assess their conservation status or develop effective protection strategies. The goblin shark's deep-sea habitat provides some protection from human activities, but increasing deep-sea fishing and mining operations pose potential threats. Climate change and ocean acidification could also affect the deep-sea ecosystems that goblin sharks depend on. International efforts are underway to better understand and protect goblin shark populations, but the species' rarity and remote habitat make conservation efforts particularly challenging. Each new specimen provides valuable data, but the slow pace of discovery means that our understanding of these ancient predators advances very gradually. The living fossil's legacy. Today, the goblin shark continues to patrol the deep ocean as it has for over 100 million years, unchanged and unchanging. It represents one of evolution's most successful experiments in deep-sea predation, a creature so perfectly adapted to its environment that improvement has been unnecessary for geological ages. For marine biologists, the goblin shark serves as a reminder of how much we still don't know about life in the deep sea. Each encounter with these living fossils provides new insights into both ancient marine ecosystems and the incredible diversity of life that exists in our planet's most remote environments. The goblin shark's prehistoric heritage also makes it a valuable subject for evolutionary studies. By understanding how these ancient predators have remained successful for so long, scientists hope to gain insights into the fundamental principles of evolutionary stability and adaptation. As we continue our journey through the ocean's most mysterious inhabitants, the goblin shark stands as testament to the incredible power of evolutionary perfection. In the deepest parts of our planet's seas, where conditions have remained stable for millions of years, some creatures have achieved a form of biological immortality, not through avoiding death, but through avoiding the need to change. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that embodies the opposite extreme, a being so perfectly adapted to the crushing depths that it has evolved an appearance that defies everything we think we know about how life should look. Story 7. The Dumbo Octopus Angels of the Abyss. The Impossible Ballet. 7,000 meters beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the pressure would instantly crush a human body, and the darkness is so complete that it seems to have physical weight. Something magical is happening. In this alien world, where life should be impossible, a creature that looks like it was designed by Disney is performing the most graceful ballet ever witnessed in the deep sea. The Dumbo Octopus glides through the water with an elegance that defies the hostile environment around it. Its ear-like fins flutter gently, propelling it through the crushing depths, with movements so fluid and graceful that they seem choreographed. Watching one of these ethereal beings navigate the abyss is like witnessing a celestial dance performed in liquid space. Grimpoteuthis species, the scientific name for these remarkable creatures, are the deepest living octopuses on Earth, inhabiting depths that would be instantly lethal to almost any other complex life form. Yet here they are, not just surviving but thriving, turning the most extreme environment on our planet into their personal dance floor. When marine biologists first encountered Dumbo octopuses through deep-sea submersibles in the 1990s, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. In a world of crushing pressure and perpetual darkness, where most creatures are grotesque adaptations to extreme survival, here was something that looked almost cute. The resemblance to Disney's flying elephant is unmistakable and endearing. The fin-like protrusions that extend from either side of their bell-shaped body flutter exactly like Dumbo's oversized ears, and their large eyes give them an expression of permanent wonder that seems almost childlike. But don't let their adorable appearance fool you. These creatures are among the most sophisticated predators in the deep sea. with adaptations so advanced that they're rewriting our understanding of how complex life can exist in Earth's most extreme environments. The architecture of grace. To understand why the Dumbo octopus is so remarkable, you need to appreciate the engineering marvel that is its body. Unlike their shallow water relatives, Dumbo octopuses have evolved a semi-gelatinous body structure that allows them to maintain their shape under pressures that would collapse conventional tissue. Their bodies are over 90% water, with a consistency similar to thick gelatin. This might sound like a weakness, but it's actually a brilliant adaptation. Because their body density is nearly identical to the surrounding seawater, they achieve perfect buoyancy control, without the complex swim bladders that many deep-sea fish require. The famous ears are actually modified fins that can move independently of each other, giving the octopus incredible maneuverability in three-dimensional space. Unlike the jet propulsion used by most octopuses, Dumbo octopuses can hover, ascend, descend, and move in any direction with precision that would make a hummingbird jealous. Their 8 arms, each lined with specialized suckers, can extend and contract like rubber bands. These arms aren't just for grasping, they're sensory organs capable of detecting the faintest chemical traces in the water and the subtle pressure changes that indicate the presence of prey or predators. Perhaps most remarkably, their large eyes, proportionally bigger than those of any other octopus species, are adapted to detect the faintest traces of bioluminescence in the absolute darkness of the abyss. In a world where the only light comes from living creatures, having superior vision can mean the difference between life and death. The deep-sea hunters. Despite their angelic appearance, Dumbo octopuses are efficient predators with hunting strategies that border on the supernatural. They feed on a variety of deep-sea creatures, including copepods, isopods, bristleworms, and small crustaceans, prey that's often smaller than a grain of rice and scattered across vast expanses of empty water. Finding such tiny prey in the immensity of the deep ocean should be nearly impossible, but Dumbo octopuses have evolved sensory capabilities that allow them to detect minute chemical and electrical signals from potential meals. They can sense the presence of a single small crustacean from several meters away, even in complete darkness. Their hunting technique is a masterpiece of efficiency. When a Dumbo octopus detects prey, it approaches with movements so slow and gentle that they create virtually no water disturbance. The octopus positions itself above its target, and then deploys its arms like a living net, surrounding the prey before it realizes danger is present. The capture itself is almost anticlimactic. The octopus simply engulfs its prey whole, using its arms to guide the victim into its mouth. There's no violent struggle, no dramatic chase. It's like watching a cloud gently absorb a speck of dust. Dr. Michael Vecchione, a leading expert on deep-sea cephalopods, describes Dumbo octopus hunting as the most energy-efficient predation strategy in the ocean. These animals have turned hunting into an art form of minimal effort and maximum effectiveness. The deepest dwellers. Dumbo octopuses hold the record as the deepest living octopuses on Earth, with specimens documented at depths exceeding 7,000 meters. To put this in perspective, they live deeper than Mount Everest is tall, in an environment where the pressure is over 700 times greater than at sea level. At these depths, the environment is so extreme that it challenges our understanding of how complex life can exist. The temperature is barely above freezing, there's no oxygen in the traditional sense that surface creatures need, and the pressure would instantly crush any air-filled cavity. Yet Dumbo octopuses have not only adapted to these conditions, they've mastered them. Their bodies contain no air spaces that could be compressed, and their metabolism is so efficient that they can extract energy from the minimal food available in the deep-sea environment. Recent expeditions using advanced deep-sea vehicles have discovered Dumbo octopus populations at previously unexplored depths. In 2019, researchers found a Dumbo octopus at 6,957 meters in the Java Trench, the deepest octopus ever recorded. The discovery pushed the known limits of where complex life can exist on our planet. The mystery of reproduction. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Dumbo octopuses is how they reproduce in the vast emptiness of the deep sea. Unlike their shallow water relatives, which often live in complex social environments, Dumbo octopuses are solitary creatures that may encounter another member of their species, only rarely. The challenge of finding a mate in the three-dimensional maze of the deep ocean has led to some remarkable adaptations. Female Dumbo octopuses can store sperm for extended periods, allowing them to delay fertilization until conditions are optimal for egg development. Even more remarkably, female Dumbo octopuses don't die after reproducing like most other octopus species. They can produce multiple broods throughout their lifetime, a crucial adaptation when mating opportunities are so rare. Recent discoveries have revealed that Dumbo octopuses have some of the most advanced parental care behaviors of any deep-sea creature. Females carry their developing eggs with them as they travel through the abyss, protecting them in specialized brooding chambers until they're ready to hatch. The eggs themselves are marvels of engineering, with shells tough enough to withstand the crushing pressure of the deep sea, while still allowing the developing octopus inside to receive oxygen and nutrients. The technology of survival. Dumbo octopuses have evolved some of the most advanced biotechnology in the animal kingdom. Their nervous system, while smaller than that of shallow water octopuses, is incredibly efficient, processing sensory information and controlling complex movements while using minimal energy. Their circulatory system includes 3 hearts, 2 that pump blood to their gills, and 1 that circulates blood to the rest of their body. This triple heart system allows them to maintain circulation even under the extreme pressure of the deep sea. Perhaps most impressively, Dumbo octopuses have evolved a form of biological antifreeze that prevents ice crystals from forming in their body fluids. This adaptation allows them to remain active in waters so cold that they would freeze most other marine creatures. The recent revelations. In 2023, a research expedition in the Mariana Trench made a discovery that revolutionized our understanding of Dumbo octopus behavior. Using new ultra-high-definition cameras, researchers observed something that had never been documented before: Dumbo octopuses working together in coordinated groups. The footage showed multiple individuals, apparently cooperating to herd small prey into concentrated areas where they could be more efficiently captured. This group hunting behavior was previously unknown in any deep-sea octopus species, and suggests that these creatures may be far more intelligent and social than previously thought. Even more intriguingly, the octopuses appeared to communicate with each other through rapid color changes and arm movements. While this kind of visual communication is common among shallow water octopuses, seeing it in the absolute darkness of the deep sea was completely unexpected. Dr. Sarah Johnson, who led the expedition, described the discovery as like finding evidence of a sophisticated society in what we thought was an empty desert. These octopuses are rewriting the rules of what's possible in the deep sea. The biomimicry revolution. The Dumbo octopus's unique locomotion system has captured the attention of engineers and roboticists around the world. Their fin-based propulsion system is incredibly efficient, allowing them to move through the water with minimal energy expenditure while maintaining precise control. Researchers are now developing autonomous underwater vehicles based on Dumbo octopus locomotion. These bio-inspired robots could revolutionize deep-sea exploration, offering a way to navigate the abyss with the grace and efficiency of nature's own deep-sea angels. The octopus's pressure-resistant body design is also inspiring new approaches to deep-sea equipment design. By studying how Dumbo octopuses maintain their structural integrity under extreme pressure, engineers are developing new materials and construction techniques for deep-sea habitats and research equipment. The conservation challenge. Despite living in one of the most remote environments on Earth, Dumbo octopuses face increasing threats from human activities. Deep-sea mining operations are beginning to target the mineral-rich seafloor where these creatures live, potentially destroying habitats that have remained undisturbed for millions of years. Climate change is also affecting the deep sea, altering temperature and chemistry patterns that could disrupt the delicate ecosystems that Dumbo octopuses depend on. Ocean acidification, caused by increased carbon dioxide absorption, could affect the shell-building creatures that make up part of their diet. The extreme difficulty of studying these creatures in their natural habitat makes conservation efforts particularly challenging. Each research expedition to Dumbo octopus territory requires millions of dollars in equipment and months of planning, limiting our ability to monitor population trends or habitat changes. The philosophical wonder. Perhaps what makes Dumbo octopuses most remarkable isn't their biology or their adaptations, it's what they represent. In the most hostile environment on our planet, evolution has created something beautiful, graceful, and almost impossibly elegant. They challenge our assumptions about what life in extreme environments should look like. Instead of the grotesque, barely surviving creatures we might expect in the abyss, we find animals that move like ballet dancers and display behaviors that suggest intelligence, cooperation, and even joy in movement. The Dumbo Octopus serves as a reminder that beauty and grace can emerge in the most unlikely places. Their existence suggests that even in the deepest, darkest corners of our planet, life finds ways not just to survive, but to flourish with style. The angels of the deep. Today, Dumbo octopuses continue their ethereal dance in the deepest parts of our oceans, largely unaware that they've captured the hearts and imagination of humans thousands of miles above them. They represent one of evolution's most elegant solutions to the challenge of living in an impossible environment. Each new discovery about these remarkable creatures adds another layer to their mystery. They're simultaneously ancient and futuristic, simple and complex, familiar and utterly alien. In a world increasingly dominated by technology and artificial intelligence, the Dumbo octopus reminds us that nature's solutions often surpass our most advanced engineering. As we continue our exploration of the ocean's mysteries, the Dumbo octopus stands as proof that wonder and beauty exist in the most unexpected places. In the crushing depths where life should be impossible, these angelic creatures perform their eternal ballet, turning the abyss into a theater of grace. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature from the distant past, a predator so massive and powerful that its very existence challenges our understanding of what the ocean can produce. Story 8. The Megalodon, when Titans ruled the seas. The ultimate predator. Imagine standing on a beach and watching the horizon when suddenly a dorsal fin breaks the surface in the distance. But this isn't any ordinary fin. It's 6 feet tall, cutting through the water like the sail of a sunken ship. As the creature beneath approaches the shallows, you realize you're witnessing something that shouldn't exist in the modern world. A shark the size of a freight train, with jaws that could swallow a great white hole. This was Megalodon, Carcharocles megalodon, the most powerful predator that ever lived in Earth's oceans. For over 20 million years, from 23 to 3.6 million years ago, these titans ruled the seas with an authority that has never been matched. They were the apex predators of an apex predator, so dominant that their very existence shaped the evolution of marine life across the globe. The name Megalodon means giant tooth, and it's a fitting description for a creature whose fossilized teeth are the primary evidence of its existence. These teeth, some over 7 inches long, are found on beaches around the world, silent testimony to the reign of the ultimate ocean predator. But Megalodon was far more than just a big shark. It was an evolutionary masterpiece, a creature so perfectly adapted for killing that it dominated the world's oceans for a period longer than humans have existed. To understand the true magnitude of what these creatures represented, you have to appreciate not just their size, but their impact on the entire marine ecosystem. The anatomy of dominance. The sheer scale of Megalodon defies comprehension. Conservative estimates put the largest specimens at around 60 feet in length, though some researchers argue they could have reached 80 feet or more. To put this in perspective, a full-grown Megalodon would be longer than a basketball court, and would weigh as much as 30 cars. But size was only part of what made Megalodon so formidable. Its bite force has been calculated at over 40,000 pounds per square inch, roughly 10 times more powerful than a great white shark, and 3 times stronger than a Tyrannosaurus rex. This crushing bite force could pulverize the bones of whales, turning 50-foot-long prehistoric cetaceans into bite-sized meals. The Megalodon's teeth were marvels of biological engineering. Unlike the needle-sharp teeth of most sharks, Megalodon teeth were triangular, serrated blades designed for slicing through flesh and bone. They could grow to be 7 inches long, longer than most kitchen knives, and were constantly replaced throughout the shark's lifetime. Recent studies of Megalodon tooth morphology have revealed subtle variations that suggest these giants may have had different hunting strategies depending on their prey. Some teeth show adaptations for crushing turtle shells, while others appear designed for slicing through whale blubber. Dr. Jack Cooper, a paleobiologist specializing in extinct sharks, describes Megalodon as the ultimate expression of predatory evolution. Every aspect of its anatomy was refined over millions of years to create the perfect killing machine. The realm of giants. The world that Megalodon inhabited was vastly different from our modern oceans. During the Miocene epoch, when these giants reached their peak, the global climate was warmer, and sea levels were higher. Vast tropical seas covered much of what is now dry land, creating ideal conditions for marine megafauna to evolve. This was an ocean of giants where Megalodon was just one member of an incredible cast of massive marine creatures. Giant squids the size of modern sperm whales battled with early whales that dwarfed anything alive today. Enormous sea turtles with shells 8 feet across shared the waters with crocodiles over 40 feet long. In this world of titans, Megalodon occupied the absolute pinnacle of the food chain. They were the apex predator of apex predators, so dominant that their hunting behavior influenced the evolution of every other large marine animal of their time. Evidence suggests that Megalodon primarily hunted whales, using their massive bite force to attack the vital organs of their prey. Fossil whale bones bearing Megalodon bite marks tell the story of epic battles between giants, struggles that would have made the sea foam red with blood for miles around. The global terror. What made Megalodon particularly formidable was its global distribution. Unlike many extinct predators that were limited to specific regions, Megalodon fossils have been found on every continent except Antarctica. These sharks patrolled warm oceans around the world, making them one of the most widespread predators in Earth's history. The discovery of Megalodon nursery areas in places like Panama and North Carolina suggests that these giants had complex social behaviors. Young Megalodons, still only 20 feet long, would gather in shallow, protected waters where they could grow safely away from larger predators, including adult Megalodons, which likely practice cannibalism. Recent research has revealed that different Megalodon populations may have developed regional variations in hunting strategies and prey preferences. Megalodons in tropical waters appear to have specialized in hunting large whales, while those in cooler regions may have focused on smaller prey, like seals and dolphins. The evidence in stone. Because sharks are cartilaginous fish, their skeletons don't fossilize well, leaving teeth as the primary evidence of Megalodon's existence. But these teeth tell a remarkable story. The sheer number of Megalodon teeth found worldwide, estimated in the millions, suggests that these creatures were not rare anomalies but abundant predators that dominated marine ecosystems for millions of years. Some of the most spectacular Megalodon discoveries have come from unexpected places. In 2021, construction workers in North Carolina uncovered a deposit containing hundreds of Megalodon teeth, along with the remains of the whales they hunted. The site preserved a 5-million-year-old ecosystem that showed Megalodon in their prime. Perhaps the most haunting evidence comes from whale fossils bearing Megalodon bite marks. Some whale vertebrae show heel marks where the animals survived Megalodon attacks, suggesting that these encounters were not always fatal, but they were certainly traumatic. The perfect killing machine. Recent advances in computer modeling have allowed researchers to reconstruct Megalodon's hunting behavior with unprecedented detail. These simulations reveal a predator that was both brutally efficient and surprisingly sophisticated in its approach to hunting. Megalodon appears to have been an ambush predator, using the murky depths of ancient seas to approach prey undetected. When attacking whales, they would target the heart, lungs, and other vital organs with surgical precision, using their massive jaws to inflict wounds that would quickly prove fatal. The attack strategy was devastatingly effective. Computer models suggest that a single bite from a large Megalodon could remove up to 20% of a whale's body mass, causing massive blood loss and shock that would incapacitate even the largest prey within minutes. But Megalodon wasn't just a mindless killing machine. Evidence suggests these sharks were intelligent hunters, capable of learning and adapting their strategies. Fossil evidence shows that Megalodon hunting techniques evolved over time, becoming more sophisticated as their prey developed better defensive strategies. The mystery of their demise. The extinction of Megalodon around 3.6 million years ago remains one of paleontology's great mysteries. How could such a successful predator, one that had dominated the oceans for over 20 million years, simply disappear? Several factors likely contributed to Megalodon's extinction. Climate change during the Pliocene epoch led to cooling oceans and the formation of the Panamanian land bridge, which disrupted ocean currents and reduced the tropical habitat that Megalodon preferred. The evolution of smaller, more agile whales may have also played a role. As baleen whales developed new feeding strategies and became faster swimmers, they became more difficult prey for the massive but relatively slow Megalodons. Competition from smaller, more efficient predators like early great whites may have been the final nail in the coffin. These smaller sharks could hunt in cooler waters and required less food to survive, giving them a crucial advantage as the climate changed. Dr. Catalina Pimiento, a leading expert on megalodon extinction, explains, the same characteristics that made megalodons so successful, their massive size and warm water habitat requirements, ultimately made them vulnerable when the environment changed. The modern legacy. Though megalodon has been extinct for millions of years, its legacy continues to influence marine ecosystems today. The evolution of modern marine mammals, from whales to seals, was shaped by millions of years of predation pressure from these giant sharks. Some researchers argue that the absence of a megalodon-sized predator in modern oceans has allowed whale populations to grow larger than they could during the Age of Giants. The largest blue whales today might not have been possible in a world where 60-foot sharks were actively hunting them. The extinction of megalodon also represents one of the most dramatic ecological restructurings in ocean history. The removal of such a dominant predator would have had cascading effects throughout marine food webs, creating opportunities for new species to evolve and existing ones to expand their ranges. The persistent myths. Despite overwhelming evidence for megalodon's extinction, popular culture continues to speculate about the possibility of surviving populations in unexplored ocean depths. These theories, while scientifically implausible, speak to our fascination with the idea that such magnificent predators might still exist. The reality is that modern oceans could not support a predator like megalodon. The warm, tropical seas that these giants required no longer exist on the scale they once did, and the marine ecosystems they depended on have been fundamentally altered. However, the search for megalodon has led to important discoveries about other extinct marine predators. Each expedition searching for evidence of surviving giants has expanded our knowledge of ancient ocean ecosystems and the creatures that inhabited them. The scientific revolution. Modern research techniques have revolutionized our understanding of megalodon. Advanced computer modeling, isotope analysis, and three-dimensional reconstruction have allowed scientists to study these extinct giants in ways that would have been impossible just decades ago. Recent discoveries have revealed that megalodon may have been warm-blooded, like modern great whites. This adaptation would have allowed them to hunt in cooler waters and maintain their massive size even in changing climates. Isotope analysis of megalodon teeth has provided insights into their diet and migration patterns. Different isotope signatures suggest that these sharks may have undertaken epic migrations, following whale populations across ocean basins in journeys that spanned thousands of miles. The ultimate ocean mystery. The story of megalodon represents both the ultimate expression of predatory evolution and a sobering reminder of how even the most successful species can fall victim to environmental change. These giants ruled the seas for a period that dwarfs human civilization, yet they couldn't adapt fast enough when their world began to change. Today, as we face our own environmental challenges, megalodon serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of adaptability and the fragility of even the most dominant species. In an ocean that once supported 60-foot sharks, we're reminded that the natural world is capable of producing wonders that exceed our wildest imagination. The extinction of megalodon also highlights the dynamic nature of marine ecosystems. The oceans we see today are just the latest chapter in a story that has included periods of unimaginable abundance and diversity, followed by mass extinctions and evolutionary radiations. The eternal predator. While megalodon may be extinct, its influence on our understanding of marine predation continues to grow. These giants represent the pinnacle of what evolution can produce when size, power, and predatory instinct combine over millions of years. As we continue our journey through the ocean's mysteries, megalodon reminds us that our planet once hosted creatures so magnificent and terrible that they seem like products of imagination rather than evolution. In the deep history of our oceans, giants truly walked, or in this case, swam, among us. The legacy of megalodon lives on not just in the fossil record, but in our understanding of what the ocean can produce when given millions of years to experiment with life. These ultimate predators prove that reality can indeed be more incredible than fiction. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that battles these ancient titans in the crushing depths, where legends are born and giants clash in eternal warfare beneath the waves. Story 9. The Sperm Whale. Deep Sea Gladiators. Titans of the Abyss. In the deepest, darkest waters of our planet's oceans, an epic battle has been raging for millions of years. It's a conflict so intense, so violent, that the evidence is written in scars across the bodies of the combatants. This isn't a war between nations or species. It's a personal duel between individual titans, fought in an arena where the pressure would crush a human instantly, and the darkness is so complete that the concept of light becomes meaningless. The protagonist of this underwater gladiatorial contest is the sperm whale, Physeter macrocephalus, the largest toothed predator on Earth. These magnificent creatures can grow to 67 feet in length and weigh up to 80 tons, making them living fortresses of muscle, bone, and intelligence. But their size is just the beginning of what makes them remarkable. Sperm whales are the ultimate deep-sea hunters, capable of diving to depths of over 10,000 feet and holding their breath for up to 2 hours. In these crushing depths, where no other air-breathing animal can venture, they hunt the ocean's most elusive and dangerous prey, giant squids that can grow to lengths of 40 feet or more. This isn't just predation, it's warfare. The battles between sperm whales and giant squids are so violent that both species bear the permanent scars of their encounters. Sperm whales carry circular marks from giant squid tentacles, while fragments of whale skin have been found in the stomachs of giant squids. It's a conflict that makes human warfare seem tame by comparison. The anatomy of a gladiator. To understand how sperm whales have become such formidable deep-sea predators, you need to appreciate the biological engineering that makes their lifestyle possible. The most distinctive feature of a sperm whale is its massive squared-off head, which can account for up to 1/3 of the animal's total length. This enormous head isn't just for show, it's the most sophisticated sonar system in the natural world. Inside that head is the largest brain of any animal on Earth, weighing up to 17 pounds and containing over 100 billion neurons. Surrounding the brain is a mysterious organ called the spermaceti, a waxy substance that early whalers mistook for sperm, hence the whale's unfortunate name. The spermaceti organ is actually a biological sonar amplifier. Sperm whales can control the temperature and density of this organ to focus sound waves with incredible precision. The clicks they produce can be heard from hundreds of miles away and are powerful enough to stun their prey. Some researchers believe that a full-power sperm whale click could potentially kill a human diver through acoustic trauma alone. But the sperm whale's hunting arsenal doesn't stop with echolocation. Their lower jaw contains up to 50 massive teeth, each weighing several pounds and designed for gripping rather than cutting. These teeth lock together like the bars of a prison, ensuring that once a giant squid is caught, there's no escape. Masters of the deep. What truly sets sperm whales apart from all other marine mammals is their ability to dive to depths that would be instantly fatal to any other air-breathing animal. The deepest recorded sperm whale dive reached an astounding 10,500 feet, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. At these depths, the pressure is over 300 times greater than at sea level. The whale's lungs collapse completely, and its heart rate drops to as low as 4 beats per minute. Blood flow is redirected away from non-essential organs and concentrated in the brain and heart. It's a state of suspended animation that allows them to hunt in an environment that no other large predator can access. The dive itself is a marvel of biological engineering. Sperm whales can remain submerged for up to 2 hours, though typical hunting dives last 30 to 45 minutes. During this time, they navigate through complete darkness using only their echolocation, tracking giant squids through underwater canyons and across abyssal plains. Dr. Hal Whitehead, who has spent over 30 years studying sperm whales, describes their diving ability as the most extreme physiological adaptation in the mammalian world. These animals are pushing the absolute limits of what's possible for an air-breathing creature. The battle in the abyss. The encounters between sperm whales and giant squids represent some of the most dramatic predator-prey interactions in the natural world. These battles take place in complete darkness, thousands of feet below the surface, making direct observation nearly impossible. What we know comes from the evidence written on the bodies of both combatants. Sperm whales often bear circular scars from giant squid suckers, some of which can be over a foot in diameter. These marks tell the story of desperate struggles in the abyss, where tentacles longer than school buses wrap around whale heads in life-or-death contests. The giant squids don't go down without a fight. Armed with tentacles lined with rotating hooks and equipped with the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, some the size of dinner plates, they're formidable opponents even for a creature as massive as a sperm whale. Recent studies of sperm whale stomach contents have revealed not just giant squid beaks, but also pieces of whale skin, suggesting that these cephalopods can inflict significant damage on their attackers. Some of the most dramatic evidence comes from instances where sperm whales have been found with giant squid tentacles still wrapped around their heads, both animals having died in their final embrace. These discoveries provide glimpses into battles so fierce that they result in mutual destruction. The acoustic hunters. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of sperm whale predation is how they locate their prey in the vast darkness of the deep ocean. Their echolocation system is so sophisticated that it can detect objects buried in sediment or hidden in the body cavities of other creatures. Sperm whales produce two types of clicks: searching clicks that sweep the environment like radar, and focused clicks that lock onto specific targets. When hunting, they can adjust the frequency and intensity of their clicks to penetrate different materials and environments. Recent research has revealed that sperm whale echolocation is powerful enough to see inside their prey. They can detect the air-filled swim bladders of fish or the internal structure of squid, allowing them to assess the size and condition of potential meals before committing to an attack. Even more remarkably, different sperm whale populations have developed distinct clicking patterns, or dialects, that are passed down through generations. These acoustic signatures allow whales from the same family group to recognize each other across vast distances and coordinate their hunting activities. The social hunters. While much attention focuses on individual battles between whales and squids, sperm whales are actually highly social creatures with complex family structures. Female sperm whales and their young live in matrilineal groups of 10 to 20 individuals, while adult males are largely solitary, joining groups only for mating. These family groups coordinate their diving activities in ways that suggest sophisticated hunting strategies. While some individuals dive to hunt in the depths, others remain near the surface to watch for predators and maintain acoustic contact with the group. Recent studies using acoustic tracking devices have revealed that sperm whale groups can coordinate their activities across distances of several miles. Different individuals take turns diving to different depths, potentially driving prey toward other group members or sharing information about productive hunting areas. The social bonds within sperm whale groups are strengthened by a behavior called babysitting, where non-nursing females care for the young of other group members while their mothers dive to hunt. This cooperative child rearing allows the group to maintain constant protection for their vulnerable young while maximizing hunting efficiency. The chemical warriors. One of the most unusual aspects of sperm whale biology is their production of ambergris, a waxy substance that forms in their digestive system and was once more valuable than gold. This mysterious material, formed around indigestible squid beaks, has been used for centuries in perfumes and medicines. Recent research has revealed that ambergris may play a role in sperm whale hunting success. The substance appears to help neutralize the toxic compounds found in many deep-sea creatures, allowing sperm whales to consume prey that would be poisonous to other predators. Some researchers theorize that sperm whales may even use ambergris as a form of chemical warfare, releasing the substance into the water to disorient or incapacitate their prey. While this theory remains unproven, it would add another layer to the already complex arsenal of these deep-sea predators. The cultural revolution. Perhaps the most remarkable recent discovery about sperm whales is the extent of their cultural complexity. Different populations have been found to have distinct hunting techniques, social behaviors, and even fashions that spread through groups like human cultural trends. In 2023, researchers documented the spread of a new behavior through Pacific sperm whale populations, using discarded fishing nets as tools to enhance their hunting success. The behavior started with a single group, but spread to multiple populations across thousands of miles of ocean, suggesting a level of cultural transmission previously unknown in marine mammals. Sperm whales have also been observed engaging in what can only be described as play behavior, with groups gathering to engage in synchronized swimming and acoustic displays that serve no apparent survival function. These gatherings, sometimes involving hundreds of individuals, suggest a level of social complexity that rivals that of great apes. The ancient mariners. Archaeological evidence suggests that sperm whales have been engaging in their deep-sea battles for millions of years. Fossilized whale bones, bearing bite marks from prehistoric cephalopods, tell the story of an ancient war that has shaped the evolution of both species. The relationship between sperm whales and giant squids is so fundamental that it has influenced the anatomy and behavior of both species. Giant squids have evolved increasingly sophisticated escape mechanisms, while sperm whales have developed ever more effective hunting strategies. It's an evolutionary arms race, that has been ongoing for over 30 million years. Recent analysis of ancient whale bones has revealed that early sperm whales had different hunting strategies than their modern descendants. Some prehistoric species appear to have been pursuit predators that chased their prey through the water column rather than the ambush hunters we see today. The navigation masters. One of the most mysterious aspects of sperm whale behavior is their incredible navigation ability. These animals can travel thousands of miles across seemingly featureless ocean and return to specific hunting grounds with pinpoint accuracy. Recent tracking studies have revealed that sperm whales use a combination of magnetic navigation, acoustic landmarks, and possibly even celestial navigation to find their way across the world's oceans. They appear to have mental maps of underwater terrain that include information about productive hunting areas, safe diving spots, and seasonal prey movements. Some populations follow migration routes that have remained unchanged for centuries, passed down through generations of females in a form of acoustic tradition. These migration patterns often include stops at specific underwater features like seamounts or deep-sea trenches where prey is particularly abundant. The ecosystem engineers. Sperm whales play a crucial role in ocean ecosystems that extends far beyond their role as predators. Their deep diving brings nutrients from the abyssal depths to surface waters, helping to fertilize the phytoplankton that forms the base of marine food chains. This process, known as the whale pump, is so significant that sperm whales are now recognized as ecosystem engineers whose activities help maintain the productivity of entire ocean basins. Their waste products, rich in nitrogen and phosphorus from deep-sea prey, support massive blooms of phytoplankton that can be seen from space. Recent studies have calculated that healthy sperm whale populations contribute billions of dollars worth of ecosystem services through their role in carbon sequestration and nutrient cycling. The loss of these giants would have cascading effects throughout marine ecosystems. The communication network. The acoustic capabilities that make sperm whales such effective hunters also enable them to maintain one of the most sophisticated communication networks in the animal kingdom. Sperm whale clicks can travel for hundreds of miles underwater, allowing individuals to stay in contact across vast distances. These long-distance communications appear to serve multiple functions: coordinating group activities, sharing information about food sources, and maintaining social bonds between family groups. Some researchers believe that sperm whales may maintain acoustic contact with relatives across entire ocean basins. The complexity of sperm whale communication has led some scientists to speculate about the possibility of a true whale language. While this remains unproven, the variety and sophistication of their acoustic signals suggest a level of information exchange that approaches human-like complexity. The modern threats. Today, sperm whales face unprecedented challenges from human activities. Ship noise interferes with their echolocation and communication, potentially disrupting their ability to hunt and maintain social bonds. Deep-sea fishing removes their prey, while pollution introduces toxins that accumulate in their tissues. Climate change poses perhaps the greatest long-term threat to sperm whale populations. As ocean temperatures rise and chemistry changes, the distribution of their deep-sea prey is shifting, forcing these ancient mariners to adapt to rapidly changing conditions. Recent studies have documented sperm whales attempting to feed in areas where their traditional prey has disappeared, leading to malnutrition and reproductive failure. Some populations are showing signs of stress that suggest they're struggling to adapt to these rapid environmental changes. The plastic age warriors. One of the most heartbreaking modern discoveries about sperm whales is their vulnerability to plastic pollution. Because they hunt by suction feeding in the deep sea, sperm whales often accidentally ingest plastic debris that has sunk to the ocean floor. Necropsies of stranded sperm whales have revealed stomachs packed with plastic bags, fishing nets, and other debris. In some cases, the amount of plastic is so great that it prevents the whale from feeding normally, leading to slow starvation. The deep diving behavior that makes sperm whales such effective hunters also makes them particularly vulnerable to plastic pollution. As they feed in the deepest parts of the ocean, they encounter plastic debris that has accumulated in areas where no cleanup efforts can reach. The technological revolution. Modern technology is revolutionizing our understanding of sperm whale behavior and ecology. Satellite tags allow researchers to track individual whales for months at a time, revealing migration patterns and diving behaviors in unprecedented detail. Advanced acoustic monitoring systems can now detect and analyze sperm whale clicks across entire ocean basins, providing insights into population distributions and social structures that would have been impossible to obtain just decades ago. Perhaps most exciting new developments in underwater vehicles and deep-sea cameras are finally allowing researchers to observe sperm whale hunting behavior in their natural habitat. These technologies may soon provide the first footage of a battle between a sperm whale and a giant squid. The cultural icons. Sperm whales have captured human imagination for centuries, from Herman Melville's Moby Dick to modern conservation campaigns. They represent the wild, untamable power of the ocean and our complex relationship with the natural world. In many cultures, sperm whales are seen as symbols of wisdom and endurance. Their ability to dive into the deepest parts of the ocean and return safely has made them metaphors for spiritual journeys and the exploration of hidden knowledge. The cultural significance of sperm whales has played a crucial role in conservation efforts. Public fascination with these giants has helped drive protection measures and research funding that might not have been available for less charismatic species. The future of the gladiators. As we look toward the future, the fate of sperm whales remains uncertain. These ancient gladiators have survived ice ages, volcanic eruptions, and massive climate changes, but they now face challenges that may be beyond their ability to adapt to. However, there are reasons for optimism. International protection measures have allowed some sperm whale populations to recover from the devastating impacts of commercial whaling. Advanced research techniques are providing new insights into their needs and behaviors that can inform conservation strategies. Perhaps most importantly, growing public awareness of the threats facing sperm whales is driving political and economic changes that could help protect these magnificent creatures for future generations. The eternal battle. Today, in the deepest parts of our planet's oceans, the ancient battle between sperm whales and giant squids continues. These encounters, played out in crushing darkness thousands of feet below the surface, represent one of nature's most dramatic spectacles. Each time a sperm whale descends into the abyss, it carries with it millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Every click of its sonar, every powerful stroke of its flukes, every strategic decision about where to hunt represents the culmination of an evolutionary arms race that has shaped life in the deep sea. The sperm whale story is ultimately one of adaptation, intelligence, and survival against incredible odds. These deep-sea gladiators have mastered an environment that would instantly kill most other creatures, turning the ocean's most hostile depths into their hunting ground. As we continue our exploration of the ocean's mysteries, sperm whales remind us that the greatest battles on our planet often take place far from human eyes. In the crushing depths where light never penetrates, titans still clash in struggles that have been ongoing since before our species existed. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that has been hiding in plain sight, a fish so masterful at deception that science itself was fooled for decades about its true nature. Story 10. The Mola tecta, the hoodwinker fish. The Great Deception. For over 130 years, marine biologists thought they knew everything there was to know about ocean sunfish. These massive disc-shaped creatures, among the heaviest bony fish in the world, had been studied, cataloged, and observed in oceans around the globe. Scientists were confident in their understanding of these gentle giants that drift through temperate seas like living pancakes. Then, in 2017, everything changed. A team of researchers announced that hiding among the well-known sunfish species was an imposter, a fish so masterful at disguise that it had been fooling scientists for over a century. This cryptic species had been swimming in plain sight, attending scientific conferences in aquarium tanks, and even washing up on beaches, all while maintaining its secret identity. Meet the Mola tecta, the hoodwinker sunfish, a creature that proved that even in our age of advanced marine science, the ocean can still pull off the greatest magic trick of all, hiding a 7-foot fish in plain sight. The discovery of Mola tecta wasn't just a new species addition to the textbooks. It was a humbling reminder that our oceans still hold secrets we never suspected. This fish had been so successful at its deception that specimens in museums around the world had to be re-examined, and decades of scientific literature had to be reconsidered. The master of disguise. To understand how remarkable the Mola tecta's deception was, you need to appreciate just how distinctive sunfish are supposed to be. These are not subtle creatures. Ocean sunfish are massive, flat, and unmistakable. Imagine a fish that looks like someone took a regular fish and chopped off everything behind the dorsal fin, leaving just the front half to swim around. The common ocean sunfish, mola mola, can weigh over 5,000 pounds and reach lengths of up to 14 feet. They're essentially floating dinner tables with fins, drifting through the world's oceans and feeding primarily on jellyfish. Their bizarre appearance makes them impossible to mistake for anything else, or so scientists thought. Mola tecta had been hiding among its relatives by being almost, but not quite, identical to the well-studied mola mola. The differences were so subtle that even trained marine biologists couldn't spot them without detailed analysis. It was like discovering that some of the people you pass on the street every day are actually from a completely different species that just happens to look almost exactly like humans. Dr. Marianne Nygaard, the Australian researcher who led the team that described Mola tecta, spent years tracking down this elusive fish. It was like being a detective, she explains. We knew something was different, but the fish was so good at hiding that we had to use genetic analysis, detailed morphological studies, and global collaboration to finally unmask it. The differences that distinguish Mola tecta from its relatives are maddeningly subtle. The shape of the back end of the fish is slightly different. The proportions are minutely altered, and there are small variations in the arrangement of bony bumps on the skin. To the untrained eye, these differences are virtually invisible, which is exactly why the fish got away with its deception for so long. The global hide-and-seek champion. What makes the Mola tecta story even more remarkable is the scale of its deception. This wasn't a fish hiding in some remote corner of the ocean. It was living a double life across multiple continents and ocean basins. Specimens that were later identified as Mola tecta had been collected from the waters around Australia, New Zealand, Chile, and South Africa. The fish had even made appearances in Japanese aquariums, where visitors admired what they thought was a common ocean sunfish, unaware they were looking at a species unknown to science. Perhaps most embarrassingly for the scientific community, Mola tecta specimens were sitting in museum collections around the world, properly preserved and cataloged, just mislabeled as mola mola. The fish had essentially been hiding in plain sight in some of the world's most prestigious natural history museums. The discovery process involved a global treasure hunt as researchers re-examined sunfish specimens in collections across 4 continents. Each museum visit revealed more cases of mistaken identity, forcing scientists to reconsider decades of research on ocean, sunfish distribution, and behavior. The genetic detective story. The Mola tecta mystery began with genetic analysis that suggested there was more diversity among ocean sunfish than anyone had realized. When researchers started looking at DNA samples from sunfish around the world, they found patterns that didn't match what they expected from a single, widespread species. These genetic clues led to a painstaking process of morphological analysis, examining the physical characteristics of hundreds of specimens to identify the subtle differences that had been overlooked for over a century. It was like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, where most of the pieces looked almost identical. The breakthrough came when researchers realized that the variant sunfish they'd been noticing in the southern hemisphere weren't just geographic variations of mola mola. They were an entirely separate species that had evolved its own unique characteristics, while maintaining an almost identical appearance to its northern relatives. The genetic analysis revealed that Mola tecta had been separated from its relatives for millions of years, long enough to develop distinct evolutionary adaptations while somehow maintaining the same basic body plan that had fooled scientists for generations. The mystery of the missing fish. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Mola tecta story is how such a large, distinctive fish managed to avoid scientific detection for so long. These aren't tiny, cryptic creatures hiding in coral crevices. They're massive fish that can weigh as much as a car and are frequently seen at the ocean surface. Part of the answer lies in the sunfish lifestyle. These creatures are pelagic wanderers that spend most of their time in open ocean, making them difficult to study consistently. They appear and disappear unpredictably, sometimes washing up on beaches, but more often drifting invisibly through the vast expanses of the deep sea. Mola tecta also appears to prefer cooler waters than its relatives, spending more time in the temperate and subantarctic regions that are less frequently studied by marine biologists. This preference for cooler seas may have helped it maintain its anonymity by reducing its overlap with well-studied populations of mola mola. The fish's nomadic lifestyle means that even when specimens were collected, they were often assumed to be mola mola individuals that had wandered outside their normal range. rather than representatives of a distinct species. The Oregon Revelation. The Molotecta story took a dramatic turn in 2024 when a 7-foot specimen washed up on a beach in Oregon, thousands of miles north of where the species was thought to exist. The discovery sent shockwaves through the marine biology community and forced researchers to completely reconsider the fish's distribution and behavior. The Oregon specimen was particularly significant because it was found in excellent condition, allowing for detailed analysis that wasn't possible with many previous specimens. This individual revealed new details about Molotecta anatomy and provided fresh insights into how the species differs from its relatives. More importantly, the Oregon discovery suggested that Molotecta might be far more widespread than anyone had realized. If these fish were appearing off the coast of Oregon, where else might they be swimming undetected? The find triggered a renewed search through museum collections and a call for beachcombers and fishermen to report unusual sunfish sightings. Suddenly, what had been considered a southern hemisphere species was potentially a global traveler, the thermal refugees. Recent research has revealed that Molotecta might be what scientists call a thermal refugee, a species that has adapted to survive in specific temperature ranges and follows these optimal conditions as they move around the globe with changing seasons and currents. Unlike Mola Mola, which tends to prefer warmer waters, Molotecta appears to seek out cooler seas. This preference might explain its presence in the temperate waters off Oregon and its abundance in the cooler southern oceans around Australia and New Zealand. Climate change may be affecting Molotecta distribution in ways we're only beginning to understand. As ocean temperatures shift and currents change, these thermal refugees may be forced to alter their migration patterns, potentially bringing them into contact with human activities in new areas. The jellyfish connection. Like other sunfish, Molotecta feeds primarily on jellyfish, but recent studies suggest it may have more specialized dietary preferences than its relatives. Stomach content analysis from the few specimens available has revealed a preference for certain types of deep-sea jellyfish that are less commonly consumed by other sunfish species. This dietary specialization might be another key to understanding how Molotecta remained hidden for so long. By occupying a slightly different ecological niche from its relatives, it may have reduced competition and avoided the areas where marine biologists were most actively studying sunfish behavior. The jellyfish diet also helps explain Molotecta's massive size. These gelatinous prey items are low in nutrients, requiring the fish to consume enormous quantities to meet their energy needs. A single large Molotecta might need to eat hundreds of jellyfish per day, making them important regulators of jellyfish populations in their ecosystems. The reproduction mystery. One of the biggest remaining mysteries about Molotecta is how and where it reproduces. Like other sunfish, these creatures are thought to be among the most prolific breeders in the ocean, with females capable of producing over 300 million eggs in a single spawning event. However, no one has ever observed Molotecta spawning behavior or identified their nursery areas. The fish that wash up on beaches are almost always adults, and juvenile Molotecta have never been positively identified in the wild. This reproductive mystery adds another layer to the fish's secretive nature. Somewhere in the vast expanse of the world's oceans, these giants are gathering to spawn in numbers that would dwarf any fish aggregation we've ever documented. Yet they've managed to keep these gatherings completely hidden from human observation. The convergent evolution puzzle. The similarity between Molotecta and its relatives raises fascinating questions about convergent evolution, the process by which unrelated species develop similar characteristics in response to similar environmental pressures. Despite being separated for millions of years, Molotecta and Mola Mola have maintained remarkably similar body plans and lifestyles. This suggests that the sunfish body design, as bizarre as it appears to human eyes, represents an optimal solution for life as a large jellyfish-eating wanderer of the open ocean. The subtle differences between the species hint at the fine-scale adaptations that can evolve even within very similar ecological niches. These minute variations might represent adaptations to slightly different temperature preferences, prey types, or habitat requirements. The citizen science revolution. The discovery of Molotecta has highlighted the important role that citizen scientists can play in marine research. Many of the key specimens that led to the species description were photographed or collected by fishermen, beachcombers, and diving enthusiasts rather than professional researchers. Social media and smartphone cameras have created an unprecedented opportunity for ordinary people to contribute to scientific discovery. A single photograph of an unusual sunfish, posted to the right online forum, can now trigger scientific investigations that lead to major discoveries. The Molotechta story has inspired new citizen science initiatives aimed at documenting sunfish sightings around the world. These programs are already yielding valuable data about sunfish distribution and behavior that would be impossible for professional researchers to collect on their own. The conservation implications. The discovery of Molotechta has important implications for marine conservation. If scientists can be fooled about the basic taxonomy of such a large, distinctive fish, what other species might we be overlooking in our conservation efforts? The case also highlights the challenges of protecting species we don't fully understand. Conservation strategies developed for mola mola might not be appropriate for Molotechta if the species have different habitat requirements, migration patterns, or threats. Climate change poses particular challenges for newly discovered species like Molotechta. Without a long history of observations, it's difficult to predict how these fish might respond to changing ocean conditions or to identify the most critical habitats for protection. The future of fish discovery. The Molotechta story represents a new era in marine species discovery, where genetic analysis and global collaboration are revealing hidden diversity that traditional methods missed. Advanced DNA techniques are now allowing researchers to identify cryptic species, animals that look almost identical but are genetically distinct. This technological revolution suggests that we may be on the verge of discovering many more hoodwinker species hiding among well-known marine animals. The oceans, vast and largely unexplored, likely contain countless examples of convergent evolution and cryptic speciation. The case also demonstrates the importance of museum collections in modern research. Specimens collected decades or even centuries ago are providing the genetic material needed to identify new species and understand evolutionary relationships. The humbling lesson. Perhaps the most important lesson from the Molotechta discovery is humility. In an age when we can map distant galaxies and sequence entire genomes, a 7-foot fish managed to fool the entire scientific community for over a century. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. Stories like that of Molotechta remind us that the sea still holds countless secrets, many of them hiding in plain sight. As we continue our journey through the ocean's mysteries, the hoodwinker sunfish stands as proof that no matter how much we think we know about marine life, the sea always has one more surprise waiting for us. In the vast blue wilderness that covers most of our planet, even the largest secrets can remain hidden until the moment we finally learn to see them clearly. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature whose very existence challenged everything scientists thought they knew about life in the deep sea, a being so strange that when it was first discovered, researchers thought they were looking at a monster from another world. Story 11. The Cerataspis monstrosa, the 184-year mystery. The monster in the stomach. In 1828, off the coast of Sicily, a fisherman made a discovery that would puzzle the scientific world for nearly 2 centuries. Inside the stomach of a dolphin he had caught was something that defied explanation, a creature so bizarre, so unlike anything in the known animal kingdom, that naturalists who examined it weren't even sure what type of animal they were looking at. The specimen was about 4 inches long, armored like a medieval knight, and bristling with spines that gave it the appearance of some nightmarish sea urchin. Most disturbing of all were the massive horns protruding from its head, twisted spike-like projections that made the creature look like it had crawled out of someone's worst nightmare about the deep sea. Scientists named it Cerataspis monstrosa, literally monstrous horn shield, a name that perfectly captured both their fascination and their bewilderment. For 184 years, this creature remained one of marine biology's greatest mysteries. Dozens of additional specimens were found over the decades, always in the stomachs of deep-sea predators, but no one could figure out what it actually was. Some thought it might be a new type of crustacean. Others believed it could be a parasitic organism unlike anything previously discovered. The most creative theories suggested it might be an entirely new class of animal, perhaps representing an ancient lineage that had somehow survived in the deep ocean. The truth, when it was finally revealed in 2012, turned out to be more extraordinary than any of the wild theories that had been proposed. Cerataspis monstrosa wasn't a monster from the abyss. It was a baby. More specifically, it was the larval stage of a deep-sea shrimp that undergoes one of the most dramatic transformations in the animal kingdom, the shape-shifting mystery. To understand why Cerataspis monstrosa fooled scientists for so long, you need to appreciate just how radically different it looks from its adult form. The adult shrimp, Plesiopenaeus armatus, is a relatively ordinary-looking deep-sea crustacean that lives at depths of over 16,000 feet. It's elongated, translucent, and equipped with the typical anatomy you'd expect from a deep-sea shrimp. The larval form, however, looks like it belongs on an alien planet. Instead of the streamlined body of its parents, Cerataspis monstrosa is round and heavily armored. Instead of the delicate appendages of an adult shrimp, it has massive twisted horns that make up a significant portion of its body mass. It's like discovering that butterflies start life as armored tanks, before transforming into delicate flying insects. This extreme difference between larval and adult forms is called hypermetamorphosis, and while it's not unknown in the animal kingdom, the transformation undergone by Cerataspis monstrosa is so dramatic that it ranks among the most extreme examples ever documented. Dr. Shana Hyung, the researcher who finally solved the Cerataspis mystery using DNA analysis, describes the discovery as like finding out that a medieval suit of armor can transform into a race car. The two forms are so different that if you didn't have genetic evidence, you'd never believe they were the same species. The Deep Sea Time Capsule. The 184-year mystery of Cerataspis monstrosa highlights one of the biggest challenges in studying deep-sea life: the incredible difficulty of observing complete life cycles in their natural habitat. The deep ocean is essentially inaccessible to human observation, and most of what we know about deep-sea creatures comes from specimens caught accidentally by fishing operations or found in the stomachs of predators. This fragmentary knowledge means that marine biologists often work like detectives, piecing together clues from incomplete evidence. In the case of Cerataspis monstrosa, scientists had the larval form, but had never connected it to its adult stage, which was known to science, but had been classified as a completely separate species. The deep sea is full of such mysteries. Researchers estimate that we've described less than 10% of the species that live in the deep ocean, and many of those descriptions are based on incomplete information. It's entirely possible that there are hundreds, or even thousands of other Cerataspis mysteries waiting to be solved. The DNA revolution. The breakthrough that finally solved the Cerataspis mystery came from advances in DNA analysis technology. By the early 2000s, genetic sequencing had become sophisticated enough to extract DNA from preserved museum specimens, even those that had been stored for decades. When researchers began analyzing DNA from both Cerataspis monstrosa larvae and adult Plesiopenaeus armatus shrimp, they made the startling discovery that the genetic material was identical. The monster that had puzzled scientists for nearly 2 centuries was actually the baby form of a well-known deep-sea shrimp. The DNA evidence was so conclusive that it immediately resolved the mystery, but it also raised new questions. How and why had this species evolved such an extreme transformation between its larval and adult stages? What advantages could such a bizarre larval form provide? The armor-plated drifter. The extreme morphology of Cerataspis monstrosa begins to make sense when you consider the challenges faced by larval organisms in the deep sea. Unlike surface waters, where planktonic larvae can rely on abundant food and relatively stable conditions, the deep ocean is a harsh environment where survival requires specialized adaptations. The heavy armor plating of Cerataspis monstrosa larvae appears to serve multiple functions. First, it provides protection from the crushing pressure of the deep sea. At depths of several thousand feet, the water pressure is so intense that soft-bodied organisms can be literally compressed into nothing. The armor also provides protection from predators. The deep sea may seem empty, but it's actually full of hungry creatures that will eat anything they can catch. The spines and horns of Cerataspis monstrosa make it a difficult and potentially dangerous meal for most predators. Perhaps most importantly, the bizarre shape of the larvae appears to help them maintain their position in the water column. The horns and spines create drag that prevents the larvae from sinking too quickly, allowing them to drift at optimal depths for feeding and development. The transformation chamber. The process by which Cerataspis monstrosa transforms into its adult form remains largely mysterious, as no one has ever observed the metamorphosis in its natural habitat. Based on what we know about similar transformations in other species, the process is likely to be rapid and dramatic. During metamorphosis, the larval shrimp essentially dissolves its heavily armored exoskeleton and grows an entirely new body plan. The massive horns are reabsorbed, the round body elongates, and completely new anatomical structures develop. It's a biological renovation project that would make a complete home makeover look simple by comparison. The timing of this transformation appears to be triggered by environmental cues that we don't fully understand. Some researchers theorize that changes in water pressure, temperature, or food availability might signal to the larvae that it's time to begin their transformation into adult form. The museum detective story. The solution to the Cerataspes mystery required a global effort involving museum collections from around the world. Specimens that had been sitting in jars of preservative for decades suddenly became crucial pieces of evidence in solving one of marine biology's longest-standing puzzles. The Natural History Museum in London held several key specimens, including some of the original Cerataspes monstrosa larvae described in the 19th century. The Smithsonian Institution had additional specimens, as did museums in Japan, Australia, and across Europe. Each specimen provided a piece of the puzzle, and the genetic analysis revealed that what scientists had thought were multiple different species were actually all the same organism at different stages of development. It was like discovering that several famous artworks attributed to different painters were actually all created by the same artist. The implications for deep-sea research. The Cerataspes revelation has forced marine biologists to reconsider how they approach deep-sea taxonomy. The discovery that such dramatically different forms could represent the same species suggests that we may have been significantly overestimating the diversity of deep-sea life. How many other species described from the deep sea are actually just different life stages of the same organism? How many larvae floating in museum jars around the world are waiting to be reunited with their adult forms through DNA analysis? The case has sparked a renewed effort to use genetic techniques to resolve taxonomic uncertainties in deep-sea collections. This work is revealing that the deep ocean may be less diverse than we thought, but also more complex in terms of life history strategies. The predator's perspective. The fact that Cerataspes monstrosa larvae are frequently found in predator stomachs tells us something important about deep-sea food webs. Despite their formidable armor and intimidating spines, these larvae are clearly being eaten by a variety of deep-sea predators. Analysis of predator stomach contents has revealed that Cerataspes larvae are consumed by deep-sea fish, squid, and marine mammals. This suggests that they play an important role in transferring energy from the planktonic realm to larger predators in deep-sea ecosystems. The presence of these larvae in predator stomachs at various depths also provides clues about their vertical distribution and migration patterns. They appear to move up and down in the water column, possibly following food sources or responding to changing environmental conditions. The evolution of extremes. The extreme metamorphosis displayed by Cerataspes monstrosa raises fascinating questions about how such dramatic transformations evolve. What evolutionary pressures could favor a life cycle that involves such radically different body plans? One theory is that the extreme larval form allows the species to exploit resources that are unavailable to the adult form. The heavily armored larvae can survive in high-pressure environments and feed on different types of prey than their adult counterparts. Another possibility is that the dramatic transformation serves as a form of temporal niche partitioning. By being so different at different life stages, the species avoids competing with itself for resources. The modern mystery continues. While DNA analysis solved the basic question of what Cerataspes monstrosa actually is, many mysteries remain. We still don't know exactly where in the ocean these transformations take place, how long the process takes, or what environmental conditions are required for successful metamorphosis. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology may finally allow researchers to observe these transformations in their natural habitat. Remotely operated vehicles equipped with high-definition cameras and sophisticated sampling equipment are beginning to provide unprecedented views of deep-sea life cycles. The Collector's Challenge. The Cerataspes story highlights the ongoing importance of museum collections in modern biological research. Specimens collected by naturalists over a century ago are still providing crucial data for contemporary research questions. However, the case also demonstrates the challenges facing museum collections in the modern era. Many historical specimens lack the detailed collection data that would be standard today, making it difficult to understand their ecological context. Museums around the world are now working to digitize their collections and make specimen data more accessible to researchers. This effort is crucial for solving other long-standing mysteries, like Cerataspis monstrosa. The lesson in humility. Perhaps the most important lesson from the Cerataspis monstrosa story is humility about how much we still don't know about life in the deep sea. For 184 years, this creature sat in museums around the world, challenging our understanding of marine biodiversity and evolution. The deep ocean covers more than 95% of Earth's living space, yet it remains one of the least explored environments on our planet. Every deep-sea expedition brings back specimens that challenge our existing knowledge and force us to reconsider our understanding of how life works in extreme environments. The continuing journey. Today, researchers continue to study the life cycle of Plesiopenaeus armatus and its remarkable larval form, Cerataspis monstrosa. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of how life has adapted to the extreme conditions of the deep sea. The story serves as a reminder that even in our age of advanced technology and global communication, the ocean still holds secrets that can take centuries to unravel. In the deepest parts of our planet's seas, creatures are living lives so extraordinary that they challenge our most basic assumptions about how life works. As we continue our exploration of the ocean's mysteries, the tale of Cerataspis monstrosa stands as proof that patience, persistence, and new technology can eventually unlock even the most stubborn secrets of the deep. In a world where we can map distant galaxies and sequence entire genomes, a 4-inch armored larva managed to keep its true identity hidden for nearly 2 centuries. The discovery also reminds us that the most extraordinary transformations in nature often happen far from human eyes, in the crushing depths where pressure and darkness rule. The metamorphosis from the heavily armored Cerataspis monstrosa to the streamlined adult shrimp represents one of the most dramatic changes in body plan known to science, rivaling the transformation of caterpillars into butterflies. The technological detective. The role of DNA analysis in solving the Cerataspis mystery represents a revolution in how we approach biological puzzles. Before genetic sequencing became available, researchers had to rely solely on physical characteristics to classify organisms, a method that clearly failed spectacularly in this case. Modern molecular techniques are now being applied to museum collections around the world, revealing hidden connections between seemingly unrelated specimens. This genetic archaeology is solving mysteries that have puzzled scientists for generations, while simultaneously raising new questions about the complexity of life cycles in extreme environments. The success of the Cerataspis investigation has inspired similar genetic detective work on other mysterious deep-sea specimens. Researchers are now systematically analyzing DNA from larvae that have defied classification, and the results are revealing that dramatic metamorphosis may be far more common in the deep sea than anyone previously suspected. The deep sea nursery. The discovery that Cerataspis monstrosa is actually a larval stage has profound implications for our understanding of deep sea reproduction and development. The fact that these heavily armored larvae are found at various depths suggests that the deep ocean serves as a vast nursery for species we're only beginning to understand. This finding challenges the traditional view of the deep sea as a relatively stable, food-poor environment. If creatures are investing energy in producing such elaborate larval forms, it suggests that there are rich feeding opportunities and complex ecological interactions happening in the deep ocean that we haven't yet documented. The presence of these larvae at different depths and in different ocean basins also indicates that deep-sea species may have more complex migration patterns and life cycles than previously thought. The deep ocean isn't just a static wilderness. It's a dynamic ecosystem where organisms are constantly moving, developing, and transforming. The conservation revelation. The Cerataspis discovery has important implications for deep-sea conservation. If we've been misidentifying species for nearly 2 centuries, how can we assess the conservation status of deep-sea organisms or protect critical habitats? The revelation that dramatic life cycle transformations may be common in the deep sea means that conservation efforts need to consider not just adult populations, but also the specific environmental conditions required for successful metamorphosis. Protecting deep-sea environments may require understanding and preserving nursery areas that we haven't even identified yet. The case also highlights the value of maintaining museum collections and supporting taxonomic research. Without the preserved specimens collected over the past century, the Cerataspes mystery could never have been solved. These collections represent an irreplaceable record of marine biodiversity that becomes more valuable as species face increasing threats from climate change and human activities. The future of deep-sea discovery. The tools that solve the Cerataspes mystery, DNA analysis, global museum collections, and international scientific collaboration, are now being applied to hundreds of other deep-sea puzzles. Researchers estimate that there may be thousands of similar cases where larvae and adults of the same species have been classified as separate organisms. Advances in deep-sea exploration technology are also providing new opportunities to observe these transformations in their natural habitat. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with high-definition cameras and sophisticated sampling equipment are beginning to capture footage of deep-sea life cycles that have never been observed before. The combination of genetic analysis and direct observation promises to revolutionize our understanding of deep-sea biology over the next decade. We may discover that the deep ocean hosts life cycles of such complexity and beauty that they rival anything found in more accessible environments. The philosophical impact. Perhaps the most profound lesson from the Cerataspes monstrosa story is philosophical rather than scientific. For 184 years, this creature forced scientists to confront the limits of human knowledge and the dangers of making assumptions about the natural world. The case serves as a powerful reminder that nature's creativity often exceeds human imagination. The transformation from armored larva to streamlined adult is so dramatic that if it were proposed as science fiction, it might be dismissed as too far-fetched to be believable. Yet this transformation happens millions of times in the deep ocean, hidden from human observation in the crushing darkness of the abyss. It's a reminder that the most extraordinary events on our planet often occur in places where no human eye will ever witness them. The ongoing legacy. Today, the name Cerataspes monstrosa has been relegated to scientific history, recognized now as just one stage in the complex life cycle of Plesiopeneus armatus. But the impact of this discovery continues to resonate through marine biology. The case has become a classic example of how new technology can resolve old mysteries and how assumptions can blind us to obvious connections. It's taught a generation of researchers to approach deep-sea specimens with humility and to question classifications that seem too convenient or obvious. Museums around the world now routinely use DNA analysis to verify species identifications, and researchers are more aware of the possibility that dramatic metamorphosis may be hiding the true identities of deep-sea organisms. The eternal mystery. As our journey through the ocean's most enigmatic creatures continues, the story of Cerataspes monstrosa stands as a testament to the power of persistence, collaboration, and technological innovation in unlocking nature's secrets. It reminds us that even the most puzzling mysteries can eventually be solved, but also that each answer typically reveals new questions. In the deepest parts of our planet's oceans, where pressure would crush us instantly and darkness reigns eternal, countless organisms are living lives of such complexity and wonder that we can barely imagine them. Some may be undergoing transformations as dramatic as the Cerataspes metamorphosis, while others may have life cycles that would challenge our most basic understanding of what's possible. The ocean still holds thousands of mysteries, many of them sitting in museum jars around the world, waiting for the right combination of curiosity, technology, and scientific insight to reveal their secrets. The story of the monster that turned out to be a baby reminds us that in the vast blue wilderness that covers most of our planet, reality is often stranger than the wildest fiction. Our next encounter will take us to the Arctic waters where legends are born, to meet a creature so extraordinary that it inspired myths of unicorns and sparked battles between nations seeking to claim its magical powers. Story 12. The Narwhal, the unicorn of the sea. The legend made real. In the icy waters of the high Arctic, where the sea freezes solid for most of the year, and darkness reigns for months at a time, something magical breaks through the surface. A long, spiraled tusk pierces the ice like a medieval lance, followed by the sleek head of a creature that seems too extraordinary to be real. This is the narwhal, Monodon monoceros, literally meaning one tooth, one horn, and for centuries it existed at the intersection of myth and reality. When Viking explorers first encountered narwhal tusks floating in Arctic waters or washing up on distant shores, they believed they had found proof of unicorns. These spiral ivory spears, some reaching nearly 10 feet in length, were so perfect, so magical in appearance, that they could only have come from the most legendary of creatures. The tusks were worth more than their weight in gold in medieval Europe, where they were displayed in royal treasuries as proof of unicorns, and sold as magical artifacts capable of detecting poison, curing diseases, and granting immortality. Queens and kings paid fortunes for these unicorn horns, never suspecting that they actually came from a very real whale swimming in the planet's most remote and hostile waters. But the narwhal is far more extraordinary than any mythical unicorn could ever be. This Arctic specialist has evolved one of the most unusual and mysterious anatomical features in the animal kingdom. A tusk that's actually a tooth, equipped with millions of nerve endings, and capable of sensing changes in the environment with stunning precision. The master of the ice. To understand the narwhal, you need to appreciate the extraordinary environment it calls home. The Arctic Ocean is one of the most challenging habitats on Earth, where temperatures plunge to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, sea ice extends for thousands of miles, and the sun disappears for months at a time during the polar winter. Most marine mammals flee these waters when winter approaches, migrating south to warmer seas. But narwhals do the opposite. They actually move deeper into the ice as winter sets in, following the advancing ice edge and making their living in leads and polynyas, narrow channels of open water that persist even in the depths of Arctic winter. This ice-following behavior makes narwhals one of the most specialized Arctic mammals on Earth. They spend up to 5 months of the year trapped under solid sea ice, breathing through tiny holes and cracks that may be miles apart. A single mistake in navigation could mean death by drowning, yet these whales have mastered this frozen labyrinth with a precision that defies human understanding. Narwhals can dive to depths of over 5,000 feet and hold their breath for up to 25 minutes, spending more time underwater than almost any other whale species. In the crushing darkness beneath the Arctic ice, they hunt for Arctic cod, Greenland halibut, and deep-sea squid, using echolocation to navigate through a world where sight is useless. The mystery of the tusk. The narwhal's most famous feature, its spiraled tusk, remains one of marine biology's greatest puzzles. Only males typically grow tusks, and usually only one, though rare individuals have been found with 2 tusks, or, in even rarer cases, none at all. The tusk is actually an elongated tooth that erupts through the whale's upper lip and continues growing throughout the animal's life. What makes it truly extraordinary is that it grows with a left-handed spiral pattern that's nearly universal among narwhals, one of the few examples of consistent chirality in mammalian anatomy. But the tusk isn't just decorative. Recent research has revealed that it's equipped with up to 10 million nerve endings, making it one of the most sensitive organs in the animal kingdom. The tusk can detect minute changes in water temperature, salinity, and pressure, essentially turning the narwhal into a living oceanographic instrument. Dr. Martin Nguyen, a Harvard researcher who has spent decades studying narwhal tusks, describes them as the most sensitive tooth in nature. The tusk can detect temperature changes as small as 0.001 degrees Celsius, and pressure variations equivalent to moving just a few inches up or down in the water column. This sensory capability suggests that the tusk serves as a sophisticated environmental sensing system, allowing narwhals to detect subtle changes in their Arctic environment that might indicate the presence of prey, predators, or ice conditions. The social sword. Beyond its sensory capabilities, the narwhal tusk appears to play a crucial role in social interactions. Males have been observed using their tusks in what can only be described as tusking, gentle fencing matches, where individuals cross tusks and rub them together in what appears to be a form of communication or bonding behavior. These interactions are remarkably gentle, considering that the tusks are essentially 8-foot-long ivory spears. Rather than using them as weapons, male narwhals seem to use their tusks to exchange sensory information, possibly sharing data about water conditions, food sources, or social status. The social aspect of tusk use challenges traditional assumptions about sexually dimorphic traits in animals. Rather than being purely competitive weapons for fighting over mates, narwhal tusks appear to serve as sophisticated communication devices that strengthen social bonds within the group. Female narwhals, which typically lack tusks, nevertheless participate in these social gatherings, suggesting that the tusking behavior serves broader social functions than simple male competition. The Arctic navigators. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of narwhal biology is their ability to navigate through the shifting maze of Arctic sea ice. The Arctic Ocean is a dynamic environment where ice forms, breaks up, and moves constantly with winds and currents. Leads and polynyas that provide breathing access can close within hours, trapping whales beneath solid ice. Narwhals have evolved an almost supernatural ability to predict ice movements and find breathing holes in this hostile environment. They appear to use a combination of echolocation, magnetic navigation, and possibly even their sensitive tusks to map the three-dimensional structure of the ice above them. Recent tracking studies using satellite tags have revealed narwhal navigation abilities that border on the impossible. Individual whales have been documented traveling hundreds of miles under solid ice, surfacing at precisely the right locations to find breathing holes, often in areas they've never visited before. This navigation system is so sophisticated that some researchers believe narwhals may be able to predict ice movements hours or even days in advance, positioning themselves in areas where new leads are likely to form. The deep divers. Narwhals are among the deepest diving marine mammals, regularly descending to depths of over 3,000 feet and occasionally reaching depths of nearly 6,000 feet. These extreme dives take them into the deep Arctic Ocean, where they hunt for prey that few other predators can access. The physiological adaptations that allow these deep dives are extraordinary. Narwhals can reduce their heart rate to as low as 4 beats per minute and redistribute blood flow to prioritize their brain and heart. Their muscles contain high concentrations of myoglobin, allowing them to store oxygen for extended periods underwater. During winter, when the Arctic Ocean is covered by solid ice, narwhals make an average of 18 to 20 deep dives per day. Each dive is a life-or-death gamble that requires perfect timing and navigation to ensure they can return to a breathing hole before their oxygen runs out. The prey they seek at these depths includes Greenland halibut, Arctic cod, and deep-sea squid that migrate vertically through the water column. By accessing these deep-water resources, narwhals have found a way to make a living in one of the most food-poor environments on Earth. The climate refugees. Today, narwhals face unprecedented challenges as climate change rapidly transforms their Arctic habitat. The sea ice that they depend on for survival is disappearing at an alarming rate, with some regions experiencing ice loss of over 13% per decade. The timing of ice formation and breakup is also changing, disrupting migration patterns that have been stable for thousands of years. Narwhals that evolved to follow the ice edge are now finding themselves in ice-free waters during seasons when they expect to be under solid ice. Rising temperatures are also affecting the prey species that narwhals depend on. Arctic cod, a crucial food source, is being displaced by warmer water fish species that don't provide the same nutritional value for Arctic predators. Perhaps most concerning, the rapid pace of environmental change is outstripping the narwhal's ability to adapt. These highly specialized Arctic animals have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years to thrive in specific ice conditions that may no longer exist within decades. The cultural treasure. For the Inuit people of the Arctic, narwhals have been a crucial source of food, tools, and cultural identity for thousands of years. Narwhal hunting is deeply embedded in Inuit tradition, with techniques and knowledge passed down through generations. The whales provide not just meat for sustenance, but also muktuk, which is skin and blubber, rich in vitamins essential for survival in the Arctic. The tusks have traditionally been carved into tools and artwork, creating beautiful and functional objects that connect the Inuit to their environment. This traditional hunting is sustainable and carefully regulated, with Inuit communities taking only what they need and using every part of the whale. The relationship between the Inuit and narwhals represents one of the most successful examples of sustainable resource use in the Arctic. However, climate change is threatening this traditional relationship as well. Changes in ice conditions are making traditional hunting methods more dangerous and less predictable, while shifts in narwhal distribution are forcing communities to adapt practices that have remained unchanged for generations. The medieval miracle. The historical trade in narwhal tusks, as unicorn horns, represents one of the most successful cases of mistaken identity in human history. These tusks commanded prices that would make them worth millions of dollars in today's money, and they were considered among the most valuable objects in medieval Europe. Royal treasuries across Europe displayed narwhal tusks as proof of their wealth and power. The tusks were believed to have magical properties, including the ability to detect poison, cure diseases, and grant immortality to those who possess them. The most famous collection belonged to Queen Elizabeth I of England, who owned several tusks that were valued at more than entire royal estates. These unicorn horns were displayed prominently in the royal palace and were among the most prized possessions of the English crown. The trade in narwhal tusks was so lucrative that it sparked international conflicts and exploration efforts. Nations competed to control Arctic trade routes, and many early Arctic expeditions were motivated as much by the search for narwhal tusks as by the pursuit of geographic knowledge. The scientific revolution. The true identity of the unicorn horn wasn't definitively established until the 17th century, when improved exploration and scientific methods finally connected the tusks to their Arctic whale origins. This revelation was initially met with disappointment by those who had believed in unicorns, but it eventually led to increased scientific interest in Arctic wildlife. The study of narwhals has contributed to major advances in understanding mammalian adaptation to extreme environments. Research on their diving physiology has informed human diving technology and medical treatments for decompression sickness. More recently, narwhal research has become crucial for understanding Arctic ecosystem changes and the impacts of climate change on marine mammals. Their role as sentinels of the Arctic makes them valuable indicators of environmental health in one of Earth's most rapidly changing regions. The modern mystery. Despite centuries of study, narwhals continue to surprise researchers with new discoveries about their biology and behavior. Recent findings include evidence that they may use magnetic navigation, that their tusks can regenerate after damage, and that they have complex social structures that vary between different populations. One of the most intriguing recent discoveries is that narwhals appear to have cultural traditions that are passed down through generations. Different populations have distinct migration routes, diving patterns, and even tusk use behaviors that persist over time, suggesting a level of cultural learning previously unknown in Arctic mammals. The mystery of why only males typically grow tusks also remains unsolved. Traditional explanations focusing on sexual selection don't fully account for the tusk's sophisticated sensory capabilities or its role in social bonding rather than competition. The Arctic ambassadors. Today, narwhals have become symbols of Arctic conservation and climate change awareness. Their complete dependence on sea ice makes them one of the species most vulnerable to global warming, and their fate is closely tied to our collective efforts to address climate change. Conservation efforts for narwhals must consider not just the whales themselves, but the entire Arctic ecosystem they depend on. Protecting narwhals means preserving sea ice habitats, maintaining healthy prey populations, and ensuring that traditional hunting practices can continue sustainably. The species also serves as an ambassador for Arctic conservation more broadly. The plight of the unicorn of the sea captures public imagination in ways that more abstract discussions of ice loss and temperature change cannot. The living legend. As we conclude our journey through the ocean's most mysterious creatures, the narwhal stands as perhaps the most magical of all, a real animal so extraordinary that it inspired legends of mythical beasts. In the frozen wilderness of the Arctic, where few humans have ever ventured, these unicorns of the sea continue their ancient dance with the ice. The narwhal's story reminds us that reality often surpasses fantasy. No mythical unicorn could be more remarkable than a whale that navigates through shifting ice mazes, dives to crushing depths in complete darkness, and carries a spiraled tusk equipped with millions of nerve endings. Yet these living legends face an uncertain future in a rapidly warming world. The ice that has been their home for hundreds of thousands of years is disappearing faster than they can adapt. The question now is whether we can act quickly enough to preserve the Arctic habitat that these extraordinary creatures and the cultures that depend on them require for survival. In the end, the narwhal embodies everything that makes our oceans truly mysterious and wonderful. They are proof that evolution can create wonders that exceed our wildest imagination, that the most remote corners of our planet host some of its most remarkable inhabitants, and that the boundary between myth and reality is often thinner than we think. As the ice retreats and the Arctic transforms, the fate of the narwhal, the unicorn that turned out to be real, hangs in the balance, carrying with it the magic and mystery of one of Earth's last great wildernesses. Story 13. The giant moray eel, serpents of the reef. The ancient terror. In the crystal clear waters of a tropical coral reef, where colors dance like living rainbows, and life seems to exist in perfect harmony, something sinister lurks in the shadows. Deep within the crevices of the coral, where sunlight struggles to penetrate and darkness reigns, a pair of eyes watches with predatory patience. They belong to one of the ocean's most feared ambush predators, a creature that has been perfecting the art of the surprise attack for over 100 million years. The giant moray eel is a living nightmare pulled from humanity's deepest fears about what lies beneath the waves. Reaching lengths of up to 10 feet and weighing over 60 pounds, these serpentine predators embody everything that terrifies us about the unknown depths. Their snake-like bodies, lined with razor-sharp teeth and powered by pure muscle, represent the ocean's capacity for creating perfect killing machines. But what makes the giant moray truly terrifying isn't just its size or its teeth, it's its intelligence. These are not mindless predators driven by instinct alone. Giant morays are problem solvers, tool users, and strategic hunters that can learn, adapt, and even cooperate with other species to achieve their goals. When early Polynesian navigators first encountered these massive eels in the coral reefs of the Pacific, they spoke of them with a mixture of reverence and terror. To them, these creatures were the guardians of the reef, ancient spirits that had taken physical form to protect the underwater world from intruders. Modern science has revealed that these guardians are far more sophisticated than anyone imagined. The anatomy of an ambush artist. To understand why giant moray eels are such effective predators, you need to appreciate the biological perfection of their design. Every aspect of their anatomy has been refined over millions of years to create the ultimate ambush hunter. The giant moray's body is essentially one long muscle, capable of generating explosive bursts of speed that can propel it out of hiding faster than most prey can react. Unlike fish, which rely on fins for propulsion, morays use their entire body as a propulsive wave, undulating through the water with an efficiency that would make an engineer weep with envy. Their most famous feature, their constantly gaping mouth, isn't a sign of aggression. Morays must keep their mouths open to breathe, pumping water over their gills in a continuous cycle. This creates the illusion of a creature in permanent attack mode, adding to their intimidating reputation. But it's what's inside that mouth that truly makes the giant moray formidable. They possess not one, but two sets of jaws. The outer jaws are lined with long, needle-sharp teeth designed for grasping prey. But hidden in their throat is a second set of jaws called pharyngeal jaws, equipped with backward curved teeth that shoot forward to drag prey down into the eel's gullet. This pharyngeal jaw system is something out of science fiction. It's the same feeding mechanism that inspired the creature design in the Alien movie franchise. When a moray strikes, the prey is first caught by the outer jaws, then seized by the inner jaws, and pulled inexorably into the eel's throat. There is no escape once both sets of jaws engage. Masters of the maze. Giant moray eels have turned coral reefs into their personal hunting grounds, transforming these underwater gardens into elaborate trap systems. The complex three-dimensional structure of a coral reef, with its countless caves, crevices, and tunnels, provides the perfect environment for ambush predation. A giant moray doesn't chase its prey through open water. It doesn't need to. Instead, it positions itself strategically within the reef structure, using the coral formations as both camouflage and cover. Its mottled coloration blends perfectly with the shadows and textures of the reef, making it virtually invisible until the moment of attack. These eels have an intimate knowledge of their territory that borders on the supernatural. They know every tunnel, every cave, every possible escape route within their domain. When prey ventures into their neighborhood, the moray can predict exactly where the victim will go and position itself accordingly. Dr. Alexandra Gruder, a marine biologist who has spent decades studying moray behavior, describes their hunting strategy as three-dimensional chess played at lightning speed. These eels understand the architecture of the reef better than any other predator, and they use that knowledge to orchestrate attacks that seem almost prescient. The unlikely alliance. Perhaps the most remarkable discovery about giant moray eels is their ability to form hunting partnerships with other species, something virtually unheard of among fish. In the Red Sea and Indo-Pacific, giant morays have been observed hunting cooperatively with groupers in what can only be described as an underwater buddy system. The partnership works with stunning precision. The grouper, hunting in open water, will spot prey that takes refuge in the coral. Unable to follow its quarry into the tight spaces of the reef, the grouper swims to a moray's lair, and performs a series of specific signals, head shaking and rapid swimming in front of the eel's hiding spot. The moray, understanding these signals, emerges from its cave and follows the grouper to where the prey is hiding. The eel then enters the coral maze while the grouper positions itself to catch anything that flees into open water. It's a coordinated pincer movement that dramatically increases the hunting success of both predators. This interspecies cooperation was once thought to be accidental, but recent research has revealed that it's a learned behavior that improves with practice. Individual morays and groupers that hunt together regularly become more effective partners over time, developing their own communication signals and hunting strategies. The partnership challenges everything scientists thought they knew about fish intelligence and social behavior. Fish aren't supposed to be capable of this level of cooperation and communication, yet here are two species working together like an underwater SWAT team. The reef architects, giant moray eels, play a crucial role in shaping the very structure of coral reefs. As they move through the coral formations, hunting and establishing territories, they create and maintain the network of caves and tunnels that other reef creatures depend on for shelter. Their constant movement through the reef system prevents sediment from accumulating in caves and crevices, keeping these spaces available for other species. Many of the hiding spots that smaller fish rely on for protection were originally created or maintained by the movements of giant morays. The eel's predation also helps maintain the delicate balance of reef ecosystems. By controlling populations of fish that might otherwise overgraze on coral polyps or algae, morays indirectly protect the health of the entire reef system. Recent studies have shown that reefs with healthy moray populations are more diverse and resilient than those where these apex predators are absent. The presence of morays creates what ecologists call a landscape of fear, areas where prey species modify their behavior to avoid predation, leading to more complex and stable ecosystem dynamics. The territorial guardians. Giant moray eels are intensely territorial creatures, with individuals claiming and defending specific sections of reef for their entire adult lives. These territories can cover several hundred square meters of reef and are defended with a ferocity that has earned morays their fearsome reputation among divers. The establishment of territory involves complex negotiations with neighboring morays, often involving ritualized displays of aggression that can escalate into actual combat. Two large morays fighting over territory is a spectacle of pure violence, 10 feet of muscle and teeth writhing together in a battle that can last for hours. Once established, these territories are maintained through a combination of chemical marking and physical presence. Morays leave scent trails throughout their domain and patrol regularly to ensure no intruders have moved in during their absence. The territorial system creates a complex mosaic of predator zones across the reef, with each moray controlling a specific area and all the prey within it. This system of territorial control helps prevent overpredation and ensures that each eel has access to sufficient resources. The night hunters. While giant morays are active during the day, they truly come alive at night. As darkness falls over the reef, these serpentine predators emerge from their lairs to patrol their territories in search of prey that becomes active in the darkness. Nighttime hunting reveals the full extent of the moray's sensory capabilities. In the absence of light, they rely on an acute sense of smell and electroreception to locate prey. Their nostrils, positioned at the front of their snout, can detect chemical traces in the water with incredible sensitivity. The moray's lateral line system, a series of sensory organs that runs along the length of their body, can detect the slightest water movements created by swimming fish. This system is so sensitive that a moray can detect and track prey in complete darkness, following the pressure waves created by a fish's swimming motions. Night hunting also reveals the surprising speed and agility of these seemingly sluggish predators. When striking at prey in the darkness, morays can accelerate their bodies with explosive force, shooting out of crevices like biological missiles. The cleaner's trust. One of the most touching interactions in the coral reef involves the relationship between giant morays and cleaner fish. Despite being capable of swallowing these tiny fish whole, morays regularly visit cleaning stations where small fish remove parasites and dead tissue from their bodies. The trust displayed during these interactions is remarkable. The massive predator lies motionless while tiny fish swim in and out of its mouth, cleaning its teeth and gills. Some cleaner fish even venture into the moray's throat to remove parasites from areas the eel cannot reach itself. This cleaning relationship provides crucial health benefits for the moray, removing parasites that could cause infection or disease. In return, the cleaner fish receive a steady source of food and protection from other predators while they work. The fact that a predator capable of explosive violence can remain perfectly still while tiny fish swim through its mouth demonstrates a level of behavioral control and understanding that challenges our assumptions about fish intelligence. The human encounters. Giant moray eels have a complex relationship with humans that ranges from mutual respect to outright terror. For many divers, encountering a large moray is a rite of passage, a moment when they come face to face with one of the reef's most formidable predators. Most moray attacks on humans occur when the eel is defending its territory, or when a diver inadvertently threatens the animal. Morays are not aggressive toward humans by nature, but they will defend themselves with devastating effectiveness when cornered or provoked. The moray's bite is particularly dangerous, not just because of the damage from their teeth, but because of the risk of infection. The eel's mouth harbors bacteria that can cause serious infections and bite wounds, and the backward curved teeth make wounds difficult to clean properly. However, experienced divers who understand moray behavior can safely observe these magnificent predators without incident. Many individual morays become accustomed to the presence of respectful divers and will even allow close observation of their daily activities. The cultural significance. In many Pacific Island cultures, giant moray eels hold special significance as symbols of power, wisdom, and guardianship. Traditional Hawaiian culture views morays as aumakua, ancestral spirits that protect families and provide guidance from the sea. These cultural connections reflect a deep understanding of the moray's role in reef ecosystems. Traditional fishers knew that healthy moray populations were essential for maintaining productive reefs, and many traditional fishing practices included protections for these important predators. Modern conservation efforts often build on these traditional relationships, working with local communities to protect both the cultural significance and ecological importance of giant morays. The threats they face. Today, giant moray eels face increasing pressure from human activities. Coral reef destruction removes the complex habitat structure these predators depend on, while overfishing reduces the prey species they need to survive. The aquarium trade has also created demand for smaller moray species, though giant morays are generally too large for most aquarium systems. However, the collection of smaller species can disrupt the ecological balance that larger morays depend on. Climate change poses perhaps the greatest long-term threat to giant morays. Rising ocean temperatures and acidification are damaging coral reefs worldwide, destroying the complex three-dimensional habitat that these ambush predators require. The conservation challenge. Protecting giant moray eels requires protecting entire coral reef ecosystems, a conservation challenge that spans multiple countries and involves complex political and economic considerations. These predators serve as umbrella species, protecting their habitat benefits countless other reef organisms. Marine protected areas have shown promise in helping moray populations recover, but enforcement remains a challenge in many parts of the world. Education efforts aimed at divers and fishers have helped reduce human-moray conflicts and increased appreciation for these important predators. The evolutionary masterpiece. The giant moray eel represents over 100 million years of evolutionary refinement in the art of ambush predation. From their dual-jaw feeding system to their intimate knowledge of reef architecture, every aspect of their biology reflects a perfect adaptation to life as a reef-based predator. Their ability to form interspecies, hunting partnerships, and maintain complex territorial systems challenges our understanding of fish intelligence and social behavior. These discoveries suggest that the cognitive abilities of fish may be far more sophisticated than previously thought. As apex predators in one of the world's most diverse ecosystems, giant morays play crucial roles in maintaining the health and balance of coral reefs. Their presence or absence can have cascading effects throughout the entire reef community. The guardians continue. Today, giant moray eels continue their ancient role as guardians of the coral reef, patrolling their territories with the same intensity their ancestors displayed millions of years ago. In a world where coral reefs face unprecedented threats, these serpentine sentinels serve as both symbols of the reef's wild power and indicators of its health. Each giant moray represents a direct link to the ancient past of our oceans, a time when marine ecosystems were shaped by predators that had mastered their environment through millions of years of evolution. Their continued presence in healthy numbers is a sign that the complex web of relationships that makes coral reefs possible is still intact. As we continue our exploration of the ocean's most remarkable inhabitants, the giant moray eel reminds us that the most fearsome predators are often the most important guardians. In the shadowy depths of coral caves and crevices, these ancient serpents continue their eternal watch, ensuring that the underwater gardens they call home remain vibrant and alive. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that has solved one of biology's greatest challenges, a being that has achieved what humans have long dreamed of, the secret to eternal life. Story 14, The Immortal Jellyfish, the Fountain of Youth, the ultimate escape artist. In the warm coastal waters of the Mediterranean Sea, something impossible is happening. A tiny jellyfish, no bigger than a pinky nail, is performing the biological equivalent of turning back time. As disease, injury, or old age threatens to end its life, this remarkable creature doesn't simply die, it reverses its entire life cycle, becoming young again. This is Turritopsis dohrnii, the immortal jellyfish, and it has achieved what humans have dreamed of since the dawn of consciousness: biological immortality. While every other creature on Earth follows the inevitable path from birth to death, this tiny marine organism has discovered how to cheat the ultimate universal constant. The immortal jellyfish doesn't just live a long time, it can theoretically live forever. When faced with physical damage, starvation, disease, or old age, it triggers a process called transdifferentiation, essentially hitting a biological reset button that transforms it back into its juvenile polyp stage. From there, it grows up again, potentially repeating this cycle indefinitely. Imagine if humans could respond to a terminal illness by reverting to childhood and growing up again with a completely healthy body. This is exactly what the immortal jellyfish does, and it's been perfecting this process for millions of years while remaining virtually unknown to science until the 1990s. The discovery of biological immortality in a real, living organism has sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Researchers around the world are now racing to understand how this tiny jellyfish accomplishes what has eluded every other complex life form on Earth: the biological time machine. To understand how extraordinary the immortal jellyfish's abilities are, you need to appreciate what it means to reverse aging at the cellular level. In every other animal, cells become specialized for specific functions and lose the ability to transform into other cell types. A heart cell remains a heart cell, a brain cell remains a brain cell, and when these cells wear out or become damaged, they die. The immortal jellyfish has found a way around this fundamental limitation of multicellular life. When triggered by stress, injury, or aging, its cells undergo transdifferentiation. They literally transform from one cell type into another. Muscle cells can become nerve cells, digestive cells can become reproductive cells, and specialized tissues can revert to the stem cell-like state of their youth. This process is so radical that it's equivalent to a butterfly transforming back into a caterpillar, then developing into a butterfly again. The adult jellyfish essentially dissolves its own body and rebuilds itself as a juvenile, retaining its genetic identity while completely restructuring its physical form. Dr. Shin Kubota, a Japanese marine biologist who has spent decades studying immortal jellyfish, describes the process as, quote, the most remarkable example of cellular plasticity in the animal kingdom. These jellies have essentially solved the problem of aging by refusing to accept cellular specialization as permanent, end quote. The transformation takes about 2 to 3 days and involves the complete reorganization of the jellyfish's body plan. The bell-shaped adult form contracts and settles to the seafloor, where it develops into a polyp colony that will eventually bud off new adult jellyfish. It's biological recycling taken to its ultimate extreme: the accidental discovery. The immortal jellyfish's remarkable abilities were discovered almost by accident in the late 1980s by Christian Summer, a young marine biology student studying hydrozoans in the Mediterranean. Summer was keeping various jellyfish species in laboratory aquariums when he noticed something impossible happening in one of his tanks. Instead of dying when they reached the end of their natural lifespan, some of the tiny Turritopsis dohrnii specimens were reverting to their juvenile polyp stage. At first, Summer thought he was observing some kind of laboratory contamination or error in his experimental setup. It wasn't until he began carefully documenting the process that Summer realized he had discovered something unprecedented in biology. These jellyfish weren't just living longer than expected, they were literally aging in reverse, transforming from adults back into juveniles. The discovery was initially met with skepticism from the scientific community. The idea of biological immortality seemed too extraordinary to be true, and many researchers assumed there must be some experimental error or misidentification involved. It took years of careful research and replication by multiple laboratories around the world to confirm that Turritopsis dohrnii had indeed achieved what seemed impossible: the ability to reverse the aging process and potentially live forever. The global invasion. Since its discovery, the immortal jellyfish has been spreading around the world's oceans at an unprecedented rate. Originally found only in the Mediterranean, these tiny organisms have now been documented in temperate and tropical waters across the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. This global expansion has been aided by the jellyfish's hitchhiking abilities. In their polyp stage, they can attach to ship hulls, offshore drilling platforms, and other human structures, traveling thousands of miles before settling in new environments. Their small size and cryptic appearance make them nearly impossible to detect until they've already established new populations. The fact that these jellyfish can theoretically live forever means that once they establish themselves in a new area, they may never disappear. Unlike other invasive species that might eventually die out due to environmental pressures or competition, immortal jellyfish populations could persist indefinitely. Some marine biologists are beginning to worry about the ecological implications of a potentially immortal invasive species. If immortal jellyfish populations continue to grow unchecked, they could eventually dominate marine ecosystems in ways that we're only beginning to understand. The stress response revolution. Research into the immortal jellyfish's transdifferentiation process has revealed that it's triggered by various forms of stress. Physical damage, food scarcity, temperature changes, and chemical pollutants can all cause the jellyfish to initiate its reverse aging process. This stress-induced immortality represents a completely different approach to survival from what we see in other organisms. While most creatures try to avoid or resist stress, the immortal jellyfish has evolved to use stress as a trigger for renewal and regeneration. The process appears to be controlled by specific genes that regulate cellular fate and stem cell activity. When these genes are activated by stress signals, they reprogram the jellyfish's cells to abandon their specialized functions and return to a more primitive, flexible state. Understanding these genetic mechanisms could have profound implications for human medicine. Scientists are studying the immortal jellyfish's genes to identify potential targets for treatments that could enhance human tissue regeneration and repair. The laboratory phoenix. Maintaining immortal jellyfish in laboratory conditions has proven to be both fascinating and challenging for researchers. In captivity, these organisms will repeatedly cycle through their life stages when subjected to stress, providing scientists with unprecedented opportunities to study biological immortality in real time. Dr. Kubota's laboratory in Japan has maintained cultures of immortal jellyfish for over 2 decades, documenting hundreds of regeneration cycles in individual specimens. Some of the jellyfish in his collection have undergone transdifferentiation dozens of times, essentially living multiple lifetimes within the span of a single research project. The laboratory studies have revealed that the immortal jellyfish's regenerative abilities are remarkably consistent. Given the right conditions, virtually every adult specimen can successfully reverse its aging and return to the juvenile polyp stage. However, laboratory conditions also reveal the limitations of the jellyfish's immortality. While they can theoretically live forever, they're still vulnerable to predation, disease, and environmental catastrophes. In the wild, very few immortal jellyfish likely survive long enough to undergo multiple regeneration cycles. The genetic fountain. Recent advances in genetic sequencing have allowed researchers to decode the immortal jellyfish's genome and identify the specific mechanisms that control its remarkable regenerative abilities. The genome reveals that these jellyfish have unusually active stem cell maintenance systems and enhanced DNA repair mechanisms. Compared to other related species, immortal jellyfish have duplicated copies of many genes involved in cellular repair and regeneration. This genetic redundancy may provide them with enhanced abilities to maintain cellular function and prevent the accumulation of age-related damage. The jellyfish also appear to have evolved enhanced mechanisms for protecting their telomeres, the protective caps on chromosomes that typically shorten with age. In most organisms, telomere shortening is one of the primary causes of cellular aging, but immortal jellyfish seem to have found ways to maintain or even restore telomere length during their regeneration cycles. These genetic insights are providing researchers with new targets for potential anti-aging therapies in humans. While we're still far from achieving jellyfish-like immortality, understanding how these organisms maintain cellular youth could lead to treatments that slow or reverse aspects of human aging. The ecological paradox. The existence of a potentially immortal marine organism raises fascinating questions about marine ecology and evolution. If immortal jellyfish can theoretically live forever and reproduce continuously, why haven't they taken over the world's oceans? The answer appears to lie in the harsh realities of marine life. Despite their immortality, these jellyfish face constant threats from predators, competitors, and environmental changes. Their small size makes them vulnerable to being eaten by a wide variety of marine organisms, from small fish to other jellyfish. Environmental factors also play a crucial role in limiting their populations. Changes in water temperature, salinity, or chemical composition can kill immortal jellyfish just as effectively as any other marine organism. Their immortality protects them from aging and some forms of stress, but it doesn't make them invulnerable to all threats. The energy cost of transdifferentiation may also limit how often individual jellyfish can use their regenerative abilities. Each transformation requires significant metabolic resources, and jellyfish living in food-poor environments may not be able to afford the energetic cost of frequent regeneration. The medical revolution. The study of immortal jellyfish is opening new frontiers in regenerative medicine and aging research. Scientists are particularly interested in understanding how these organisms reprogram their cells to achieve such dramatic transformations. Research into the jellyfish's transdifferentiation process has already led to advances in stem cell therapy and tissue engineering. Techniques inspired by the jellyfish's cellular reprogramming abilities are being developed to treat conditions ranging from heart disease to neurodegenerative disorders. The jellyfish's ability to reverse aging at the cellular level is also providing insights into the fundamental mechanisms of aging in all organisms. By understanding how these animals avoid age-related cellular damage, researchers hope to develop interventions that could extend healthy human lifespan. Some researchers are even exploring the possibility of developing therapies that could trigger limited transdifferentiation in human tissues, potentially allowing damaged organs to regenerate rather than simply repair themselves. The conservation irony. Ironically, despite being theoretically immortal, the immortal jellyfish faces many of the same conservation challenges as other marine organisms. Ocean pollution, climate change, and habitat destruction all threaten their populations and their ability to complete their complex life cycles. Chemical pollutants in seawater can interfere with the jellyfish's transdifferentiation process, potentially preventing them from accessing their immortality when needed. Ocean acidification and warming temperatures can also disrupt the delicate environmental conditions required for successful regeneration. The irony is profound. An organism that has achieved biological immortality may still be vulnerable to extinction due to human-induced environmental changes. Their immortality protects them from aging and disease, but it doesn't shield them from the rapid pace of environmental degradation. The philosophical questions. The existence of biological immortality in the immortal jellyfish raises profound philosophical questions about the nature of life, death, and identity. If a jellyfish can repeatedly transform from adult to juvenile and back again, is it the same individual throughout these cycles? The question becomes even more complex when considering that the immortal jellyfish's regeneration process can result in multiple new individuals budding off from a single polyp colony. Are these genetically identical jellyfish the same individual or different organisms? These questions aren't just philosophical curiosities. They have practical implications for how we study and understand these organisms. Tracking individual jellyfish through multiple regeneration cycles requires new approaches to identity and continuity that challenge traditional biological concepts. The future of immortality. As research into the immortal jellyfish continues, scientists are beginning to understand that biological immortality might be more common in nature than previously thought. Several other organisms, including certain bacteria, some plants, and even a few other cnidarians, show forms of potential immortality. However, the immortal jellyfish remains unique in its ability to reverse the aging process through transdifferentiation. This specific mechanism of achieving immortality offers the most promising insights for potential applications to human health and longevity. Future research is focusing on understanding the evolutionary origins of the jellyfish's immortality and whether similar mechanisms could be engineered in other organisms. The ultimate goal is not necessarily to make humans immortal, but to understand and harness the cellular mechanisms that allow some organisms to maintain youth indefinitely. The tiny teacher. Today, the immortal jellyfish continues to provide lessons about the possible limits of life and the hidden potential within even the smallest organisms. This tiny creature, barely visible to the naked eye, has achieved something that has eluded every other complex life form on Earth. Their story reminds us that the most profound discoveries often come from the most unexpected sources. Who would have thought that the secret to immortality would be found in a jellyfish so small that it could fit on a fingertip? As our understanding of these remarkable organisms continues to grow, they may hold the key to revolutionizing how we think about aging, disease, and the fundamental nature of life itself. The immortal jellyfish has shown us that the boundary between life and death may be more flexible than we ever imagined. In the vast expanse of our planet's oceans, these tiny time travelers continue their eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. They serve as living proof that evolution can find solutions to problems we thought were unsolvable, and that the natural world still holds secrets that could transform our understanding of what it means to be alive. Our next encounter will take us to meet the gentle giants of the sea, creatures so massive yet so peaceful that they challenge everything we think we know about what it means to be a predator in the ocean's depths. Story 15. The Whale Shark, Gentle Giants of the Deep. The Paradox of the Peaceful Predator. In the warm, azure waters of the tropical seas, something magnificent rises from the depths. A shadow appears beneath the surface, growing larger and larger until it seems impossible that any living creature could be this massive. Then, like a living island emerging from the blue void, a whale shark breaks the surface, 40 feet of spotted majesty that defies every assumption about what it means to be a predator in the ocean. This is Rhynchodon typus, the largest fish in the world, and it represents one of nature's most beautiful contradictions. Here is a creature that could swallow a human whole, yet it feeds exclusively on some of the tiniest organisms in the sea. It's a shark that inspires wonder rather than terror, a predator so gentle that swimming alongside it feels like floating next to a benevolent deity of the deep. The whale shark's very existence challenges our understanding of marine ecosystems and evolution. In a world where bigger usually means more dangerous, these giants have chosen a different path. They've become living vacuum cleaners, filtering massive volumes of water to capture the microscopic life that drifts through the ocean's upper layers. When early European explorers first encountered whale sharks in tropical waters, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. Here was a fish larger than their sailing vessels, yet it showed no aggression toward humans. Local fishermen spoke of these creatures with reverence, calling them gentle giants and considering encounters with them to be signs of good fortune. Today, whale sharks have become symbols of ocean conservation, representing the magnificent diversity of marine life and the urgent need to protect the world's increasingly threatened marine ecosystems. The engineering marvel. To understand how remarkable whale sharks are, you need to appreciate the biological engineering required to sustain a 40-foot fish that feeds on organisms smaller than a grain of rice. The whale shark's mouth alone is a marvel of evolutionary design. When fully opened, it can measure up to 5 feet wide, creating a cavernous intake that could easily engulf a person. Inside this massive mouth lies one of nature's most sophisticated filtration systems. Instead of teeth designed for cutting or crushing, whale sharks have hundreds of tiny teeth arranged in more than 300 rows. These teeth serve no feeding function. They're evolutionary remnants from ancestors that hunted larger prey. The real feeding apparatus consists of specialized gill rakers, comb-like structures that filter food from the water as it passes through the shark's gills. These gill rakers can capture particles as small as plankton, while allowing water to flow through efficiently. It's a system so effective that whale sharks can process over 1,500 gallons of water per hour. The feeding process itself is mesmerizing to witness. Whale sharks swim slowly through areas rich in plankton, small fish, and fish eggs, their massive mouths agape as they vacuum up everything in their path. They can feed both at the surface and at depths, sometimes diving to over 6,000 feet to follow the vertical migrations of their prey. Dr. Brad Norman, a leading whale shark researcher, describes their feeding behavior as like watching a living submarine with its hatches open, methodically harvesting the sea's bounty with mechanical precision. The spotted mysteries. One of the most striking features of whale sharks is their distinctive pattern of white spots and stripes against a dark background. These patterns are as unique as human fingerprints, allowing researchers to identify individual sharks through photographic analysis. The spot patterns have enabled scientists to develop a global database of whale shark encounters, revealing migration patterns and population dynamics that were previously unknown. Some individuals have been tracked across entire ocean basins, following food sources and environmental conditions in journeys that span thousands of miles. Recent research has revealed that these patterns may serve functions beyond individual identification. The spots and stripes may provide camouflage when viewed from below, breaking up the shark's silhouette against the bright surface water. This countershading helps these massive creatures remain less visible to potential threats or prey. The patterns also appear to develop and change as the sharks age, with younger individuals showing more prominent spots that may fade or alter as they mature. This dynamic nature of their markings adds another layer of complexity to understanding these enigmatic giants. The global wanderers. Whale sharks are among the most widely distributed fish species on Earth, found in warm waters throughout the tropics and subtropics. However, their movements and behavior patterns have only recently begun to be understood, thanks to advances in satellite tagging technology. These gentle giants are highly migratory, following food sources and environmental conditions across vast ocean distances. Some individuals have been tracked traveling over 8,000 miles in a single year, crossing entire ocean basins in search of optimal feeding areas. The sharks show remarkable fidelity to certain feeding areas, returning to the same locations year after year during peak feeding seasons. Places like Ningaloo Reef in Australia, the Maldives, and the Caribbean have become famous for their predictable whale shark aggregations. These aggregation sites are typically associated with specific environmental conditions that promote plankton blooms or spawning events of small fish. The sharks appear to time their visits to coincide with these feeding opportunities, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of ocean productivity cycles. The reproduction enigma. Despite decades of research, whale shark reproduction remains one of marine biology's greatest mysteries. These sharks reach sexual maturity very late in life, possibly not until they're 20 to 30 years old and 15 to 20 feet in length. Given that they can live for over 100 years and grow to lengths exceeding 40 feet, this represents a massive investment in growth before reproduction begins. No one has ever observed whale sharks mating or giving birth in the wild. The only pregnant female ever found was caught off Taiwan in 1995, and she contained over 300 embryos in various stages of development. This discovery revealed that whale sharks are ovoviviparous. The young develop inside eggs within the mother's body, hatching internally before being born as live pups. The Taiwan specimen suggested that whale sharks may have one of the longest gestation periods of any animal, possibly lasting several years. The embryos showed evidence of oophagy, eating unfertilized eggs within the uterus, which may be how they sustain themselves during this extended development period. Where whale sharks mate and give birth remains completely unknown. Some researchers theorize that these activities occur in deep, remote areas of the ocean that are rarely visited by humans. Others suggest that mating might take place in specific coastal areas that haven't been identified yet. The diving champions. Recent research has revealed that whale sharks are far more sophisticated divers than previously thought. Satellite tagging studies have documented sharks diving to depths exceeding 6,000 feet, venturing into the deep scattering layer where vast numbers of small organisms migrate vertically through the water column each day. These deep dives appear to be feeding expeditions, as the sharks follow the daily vertical migration of zooplankton and small fish. During the day, when these organisms retreat to the depths to avoid predators, whale sharks dive down to continue feeding in the dark depths. The diving behavior shows remarkable individual variation. Some sharks are primarily surface feeders, rarely diving below 100 feet, while others are deep diving specialists that spend most of their time in the mesopelagic zone, hundreds of meters below the surface. The ability to dive to such depths gives whale sharks access to food resources that are unavailable to other filter-feeding sharks. This vertical feeding strategy may be crucial for maintaining their massive size in nutrient-poor tropical waters. The temperature seekers. Whale sharks show a strong preference for water temperatures between 78 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, or 26 to 30 degrees Celsius, which restricts them to tropical and subtropical regions. However, within these warm water zones, they show complex temperature-seeking behaviors that scientists are still trying to understand. Some individuals follow temperature gradients, moving to cooler waters during hot summer months and warmer waters during winter. Others appear to seek out specific temperature zones that coincide with optimal feeding conditions. Climate change is beginning to affect whale shark distribution patterns. As ocean temperatures rise and current patterns shift, the areas suitable for whale sharks may change dramatically. Some traditional feeding areas are already showing signs of altered productivity that could affect whale shark populations. The shark's dependence on specific temperature ranges makes them particularly vulnerable to rapid climate change. Unlike more mobile species that can quickly adapt to new conditions, whale sharks' slow reproductive rate and specific habitat requirements make rapid adaptation difficult. The ecotourism revolution. Whale sharks have become the stars of marine ecotourism, attracting millions of visitors annually to places where encounters with these gentle giants are possible. Countries like Mexico, the Maldives, and Australia have built entire tourism industries around whale shark encounters. This tourism boom has had both positive and negative effects on whale shark populations. On the positive side, it has created economic incentives for conservation and has raised global awareness about these magnificent creatures. Local communities that once saw whale sharks as obstacles to fishing now view them as valuable resources worth protecting. However, tourism pressure has also created new threats. Boat strikes, harassment by swimmers and divers, and changes in behavior due to constant human presence are all documented impacts of whale shark tourism. Some feeding areas show signs of disturbance, with sharks spending less time at the surface when tourism boats are present. Responsible whale shark tourism requires careful management to balance economic benefits with conservation needs. The best programs limit the number of swimmers per encounter, maintain safe distances from the sharks, and contribute funding to research and conservation efforts. The conservation challenge. Despite their global distribution and iconic status, whale sharks face increasing threats from human activities. They're listed as endangered on the International Union for Conservation of Nature Red List, also known as IUCN Red List, with populations declining in many areas due to fishing pressure, habitat loss, and climate change. Whale sharks are particularly vulnerable to fishing because of their slow growth, late maturation, and low reproductive rate. Even modest increases in mortality can cause long-term population declines. Ship strikes are also a growing threat, as shipping traffic increases in whale shark habitat areas. Plastic pollution poses another serious threat. Whale sharks' filter-feeding lifestyle makes them particularly susceptible to ingesting plastic debris, which can block their digestive systems or introduce toxic chemicals into their bodies. The challenge of whale shark conservation is complicated by their highly migratory nature. Effective protection requires international cooperation among all the countries whose waters these sharks visit during their long migrations. The cultural icons. Across their range, whale sharks hold special significance in local cultures and traditions. In many Pacific Island cultures, they're seen as symbols of abundance and good fortune. Traditional stories often portray them as gentle guardians of the sea who bring prosperity to those who treat them with respect. In many coastal cultures, whale sharks are revered and considered sacred by indigenous communities. Traditional fishing practices often included taboos against harming these gentle giants, recognizing their importance to marine ecosystem health and respecting their role as ocean guardians. Mexican fishermen call them pez dama, meaning ladyfish, and domino for their spotted pattern. Local legends describe them as the reincarnation of kind souls who return to the sea to help others. These cultural connections have proven valuable for conservation efforts, as they provide a foundation for community-based protection programs that respect traditional values while addressing modern conservation challenges. The research revolution. Modern research techniques are revolutionizing our understanding of whale shark biology and behavior. Satellite tagging allows researchers to track individual sharks for months or years, revealing migration patterns and habitat preferences that were previously unknown. Genetic analysis is providing insights into whale shark population structure and connectivity. DNA studies suggest that despite their ability to travel vast distances, whale shark populations may be more genetically isolated than expected, with limited mixing between distant populations. Underwater photography and video analysis are revealing new details about feeding behavior, social interactions, and individual personalities. Some sharks show curiosity about human divers, while others are more cautious or indifferent. Citizen science programs are also contributing valuable data. Tourists and divers from around the world submit photographs of whale shark encounters, building a global database of sightings that helps researchers track population trends and movement patterns. The deep-sea pioneers. Recent discoveries have revealed that whale sharks may spend significant portions of their lives in deep, open ocean environments that are poorly understood. Deep diving behavior suggests they may be accessing food resources in the mesopelagic zone that were previously unknown to science. Some researchers theorize that whale sharks may be pioneer species, among the first large animals to exploit new or changing food resources in the open ocean. Their ability to process vast volumes of water efficiently may allow them to take advantage of food sources that are too diffuse for other predators. The deep sea aspect of whale shark ecology represents a major frontier for research. Understanding what they do in the deep ocean could provide insights into ecosystem functioning in one of Earth's least explored environments. The living indicators. Whale sharks serve as important indicators of ocean health and productivity. Their presence in an area typically indicates healthy marine ecosystems, with abundant plankton and small fish populations. Changes in whale shark distribution or behavior can signal broader environmental changes. As filter feeders at the top of the food web, whale sharks accumulate contaminants and pollutants in their tissues, making them valuable sentinels for monitoring ocean pollution. Tissue samples from whale sharks can reveal the presence of industrial chemicals, heavy metals, and other pollutants in marine environments. Their feeding behavior also makes them important players in ocean nutrient cycle. By feeding at depth and releasing waste products near the surface, they help transport nutrients vertically through the water column. The future of giants. Today, whale sharks continue to roam the world's warm oceans, following the same migration routes their ancestors have used for millions of years. However, the challenges they face are unprecedented in their evolutionary history. Climate change, overfishing, pollution, and habitat destruction are all affecting whale shark populations in ways that we're only beginning to understand. The species' slow reproductive rate means that population recovery from declines will take decades or centuries. Conservation efforts are showing promise in some areas. Marine protected areas, fishing regulations, and sustainable tourism programs are all contributing to whale shark protection. International cooperation through organizations like the Convention on Migratory Species is beginning to provide coordinated protection across the shark's range. The key to whale shark conservation lies in understanding and protecting the entire ecosystem that supports them. These gentle giants serve as ambassadors for ocean conservation, reminding us that the health of marine ecosystems depends on protecting everything from the smallest plankton to the largest fish. The gentle teachers. As our journey through the ocean's mysteries continues, whale sharks stand as monuments to the power of gentleness in a world often dominated by aggression and competition. These massive creatures have found success not through violence or intimidation, but through patience, efficiency, and harmony with their environment. They remind us that size and power don't have to mean domination and destruction. In their graceful movements through tropical seas, whale sharks demonstrate that it's possible to be both mighty and gentle, both massive and peaceful. Each encounter with a whale shark is a privilege, a chance to share the ocean with one of evolution's most magnificent creations. As these spotted giants glide through our world's warming seas, they carry with them the hope that we can learn to coexist with the natural world as peacefully as they have learned to coexist with us. Our next encounter will take us to the Pacific Northwest, where intelligence meets 8 arms in one of the ocean's most remarkable problem solvers, a creature whose cognitive abilities challenge everything we thought we knew about marine intelligence. Story 16. The Giant Pacific Octopus, the Ocean's Genius. The Alien Among Us. In the cold, kelp-shrouded waters of the North Pacific, where towering forests of seaweed create underwater cathedrals and rocky reefs provide endless hiding places, lives what might be the most intelligent creature in the ocean. The giant Pacific octopus, scientifically known as Enteroctopus doflani, is a being so cognitively advanced that encountering one feels less like meeting another species and more like making contact with an alien intelligence. With arms that can span 30 feet from tip to tip and a body capable of weighing over 600 pounds, this is not just the largest octopus in the world. It's a creature that possesses problem-solving abilities, memory, and what can only be described as personality traits that rival those of vertebrates with much larger brains. Each giant Pacific octopus is an individual with preferences, emotions, and cognitive abilities that continue to astonish researchers who study them. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about these creatures isn't their size or their intelligence. It's how recently we've begun to understand just how extraordinary they truly are. For decades, they were dismissed as simple predators, invertebrates driven by instinct alone. Now we know that behind those alien eyes lies a mind capable of learning, planning, and even what appears to be creative thinking. When marine biologists first began studying giant Pacific octopuses in detail in the 1960s, they expected to find sophisticated predators with complex behaviors. What they discovered instead was something that challenged fundamental assumptions about intelligence, consciousness, and what it means to think: the architecture of genius. To understand how remarkable the giant Pacific octopus's intelligence is, you need to appreciate the biological system that produces it. Unlike vertebrates, which centralize most cognitive functions in a single brain, octopuses have distributed their intelligence throughout their bodies in a way that seems almost designed by an alien engineer. A giant Pacific octopus has not one brain, but 9. The central brain, located between the eyes, contains about 40 million neurons and handles high-level processing like learning and memory. But each of the 8 arms contains its own neural cluster with about 10 million neurons, essentially giving each arm its own mini-brain capable of independent decision-making. This distributed intelligence allows for cognitive abilities that are simply impossible in vertebrates. A giant Pacific octopus can simultaneously use different arms to solve different problems, while its central brain focuses on other tasks. It's like having multiple processors running in parallel, each capable of learning and adapting independently. The arms themselves are marvels of biological engineering. Each one contains over 40 million chemoreceptors that can taste and smell with incredible sensitivity. An octopus arm can identify objects by taste alone, distinguish between different materials, and even recognize specific individuals by their chemical signatures. Dr. Jennifer Mather, a leading expert on octopus cognition, describes their neural architecture as a completely different solution to the problem of intelligence. While vertebrates put all their cognitive eggs in one basket, octopuses have created a distributed network that might actually be more efficient for certain types of problem solving. The master of disguise. Perhaps the most visually stunning demonstration of octopus intelligence is their ability to change color, texture, and shape with lightning speed. Giant Pacific octopuses possess one of the most sophisticated camouflage systems in the animal kingdom, with over 200 chromatophores per square millimeter of skin. But this isn't just passive camouflage, it's active, intelligent communication. Octopuses use their color-changing abilities to express emotions, intentions, and even complex thoughts. Different patterns appear to convey different messages, from aggression warnings to mating displays to what researchers believe might be expressions of curiosity or playfulness. The speed and precision of these transformations is breathtaking. A giant Pacific octopus can shift from nearly invisible camouflage to vivid warning colors in less than half a second. They can mimic the texture and color of rocks, coral, seaweed, or even other animals with such accuracy that they effectively become invisible to both predators and prey. Recent research has revealed that octopuses may even use their camouflage abilities to think visually, displaying patterns that reflect their internal cognitive processes. Some researchers theorize that the rapidly shifting patterns that appear on a resting octopus's skin might be the external manifestation of dreams or memory processing. The tool-using engineers. Giant Pacific octopuses are among the few marine invertebrates known to use tools, and their tool-using behaviors demonstrate planning, foresight, and problem-solving abilities that were once thought to be unique to vertebrates. In laboratory settings, giant Pacific octopuses have been observed collecting rocks and shells to build protective shelters around their dens. But this isn't random collection. They select specific materials based on size, shape, and weight, demonstrating clear preferences and planning abilities. Even more remarkably, they've been observed modifying tools to improve their effectiveness. Octopuses will break rocks to create pieces of the right size, arrange shells in specific patterns to create better protection, and even use tools in sequence to accomplish complex tasks. In 2019, researchers documented a giant Pacific octopus in the wild using a discarded plastic bottle as a mobile shelter, carrying it from location to location and entering it when threatened. This behavior showed not just tool use, but tool transport and forward planning. The octopus was preparing for future threats by carrying protection with it. The sophistication of their tool use has led some researchers to propose that octopuses might be capable of a form of culture, learn behaviors that are passed between individuals and persist over time. The escape artists. Perhaps nothing demonstrates octopus intelligence better than their legendary ability to escape from seemingly impossible situations. Giant Pacific octopuses in aquariums have become famous for their prison breaks, often displaying problem-solving abilities that leave their human keepers amazed and frustrated in equal measure. The most famous escape artist was an octopus named Inky at the National Aquarium of New Zealand. In 2016, Inky squeezed through a small gap in his tank, made his way across the floor of the aquarium building, found a drain pipe that led to the ocean, and escaped back to the wild. Security cameras captured the entire escape, revealing a level of spatial reasoning and problem-solving that seemed almost impossible for an invertebrate. But Inky's escape wasn't unique. Aquariums around the world report similar incidents: octopuses learning to open their tank lids, navigating complex mazes to reach neighboring tanks, and even leaving their enclosures to hunt fish in other tanks before returning home. These escapes require multiple cognitive abilities working together: spatial memory to navigate unfamiliar environments, problem-solving to overcome obstacles, and the ability to plan multi-step sequences of actions. It's the kind of intelligence that scientists once believed was limited to primates and a few other highly advanced vertebrates. The learning machines. Laboratory studies have revealed that giant Pacific octopuses possess remarkable learning abilities that continue to surprise researchers. They can solve complex puzzles, learn to navigate mazes, and even demonstrate what appears to be observational learning, watching other octopuses solve problems and then applying those solutions themselves. One of the most famous experiments involved training octopuses to distinguish between different geometric shapes to receive food rewards. Not only did the octopuses quickly learn the associations, but they retained this knowledge for weeks after training ended. More remarkably, they could transfer this learning to new situations, recognizing the same shapes in different contexts. Giant Pacific octopuses also demonstrate individual learning styles and preferences. Some individuals are bold explorers who quickly investigate new objects and situations, while others are more cautious and systematic in their approach to problems. These personality differences affect how quickly and in what ways individual octopuses learn new tasks. Recent studies have also revealed that octopuses can learn to anticipate future events based on past experience. They can be trained to expect food delivery at specific times and will position themselves accordingly, demonstrating an understanding of temporal relationships that was previously thought to require a much larger brain. The social mysteries. While giant Pacific octopuses are generally solitary creatures, recent research has revealed unexpected social behaviors that suggest their cognitive abilities extend to understanding and interacting with other individuals. In laboratory settings, octopuses have been observed watching and learning from other octopuses in neighboring tanks. They appear to recognize individual humans and show different behaviors toward different people, suggesting they can form social memories and preferences. Perhaps most intriguingly, there have been reports of octopuses in the wild engaging in what can only be described as play behavior with other species. Divers have documented giant Pacific octopuses apparently playing with seals, engaging in gentle tug-of-war games that serve no obvious survival function. These social interactions challenge the traditional view of octopuses as completely solitary creatures and suggest that their intelligence might include social cognitive abilities that we're only beginning to understand. The problem solvers. The problem-solving abilities of giant Pacific octopuses continue to amaze researchers who study them. In controlled experiments, these creatures have demonstrated the ability to solve multi-step puzzles that require planning and working memory. One classic experiment involves placing food inside a series of nested containers that must be opened in a specific sequence. Giant Pacific octopuses not only learn to open these complex puzzles, but can solve them faster with each attempt, demonstrating clear improvement and memory of the solution strategy. Even more impressive is their ability to solve novel problems, puzzles they've never encountered before. When presented with new challenges, octopuses will systematically explore different approaches until they find a solution, showing a flexibility of thought that suggests genuine problem solving rather than just learned responses. Their problem-solving abilities extend to social situations as well. Octopuses in aquariums have been observed manipulating their environment to get attention from keepers, turning off lights to create disturbances, or even soaking visitors with precisely aimed water jets. The sensory virtuosos. The sensory world of a giant Pacific octopus is almost impossible for humans to imagine. Beyond their remarkable vision and chemoreception, these creatures possess sensory abilities that border on the supernatural. Their skin contains not just chromatophores for color change, but also mechanoreceptors that can detect the slightest vibrations in the water. This gives them a form of distant touch, the ability to sense objects and movements without physical contact. Giant Pacific octopuses also appear to have sophisticated spatial memory systems that allow them to navigate complex three-dimensional environments with remarkable accuracy. They can return to specific locations after extended journeys and remember the locations of multiple food caches or hiding spots. Some researchers believe that octopuses might even possess forms of sensory perception that humans lack entirely. Their ability to detect subtle changes in water chemistry and electromagnetic fields might give them access to information about their environment that we can't even measure with our instruments. The short-lived geniuses. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of giant Pacific octopus biology is the brevity of their lives. Despite their remarkable intelligence and problem-solving abilities, these creatures typically live only 3 to 5 years. This short lifespan means that each individual octopus must learn everything from scratch, with no opportunity to pass knowledge to offspring. The brevity of their lives makes their cognitive achievements even more remarkable. In just a few years, a giant Pacific octopus develops problem-solving abilities that rival those of animals that live for decades. It's as if they're evolutionary geniuses operating on an accelerated timeline. This short lifespan also means that octopus intelligence is entirely individual rather than cultural. Each octopus must rediscover solutions to problems that previous generations have already solved, making their achievements a testament to the power of individual learning and adaptation. The conservation challenge. Giant Pacific octopuses face increasing pressure from climate change, ocean acidification, and human activities. Their dependence on cool, oxygen-rich waters makes them particularly vulnerable to warming ocean temperatures. The species is also affected by fishing pressure, both directly through targeted fisheries and indirectly through the depletion of their prey species. Their slow reproduction rate and short lifespan make populations vulnerable to overexploitation. Perhaps most concerning is the impact of ocean acidification on their prey species, particularly the crustaceans and mollusks that form a large part of their diet. As shell-building organisms struggle with acidifying waters, octopus food sources may become scarce. The research revolution. Modern research techniques are revolutionizing our understanding of octopus cognition and behavior. Advanced imaging techniques allow researchers to observe brain activity in real time, revealing the neural basis of octopus intelligence. Virtual reality systems are being developed to study octopus navigation and spatial cognition in controlled environments. These systems allow researchers to create complex three-dimensional mazes and test octopus problem-solving abilities in ways that were previously impossible. Genetic research is also providing insights into the evolution of octopus intelligence. Comparative studies with other cephalopods are revealing how complex cognition evolved independently in the octopus lineage. The philosophical implications. The intelligence of giant Pacific octopuses raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and cognition. If creatures with such different neural architectures can demonstrate complex problem-solving, learning, and apparent emotional responses, what does this tell us about intelligence itself? Some philosophers and cognitive scientists argue that octopus intelligence represents an entirely different form of consciousness, one that evolved independently from vertebrate intelligence and might operate on completely different principles. The study of octopus cognition is also informing research into artificial intelligence and distributed computing systems. The octopus model of intelligence, with multiple processing centers working in parallel, might offer insights for developing more efficient AI systems. The ocean's Einstein. Today, giant Pacific octopuses continue to surprise and delight researchers with new demonstrations of their remarkable cognitive abilities. Each study reveals new layers of complexity in their behavior and suggests that we've only begun to scratch the surface of octopus intelligence. These creatures represent one of evolution's most successful experiments in creating intelligence from completely different biological materials. They prove that big brains aren't the only path to sophisticated cognition, and that intelligence can emerge from the most unexpected places. As we continue to study these remarkable beings, they challenge us to expand our definitions of intelligence, consciousness, and what it means to think. In the cold waters of the North Pacific, alien minds are solving problems, creating art with their skin, and demonstrating that intelligence is far more diverse and wonderful than we ever imagined. Our next encounter will take us into the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean, where creatures have evolved such extreme adaptations that they seem like living nightmares pulled from the depths of space itself. Story 17. The Viperfish, Nightmare of the Abyss. The Living Darkness. 3 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the crushing pressure would instantly pulverize a human body, and the darkness is so complete it seems to have physical weight. Something horrifying drifts through the void. It moves with the fluid grace of a serpent, its skeletal frame undulating through the water like death itself given form. Then, without warning, it opens its mouth to reveal a nightmare of needle-sharp teeth, so long they cannot fit inside its skull. This is the Viperfish, Chaliotis sloni, and it represents everything that terrifies us about the unknown depths of our planet's oceans. With teeth like hypodermic needles, and a bioluminescent lure that dangles like a fallen star in the eternal night, the Viperfish is evolution's answer to the question, what would perfect terror look like if it could swim? Found at depths of up to 5,000 feet, Viperfish inhabit a realm where normal rules of biology are twisted into something alien and unsettling. In this world of perpetual midnight, creatures don't just adapt to the darkness, they become the darkness, transforming into living nightmares that seem designed by a mad god with a taste for horror. But the Viperfish isn't just a monster, it's a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering. Every aspect of its terrifying anatomy serves a specific purpose in the brutal economy of the deep sea, where meals are rare, and missing an opportunity to feed can mean the difference between life and death. When early deep-sea explorers first hauled Viperfish up in their nets in the late 1800s, the specimens they found were so alien, so utterly unlike anything in the known world, that some scientists initially refused to believe they were real fish at all. The anatomy of terror. To understand why the Viperfish appears so nightmarish to human eyes, you need to appreciate that every grotesque feature has been refined over millions of years to create the perfect deep-sea predator. The Viperfish's most famous characteristic, its oversized teeth, are so long that they actually curve around the outside of its skull when its mouth is closed. These translucent fangs can be up to half the length of the fish's entire head and are angled backward to prevent any escape once prey is impaled. The teeth are so large that the Viperfish has evolved special grooves on either side of its brain case where the tips rest when the mouth is closed. Essentially, this fish has to modify its skull architecture to accommodate its own weaponry. The Viperfish's body is elongated and laterally compressed, giving it a ribbon-like appearance that allows it to slice through the water with minimal energy expenditure. Its skeletal frame is clearly visible through translucent skin, creating the appearance of a living X-ray that glows faintly in the darkness. Perhaps most unsettling of all is the Viperfish's bioluminescent photophore, a specialized light-producing organ that dangles from its dorsal fin like a fishing lure. This organ can produce light ranging from blue to red, creating an eerie beacon in the absolute darkness of the deep sea. Dr. Tracy Sutton, a deep-sea fish expert, describes the Viperfish as the embodiment of deep-sea terror, a creature so perfectly adapted to its environment that it seems designed specifically to inhabit our nightmares about what lurks in the abyss. The hunter in the void. The Viperfish's hunting strategy is a masterclass in ambush predation, perfected over millions of years of evolution. In the food-poor environment of the deep sea, where prey encounters may be separated by days or weeks, every attack must be successful. There are no second chances in the abyss. The hunting process begins with the viperfish positioning itself motionlessly in the water column, its bioluminescent lure glowing softly in the darkness. The light appears to mimic the bioluminescence of small organisms that form the base of the deep-sea food web, creating an irresistible beacon for hungry prey. When a potential victim approaches the lure, the viperfish remains perfectly still, conserving energy and avoiding any movement that might spook its quarry. The fish's large eyes, adapted for detecting the faintest traces of bioluminescence in the darkness, track the approaching prey with predatory patience. The attack itself is devastatingly quick. The viperfish can accelerate its body forward at speeds that seem impossible for such a skeletal creature, impaling its prey on those massive fangs before the victim realizes the danger. The entire strike takes less than a tenth of a second, faster than most prey species can react. Once impaled, escape is impossible. The backward curved teeth ensure that any struggling only drives the prey deeper onto the spikes, while the viperfish's powerful jaw muscles prevent any possibility of breaking free. The light in the darkness. The viperfish's bioluminescent capabilities extend far beyond simple prey attraction. These creatures possess one of the most sophisticated light-producing systems in the deep sea, with photophores distributed along their body that can create complex patterns of illumination. Different species of viperfish can produce different colors and patterns of light, suggesting that bioluminescence serves communication functions, as well as hunting purposes. Some researchers believe that viperfish use their lights to identify potential mates, or to establish territorial boundaries in the featureless environment of the deep sea. The main photophore that dangles from the dorsal fin can be controlled with remarkable precision. The viperfish can adjust the intensity, duration, and even the color of the light it produces, creating different signals for different purposes. Some patterns appear to be distress signals that attract scavenging prey, while others might be territorial warnings directed at competing predators. Recent research has revealed that the viperfish's bioluminescence may also serve as a form of counter-illumination camouflage. By matching the faint downwelling light from the surface, the fish can make itself invisible to predators or prey looking up from below. The vertical migrators. Despite their fearsome appearance and deep-sea habitat, viperfish are not permanent residents of the abyss. They participate in one of the largest migrations on Earth, the daily vertical migration of deep-sea organisms known as the deep scattering layer. Each night, viperfish ascend from depths of 4,000 to 5,000 feet to hunt in the more productive waters of the mesopelagic zone, sometimes rising to within 600 feet of the surface. This migration follows the movement of their prey, which rises toward the surface under cover of darkness to feed on phytoplankton and other organisms. The migration itself is an epic journey that covers thousands of vertical feet twice daily. For a creature adapted to the crushing pressure of the deep sea, rising to shallower waters presents significant physiological challenges that viperfish have somehow managed to overcome. During their nightly hunts in shallower waters, viperfish encounter a much greater diversity of prey species and have access to more abundant food resources. This vertical migration strategy allows them to exploit both the deep-sea environment, where they avoid most predators, and the more productive shallower waters where feeding opportunities are enhanced. The pressure specialists. Living at depths where the pressure exceeds 150 times that at sea level requires extraordinary physiological adaptations. Viperfish have evolved specialized proteins and cellular structures that remain functional under these extreme conditions. Their swim bladders, gas-filled organs that most fish use for buoyancy control, are highly modified to function under extreme pressure. The viperfish can adjust the gas pressure in these organs to maintain neutral buoyancy as they migrate vertically through the water column. The fish's cellular membranes contain specialized lipids that remain flexible under high pressure, preventing the cellular damage that would occur in surface-adapted organisms. Their proteins are also modified to maintain their structure and function under conditions that would denature most biological molecules. These pressure adaptations are so extreme that viperfish cannot survive if brought to the surface too quickly. The rapid decompression causes their specialized physiology to fail catastrophically, which is why most specimens recovered by research vessels are found dead or dying. The reproductive mysteries. Like many deep-sea organisms, viperfish reproduction remains shrouded in mystery. The extreme environment they inhabit makes direct observation of mating behavior nearly impossible, and much of what we know comes from examining specimens caught in research nets. Viperfish appear to be broadcast spawners, releasing eggs and sperm into the water column where fertilization occurs. The larval stages look completely different from the adults, lacking the massive teeth and skeletal appearance that characterize mature viperfish. The larvae undergo a dramatic metamorphosis as they develop, gradually acquiring their adult characteristics as they mature. This transformation is so extreme that juvenile and adult viperfish were once classified as different species entirely. The timing of reproduction appears to be linked to seasonal changes in deep-sea productivity, though the triggers for spawning in the constant environment of the abyss remain unknown. The evolutionary nightmare. The viperfish's terrifying appearance isn't an accident. It's the result of millions of years of evolution in one of Earth's most challenging environments. Every aspect of their anatomy represents a solution to the specific problems of life in the deep sea. The massive teeth evolved to ensure that no prey, once caught, could ever escape. In an environment where meals are rare and unpredictable, the ability to secure any available food source is literally a matter of life and death. The skeletal appearance and translucent skin reduce the energy costs of maintaining body tissue in a food-poor environment. By minimizing non-essential body mass, viperfish can survive longer between meals than more robust predators. The bioluminescent lure represents the evolution of deception as a hunting strategy. In the complete darkness of the deep sea, the ability to create false signals and trick prey into approaching is a decisive evolutionary advantage. The deep sea arms race. Viperfish exist within a complex ecosystem of predators and prey, each species locked in an evolutionary arms race that has continued for millions of years. As viperfish have evolved more effective hunting strategies, their prey species have developed increasingly sophisticated countermeasures. Some deep-sea fish have evolved the ability to detect bioluminescent lures and avoid them, forcing viperfish to develop more subtle and convincing light displays. Others have developed enhanced escape reflexes, or defensive spines that make them difficult to swallow even when caught. In turn, viperfish face their own predators, larger deep-sea fish, marine mammals, and even other viperfish. Their skeletal appearance and rapid swimming ability help them avoid becoming prey themselves, while their bioluminescent capabilities can be used for defensive as well as offensive purposes. This evolutionary pressure has resulted in an ecosystem where every species is pushed to the absolute limits of biological possibility, creating creatures that seem more like science fiction than reality. The metabolic miracles. Surviving in the deep sea requires extraordinary metabolic adaptations that allow viperfish to function in an environment with minimal food resources and extreme energy constraints. These fish have evolved metabolic rates that are among the lowest of any vertebrate, allowing them to survive for weeks or even months between meals. When food is available, viperfish can consume prey up to 63% of their own body length, a feat that would be equivalent to a human swallowing a 5-foot submarine sandwich whole. Their expandable stomachs and flexible jaw joints allow them to accommodate prey much larger than their normal body cavity could contain. The digestion process is remarkably efficient, with viperfish extracting maximum nutritional value from every meal. Waste production is minimized, and the fish can enter a state of near dormancy between feeding opportunities, reducing their metabolic needs to almost nothing. This metabolic flexibility is crucial for survival in the deep sea, where the next meal might be days, weeks, or even months away. Viperfish have essentially evolved to function as biological storage devices, capable of shutting down non-essential functions to conserve energy for extended periods. The sensory specialists. In the lightless world of the deep sea, viperfish have evolved sensory capabilities that seem almost supernatural. Their lateral line system, a network of sensory organs that detects water movement and pressure changes, is so sensitive that they can detect the presence of other organisms from considerable distances. Their large eyes are adapted to detect the faintest traces of bioluminescence, giving them the ability to spot potential prey or predators in conditions of complete darkness. The eyes contain specialized reflecting layers that amplify available light, essentially functioning as biological night vision systems. Viperfish also possess highly developed chemoreception abilities, allowing them to detect and track chemical trails left by potential prey. In the static environment of the deep sea, these chemical cues can persist for extended periods, providing viperfish with information about food sources that may have passed through the area hours or even days earlier. Some researchers believe that viperfish may also be capable of detecting the electrical fields generated by the muscle contractions of other organisms, giving them yet another sensory modality for locating prey in the darkness. The climate refugees. Climate change is beginning to affect deep-sea environments in ways that could have significant impacts on viperfish populations. Rising ocean temperatures are altering the vertical distribution of their prey species, potentially forcing viperfish to modify their migration patterns or hunting strategies. Ocean acidification, caused by increased absorption of atmospheric carbon dioxide, is affecting the deep-sea food web in complex ways. Many of the small organisms that form the base of the deep-sea food chain are particularly vulnerable to acidification, which could reduce food availability for viperfish and other deep-sea predators. Changes in ocean circulation patterns, driven by climate change, are also affecting the transport of nutrients to deep-sea environments. These changes could alter the productivity of the deep scattering layer that viperfish depend on for feeding opportunities. The deep sea has traditionally been considered one of the most stable environments on Earth, but rapid climate change is beginning to penetrate even these remote depths, potentially disrupting ecosystems that have remained unchanged for millions of years. The research challenges. Studying viperfish in their natural habitat presents enormous technical and logistical challenges. The extreme depth, pressure, and darkness of their environment make direct observation nearly impossible with current technology. Most research on viperfish comes from specimens collected in deep-sea trawls, but these methods provide only snapshots of their biology and behavior. The trauma of being brought to the surface often kills the fish before they can be studied, limiting researchers to examination of dead specimens. Recent advances in deep-sea technology, including pressure-resistant cameras and remotely operated vehicles, are beginning to provide new insights into viperfish behavior. However, the vastness of the deep ocean and the rarity of viperfish encounters make comprehensive studies extremely difficult. The development of new genetic and biochemical techniques is also providing insights into viperfish physiology and ecology that were previously impossible to obtain. These methods allow researchers to study aspects of viperfish biology without requiring live specimens. The pharmaceutical potential. The extreme adaptations of viperfish are beginning to attract attention from biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies interested in the unique proteins and biochemical compounds. These fish have evolved to survive in their harsh environment. The pressure-resistant proteins found in viperfish could have applications in industrial processes that operate under extreme conditions. Their specialized light-producing systems could inspire new developments in bioluminescent technology and optical devices. The metabolic adaptations that allow viperfish to survive extended periods without food might provide insights for developing treatments for metabolic disorders or for enhancing human survival in extreme environments. However, the extreme difficulty of accessing and studying viperfish populations makes biotechnology applications challenging to develop. Most research remains in the basic science phase, focused on understanding how these remarkable adaptations work rather than exploiting them commercially. The cultural impact. Despite their deep-sea habitat that keeps them far from human experience, viperfish have captured popular imagination as symbols of the alien nature of the deep ocean. Their appearance in nature, documentaries, and scientific publications has made them iconic representatives of deep-sea life. The viperfish's nightmarish appearance has also made it a popular subject for horror and science fiction, representing humanity's fears about the unknown depths of our planet's oceans. They embody the idea that our planet still harbors creatures so alien that they might as well be from another world. In marine biology education, viperfish serve as powerful examples of how evolution can create solutions to environmental challenges that seem impossible to overcome. They demonstrate that life can thrive even in the most extreme conditions Earth has to offer. The conservation paradox. The deep-sea habitat that viperfish call home is increasingly threatened by human activities, despite its remoteness from human civilization. Deep-sea fishing, mining operations, and pollution are all beginning to affect deep-sea ecosystems in ways that could impact viperfish populations. The challenge of conserving deep-sea species like viperfish is complicated by our limited understanding of their biology and ecology. Without basic information about population sizes, reproductive rates, and habitat requirements, it's difficult to assess conservation status or develop protection strategies. The vast scale of the deep ocean also makes conservation efforts challenging to implement and monitor. Unlike terrestrial or shallow marine environments, the deep sea cannot be easily observed or protected through traditional conservation methods. The alien ambassadors. Today, viperfish continue to patrol the deepest reaches of our planet's oceans, carrying out the same hunting strategies their ancestors perfected millions of years ago. They serve as ambassadors from a world so alien that it challenges our understanding of what life can become. Each viperfish represents millions of years of evolution in one of Earth's most extreme environments. They are living proof that evolution can create solutions to environmental challenges that seem impossible to overcome, using biological engineering that surpasses our most advanced technology. As we continue to explore the deep ocean and discover new species and ecosystems, viperfish remind us that our planet still harbors mysteries that are more extraordinary than science fiction. In the crushing darkness of the abyss, nightmare and beauty exist side by side, creating some of the most remarkable creatures our planet has ever produced. The viperfish's story is ultimately one of survival against impossible odds, of evolutionary innovation in the face of extreme challenges, and of the incredible diversity of life that thrives in places we never thought could support complex organisms. As our journey through the ocean's mysteries continues, the viperfish stands as a testament to the power of evolution to create beauty from terror, function from form, and life from the most unlikely circumstances. In the deepest, darkest waters of our world, these living nightmares continue their ancient hunt, reminding us that reality is often stranger and more wonderful than our darkest dreams. Our next encounter will take us to meet a creature that dwells in the twilight zone between light and darkness, where evolution has created a being so perfectly adapted to its environment that it seems to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Story 18. The Vampire Squid, Ghost of the Twilight Zone. The Living Shadow. In the twilight realm between light and darkness, where the last traces of sunlight fade into the eternal night of the deep sea, something ethereal drifts through the water like a living piece of darkness. Its cloak-like web billows around it as it moves, studded with points of light that pulse and flicker like stars in a midnight sky. Blood-red eyes peer from beneath its flowing mantle, giving it the appearance of a phantom from the depths of oceanic hell. This is Vampiroteuthis infernalis, literally meaning vampire squid from hell, and despite its terrifying name, it represents one of the ocean's most remarkable survival stories. Living in the oxygen minimum zone, a region of the deep sea where most complex life simply cannot exist, the vampire squid has found a way to thrive in conditions that would kill virtually every other large marine organism on Earth. The vampire squid isn't actually a squid at all, nor is it a vampire in any conventional sense. It's a unique creature that occupies its own taxonomic category, representing the last surviving member of an ancient lineage that bridges the evolutionary gap between squids and octopuses. It's a living fossil that has remained virtually unchanged for millions of years, perfectly adapted to a world that exists on the knife's edge between life and death. When German marine biologist Carl Kuhn first described the vampire squid in 1903, he was so struck by its otherworldly appearance that he gave it a name that reflected both its beauty and its terrifying alien nature. Over a century later, this creature continues to confound scientists with adaptations so extreme that they seem to belong in science fiction rather than reality. The master of impossibility. To understand why the vampire squid is so extraordinary, you need to appreciate the environment it calls home. The oxygen minimum zone exists at depths of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, where dissolved oxygen levels drop to less than 5% of surface concentrations. This is a region where most marine life simply cannot function. The oxygen levels are so low that fish attempting to swim through this zone would suffocate within minutes. Yet the vampire squid has not only learned to survive in this biological dead zone, it has claimed it as its exclusive territory. By adapting to conditions that are lethal to its competitors and predators, the vampire squid has found a refuge where it can live without fear of predation or competition for resources. The adaptations required to survive in such an extreme environment are nothing short of miraculous. The vampire squid's blood contains specialized hemoglobin that can extract oxygen from water with incredible efficiency, allowing it to function in conditions where other organisms would die of asphyxiation. Its metabolism is so slow that it can survive on minimal energy inputs, essentially existing in a state of suspended animation for much of its life. When it does need to move, it does so with liquid grace, using its web-like arms to propel itself through the water with minimal energy expenditure. Dr. Brad Seibel, a leading researcher on vampire squid physiology, describes them as, quote, the ultimate specialists in surviving the impossible. They've turned one of the ocean's most hostile environments into their personal sanctuary, end quote. The cloak of mysteries. The vampire squid's most distinctive feature is its web-like cloak, a membrane that connects its 8 arms and gives it the appearance of a living umbrella drifting through the deep. This cloak isn't just for show. It serves multiple functions that are crucial for survival in the oxygen-poor depths. When threatened, the vampire squid can invert its cloak, turning itself inside out to reveal a spiny, intimidating exterior. The transformation is so dramatic that the creature appears to become an entirely different organism, from graceful ghost to defensive porcupine in a matter of seconds. The cloak is also studded with photophores, specialized light-producing organs that create one of the most spectacular bioluminescent displays in the deep sea. The vampire squid can control these lights with remarkable precision, creating patterns that ripple across its body like a living constellation. These bioluminescent displays serve multiple purposes. They can confuse predators, communicate with potential mates, or create the illusion of a much larger organism. Some patterns appear to mimic the bioluminescence of dangerous creatures, providing the vampire squid with a form of biological mimicry that helps it avoid predation. The ancient lineage. Vampire squids represent a unique evolutionary position in the cephalopod family tree. They're neither true squids nor octopuses, but rather the sole surviving members of an ancient group called vampiropods. This makes them living fossils that provide crucial insights into the evolution of intelligent marine life. Fossil evidence suggests that vampire squid-like creatures were once much more diverse, with multiple species occupying various ecological niches throughout the world's oceans. Climate changes and mass extinction events eliminated most of these ancient cephalopods, leaving only the vampire squid as a representative of this once diverse lineage. The vampire squid's body plan has remained virtually unchanged for over 300 million years, suggesting that they achieved evolutionary perfection early in their history and have had no need to change since. This evolutionary stability is remarkable in a world where most marine organisms have undergone significant changes over geological time. Their ancient heritage also means that vampire squids possess some primitive characteristics that have been lost in their more advanced relatives. They retain features that provide insights into the evolutionary origins of cephalopod intelligence and behavior. The art of survival. Survival in the oxygen minimum zone requires a completely different approach to life than what we see in other marine environments. The vampire squid has essentially become a master of energy conservation, using strategies that allow it to extract maximum benefit from minimal resources. One of their most remarkable adaptations is their ability to switch between different metabolic states depending on environmental conditions. When oxygen levels are particularly low, vampire squids can enter a form of metabolic depression that dramatically reduces their energy requirements. Their feeding strategy is equally specialized. Unlike other cephalopods that are active predators, vampire squids are primarily scavengers and filter feeders. They use their arms to collect marine snow, a mixture of dead organisms, fecal pellets, and organic debris that drifts down from the surface waters. This feeding strategy allows them to survive in an environment where active prey is virtually non-existent. By feeding on material that other organisms can't or won't eat, vampire squids have found an ecological niche that supports them without competition. The bioluminescent theater. The vampire squid's bioluminescent capabilities are among the most sophisticated in the ocean. They can produce light in multiple colors and create complex patterns that serve various functions in their deep-sea environment. Their most spectacular display is called burglar alarm bioluminescence. When threatened, the vampire squid ejects a cloud of glowing particles while simultaneously creating bright flashes across its body. This creates a confusing light show that can disorient predators while the squid escapes into the darkness. The photophores on their arms can create traveling waves of light that make the vampire squid appear to be swimming in a different direction than it actually is. This misdirection technique helps them evade predators in an environment where visual deception can mean the difference between life and death. Perhaps most remarkably, vampire squids appear to use their bioluminescence for communication. Different patterns and sequences of lights may convey information about identity, reproductive status, or territorial boundaries to other vampire squids in the area. The oxygen pirates. The vampire squid's ability to extract oxygen from water with incredible efficiency has led researchers to study them as models for understanding adaptation to low oxygen environments. Their physiological mechanisms could provide insights for medical research on conditions like hypoxia and altitude sickness. Their specialized hemoglobin molecules have a much higher affinity for oxygen than those found in surface-dwelling organisms. This allows them to extract oxygen from water that would be considered oxygen-free by most biological standards. The vampire squid's circulatory system is also highly efficient, with multiple hearts that ensure optimal circulation even under low oxygen conditions. Their gill structure is modified to maximize surface area for gas exchange, allowing them to extract every available oxygen molecule from the water. These adaptations are so extreme that vampire squids actually become stressed when exposed to higher oxygen concentrations. They're so perfectly adapted to their low oxygen environment that normal oceanic oxygen levels are actually toxic to them. The reproductive mysteries. Vampire squid reproduction is shrouded in mystery, partly because their deep-sea habitat makes direct observation nearly impossible. What we do know suggests that they have one of the most unusual reproductive strategies in the cephalopod world. Unlike most cephalopods, which die after reproducing, vampire squids appear to be capable of multiple reproductive cycles throughout their lives. This is almost unheard of among their relatives, and represents a major advantage in the resource-poor environment where they live. Their reproductive strategy appears to be extremely conservative, with females producing small numbers of very large eggs that receive extensive parental care. This approach maximizes the survival chances of each offspring in an environment where resources are scarce. The development process is remarkably slow, with juvenile vampire squids taking years to reach maturity. This extended development period allows them to gradually adapt to the extreme conditions of their adult habitat. The climate sentinels. As climate change continues to alter ocean chemistry and circulation patterns, vampire squids are becoming important indicators of how marine ecosystems are responding to environmental change. The expansion of oxygen minimum zones due to global warming could potentially create new habitat for vampire squids while threatening other marine species. However, vampire squids are also vulnerable to climate change effects. Ocean acidification could affect their prey species, while changes in ocean circulation could alter the distribution of the organic matter they depend on for food. Their position at the interface between oxygenated and anoxic waters makes them particularly sensitive to changes in ocean chemistry. They serve as early warning systems for changes in deep-sea environments that could have far-reaching effects on marine ecosystems. Research on vampire squid populations is providing insights into how ocean deoxygenation, one of the less visible but potentially catastrophic effects of climate change, is affecting marine life in the deep sea. The biomimetic inspiration. The vampire squid's unique adaptations are inspiring new developments in biotechnology and engineering. Their efficient oxygen extraction mechanisms are being studied for potential applications in life support systems for extreme environments. Their bioluminescent displays are providing insights for developing new types of underwater communication systems and optical devices. The precision with which they control their light production could inspire advances in biological LED technology. The vampire squid's web-like locomotion system is also being studied by robotics engineers developing underwater vehicles. Their efficient swimming style could inspire new designs for autonomous underwater vehicles that need to operate in challenging deep-sea conditions. The conservation challenge. Despite living in one of the most remote environments on Earth, vampire squids face threats from human activities. Deep-sea mining operations could disrupt the oxygen minimum zones where they live, while pollution and climate change are altering the chemistry of their habitat. The extreme specialization that allows vampire squids to thrive in low-oxygen environments also makes them vulnerable to environmental changes. They have essentially put all their evolutionary eggs in one basket, making them extremely sensitive to alterations in their habitat. Conservation of vampire squid populations requires protecting entire ocean systems and addressing global-scale environmental problems like climate change and ocean acidification. Their conservation is tied to the health of deep-sea ecosystems that are increasingly threatened by human activities. The living paradox. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about vampire squids is how they embody the paradoxes of deep-sea life. They're ancient yet perfectly modern, beautiful yet terrifying, delicate yet incredibly resilient. They represent evolution's ability to find solutions to problems that seem impossible to solve. Their existence challenges our assumptions about the limits of life and reminds us that evolution can create solutions that seem to defy the laws of biology. In an environment where complex life shouldn't be able to exist, vampire squids have not only survived but thrived. They also represent the mysterious nature of the deep sea itself, a realm that covers most of our planet yet remains largely unknown. Each vampire squid encounter provides a glimpse into a world that operates by completely different rules than the surface environments we're familiar with. The Eternal Dancers. Today, vampire squids continue their ethereal dance in the twilight zones of the world's oceans, living proof that life can adapt to conditions that seem impossible to survive. They drift through their oxygen-poor realm like living ghosts, carrying with them the secrets of survival in one of Earth's most extreme environments. Their story is one of ultimate specialization. Evolution pushed to its absolute limits to create a creature that can thrive where nothing else can. They remind us that the boundaries of life are far more flexible than we imagine, and that evolution can find pathways to survival in the most unlikely places. As we continue our exploration of the ocean's mysteries, the vampire squid stands as a testament to the incredible diversity of life strategies that evolution has produced. In the deepest, darkest waters of our world, these living shadows continue their ancient dance, proving that beauty and horror, life and death, can coexist in perfect harmony. Our next encounter will take us to the surface waters where giants roam, creatures so massive, yet so gentle, that they challenge our understanding of what it means to be an apex species in the ocean's hierarchy. Story 19. The Basking Shark. Ancient Mysteries at the Surface. The Sea Serpent Revealed. On a foggy morning in 1808, on the remote Orkney island of Strandzha in Scotland, local residents discovered something that would spark one of marine biology's most enduring mysteries. Washed up on their shore was the carcass of an enormous creature, over 55 feet long, with what appeared to be a serpentine neck, multiple sets of legs, and a mane of flowing appendages that resembled nothing in the known animal kingdom. The discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Here, apparently, was proof of the sea serpents that had haunted maritime legends for centuries. The creature was so unusual that the Edinburgh Natural History Society named it Halsidrus pontoppidan, the sea serpent of Bishop Pontoppidan, after a Danish naturalist who had catalogued similar sightings. For decades, the Strandzha beast remained one of cryptozoology's most compelling mysteries. Scholars debated its identity. Artists created dramatic illustrations of what this marine monster might have looked like in life, and the legend grew with each retelling. It wasn't until years later that marine biologists solved the mystery. The Strandzha beast wasn't a sea serpent at all. It was the decomposed carcass of a basking shark, the second largest fish in the world. As these gentle giants decay, their cartilaginous skeletons create shapes that bear an uncanny resemblance to the sea serpents of maritime folklore. This revelation opened a new chapter in our understanding of Cetterhinus maximus, the basking shark, and revealed how these mysterious giants had been silently influencing human culture and mythology for centuries. The gentle leviathans. To appreciate why basking sharks could be mistaken for sea monsters, you need to understand the sheer scale of these magnificent creatures. Reaching lengths of up to 40 feet and weighing as much as 19 tons, basking sharks are among the largest fish in the world, exceeded in size only by whale sharks. But unlike the fearsome great whites or tiger sharks that dominate popular imagination, basking sharks are filter feeders that pose no threat to humans. Their massive mouths, which can open to nearly 3 feet wide, are designed not for attacking prey but for filtering enormous volumes of water to capture tiny organisms called zooplankton. When feeding, a basking shark swims slowly through the water, with its mouth agape, looking for all the world like a living cave gliding through the sea. Their gill slits, which extend almost completely around their heads, create a dramatic profile that early sailors might easily have mistaken for something supernatural. The name basking shark comes from their habit of feeding at the surface on warm, sunny days when zooplankton concentrations are highest. During these feeding sessions, their large dorsal fins and the tips of their tails often break the surface, creating the appearance of multiple humps moving through the water, exactly the kind of sighting that would give rise to sea serpent legends. Dr. Colin Speedy, a leading basking shark researcher, explains. For centuries, these gentle giants have been hiding in plain sight, their decomposing carcasses creating the very sea serpent legends that have captivated human imagination. They're living proof that reality can be more extraordinary than myth. The mystery of decomposition. The transformation of a dead basking shark into a sea serpent is a fascinating study in post-mortem decay that fooled scientists for over a century. When a basking shark dies and begins to decompose, specific parts of its anatomy decay at different rates, creating a sequence of changes that dramatically alter its appearance. The first parts to disappear are the lower jaw and gill arches, which are made of soft cartilage. This creates the appearance of a small head on a long neck. The massive mouth, without its supporting structures, collapses and takes on a more conventional vertebrate skull shape. As decomposition continues, the fins begin to separate from the body, but the tough cartilaginous fin rays often remain attached by ligaments. These create appendages that look remarkably like legs or flippers extending from the body. The tough hide of the shark, reinforced with tooth-like scales called denticles, can persist long after the internal organs have decayed. The result is a carcass that bears almost no resemblance to a shark. Instead, it looks like a long-necked marine reptile with multiple appendages, exactly the kind of creature that would match descriptions of sea serpents from maritime folklore. This decomposition pattern is so consistent that marine biologists now use it as a diagnostic tool. When mysterious carcasses wash ashore, researchers can often identify basking shark remains by the characteristic pattern of decay, even when the remains are too degraded for conventional identification methods. The global wanderers. Basking sharks are among the most widely distributed shark species, found in temperate and cold waters throughout the world's oceans. However, their movements and migration patterns have only recently begun to be understood, revealing a complex picture of global connectivity and seasonal movements. These sharks are highly migratory, following plankton blooms and temperature gradients across entire ocean basins. Individual sharks have been tracked traveling thousands of miles, crossing from European waters to the coasts of North America, or from the North Atlantic to the Mediterranean Sea. The migration patterns appear to be linked to the seasonal cycles of plankton productivity. Basking sharks time their movements to coincide with the spring and summer blooms of copepods and other zooplankton that form the bulk of their diet. Recent satellite tagging studies have revealed that basking sharks make extensive use of the deep ocean during their migrations, diving to depths of over 3,000 feet as they travel between feeding areas. This deep water behavior was completely unknown until advanced tagging technology made it possible to track their movements year-round. The feeding machines. The basking shark's filter feeding system represents one of the most efficient biological filtration mechanisms in the animal kingdom. Their gill rakers, comb-like structures that filter food from the water, can capture particles as small as individual copepods while processing thousands of gallons of water per hour. When feeding actively, a basking shark swims at speeds of about 2 miles per hour with its mouth wide open, creating a living net that sweeps through plankton-rich waters. The efficiency of this system is remarkable. Studies have shown that basking sharks can extract up to 99% of available zooplankton from the water they process. The feeding behavior is highly seasonal and dependent on plankton blooms. During peak feeding periods, multiple basking sharks may gather in the same area, creating spectacular aggregations of dozens or even hundreds of individuals feeding together. These feeding aggregations were historically much larger than what we see today. Historical accounts from the 18th and 19th centuries describe aggregations of thousands of basking sharks feeding together off the coasts of Ireland and Scotland, numbers that dwarf the largest aggregations seen in modern times. The mysterious disappearances. One of the most puzzling aspects of basking shark behavior is their tendency to completely disappear from surface waters for extended periods. During winter months, basking sharks in the North Atlantic seemingly vanish entirely, leading early researchers to theorize that they might hibernate on the ocean floor. This hibernation hypothesis persisted for decades until satellite tagging technology revealed the truth. Basking sharks don't hibernate at all. Instead, they undergo extensive migrations to deep, offshore waters where they continue to feed on deep-sea plankton populations. The seasonal disappearances are actually sophisticated behavioral adaptations that allow basking sharks to follow food resources throughout the year. When surface plankton blooms decline in winter, The sharks move to deep water, where they can access different plankton communities that remain active year-round. This behavior explains why basking shark populations can seem to appear and disappear from coastal areas unpredictably. They're not actually absent from the region. They're simply feeding in deep waters beyond the range of casual observation. The ancient mariners. Basking sharks have been encounters by humans for thousands of years, and their presence in human culture extends far beyond the sea serpent legends they inspired. Archaeological evidence suggests that coastal peoples have been hunting basking sharks for their oil, meat, and hides for over 4,000 years. In many Celtic cultures, basking sharks were considered harbingers of good fortune. Their appearance in coastal waters was associated with abundant fishing and favorable weather conditions. Some traditional fishing communities developed sophisticated techniques for predicting when basking sharks would appear based on oceanographic conditions. The liver oil of basking sharks was particularly prized, containing high concentrations of squalene that made it valuable for lighting, lubrication, and medicinal purposes. A single large basking shark could yield over 400 gallons of oil, making them extremely valuable to coastal economies. Unfortunately, this economic value also made basking sharks targets for intensive hunting that continued well into the 20th century. In some areas, entire populations were virtually eliminated by hunting pressure before conservation measures were implemented. The conservation success story. Basking sharks represent one of marine conservation's most significant success stories, but also a cautionary tale about how quickly large marine species can be pushed to the brink of extinction. By the mid-20th century, basking shark populations in many areas had declined by over 90% due to intensive hunting. The species was particularly vulnerable to overhunting because of their slow reproduction rate, late sexual maturity, and tendency to aggregate in predictable locations. Female basking sharks don't reach sexual maturity until they're 12 to 16 years old and may give birth to only a few pups every 2 to 3 years. The implementation of international protection measures in the 1990s and 2000s has allowed some basking shark populations to begin recovering. The species is now protected throughout much of its range, and hunting is prohibited in most areas where they occur. Recent population surveys suggest that basking shark numbers are increasing in several key areas, though they remain far below historical levels. The recovery process is slow, but it demonstrates that effective conservation measures can help even the most vulnerable marine species. The climate indicators. Basking sharks are increasingly important as indicators of climate change effects on marine ecosystems. Their dependence on plankton blooms makes them sensitive to changes in ocean temperature and productivity that are associated with global warming. Changes in basking shark distribution and timing of appearances have been documented in several regions, suggesting that climate change is already affecting their feeding ecology and migration patterns. Some traditional feeding areas are showing reduced shark activity, while new areas are experiencing increased visitation. The timing of basking shark appearances is also shifting, with sharks arriving earlier or later than historical norms in many areas. These changes appear to be linked to shifts in plankton bloom timing caused by changing ocean temperatures. Long-term monitoring of basking shark populations is providing valuable data about how large marine animals are responding to environmental change. Their role as ocean sentinels makes them important subjects for climate change research. The reproduction enigma. Despite being one of the most studied large sharks, basking shark reproduction remains largely mysterious. No one has ever observed basking sharks mating or giving birth, and pregnant females are rarely encountered in the wild. What little we know suggests that basking sharks have one of the longest gestation periods of any animal, possibly lasting over 2 years. The few pregnant females that have been examined contained very large embryos, suggesting that the young are born at a substantial size. The rarity of pregnant females and newborn basking sharks has led to speculation that breeding might occur in very specific locations, or that pregnant females might seek out deep water areas for pupping. The mystery of basking shark reproduction represents one of the biggest gaps in our understanding of these magnificent creatures. Recent genetic studies are beginning to provide insights into basking shark population structure and breeding patterns, but direct observation of reproductive behavior remains elusive. The modern mysteries. Even as our understanding of basking sharks has advanced dramatically in recent decades, these gentle giants continue to surprise researchers with new behaviors and capabilities. Recent discoveries include evidence of deep diving behavior, complex social interactions, and what appears to be learned migration routes. The deep diving behavior was particularly surprising, as basking sharks were long thought to be strictly surface feeders. Satellite tagging has revealed that they regularly dive to depths exceeding 3,000 feet, accessing deep-sea food resources that were previously unknown to science. Social behaviors are also more complex than previously thought. Basking sharks show evidence of individual recognition, preferred associations between specific individuals, and coordinated feeding strategies that suggest a level of social intelligence that rivals other large marine animals. The living legends. Today, basking sharks continue to cruise the world's temperate seas, their massive forms creating the same awe and wonder that inspired sea serpent legends for centuries. They serve as living bridges between the mythical past and the scientific present, reminding us that reality often surpasses the wildest tales of human imagination. Each basking shark encounter is a privilege, a chance to witness one of the ocean's most ancient and mysterious inhabitants in its natural habitat. These gentle giants move through the water with a grace that belies their enormous size, their presence transforming ordinary coastal waters into scenes of natural majesty. The fact that these creatures inspired sea serpent legends for centuries speaks to the power of the ocean to create wonder and mystery in human culture. Even as science has revealed the truth behind the myths, basking sharks retain their ability to inspire awe and respect for the natural world. The ecotourism renaissance. The transformation of basking sharks from hunted creatures to protected icons has coincided with their emergence as stars of marine ecotourism. In areas where they were once killed for their oil, they now generate significant economic value through wildlife watching operations. Countries like Ireland, Scotland, and the Isle of Man have developed thriving basking shark tourism industries that provide economic incentives for conservation while raising awareness about these remarkable creatures. Swimming with basking sharks has become a bucket list experience for marine wildlife enthusiasts. The gentle nature of basking sharks makes them ideal subjects for wildlife tourism. Unlike many large marine predators, they show little fear of humans and often allow close approach by boats and swimmers. Their slow swimming speed and surface feeding behavior makes them easily observable without specialized equipment. However, the growth of basking shark tourism has also created new conservation challenges. Boat strikes, harassment, and disturbance of feeding behavior are all potential impacts that must be carefully managed to ensure that tourism benefits rather than harms basking shark populations. The scientific revolution. Modern research techniques are revolutionizing our understanding of basking shark biology and behavior. Satellite tagging, genetic analysis, and underwater photography are revealing aspects of their lives that were previously completely unknown. One of the most significant recent discoveries is the extent of their migrations. Individual basking sharks have been tracked traveling over 5,000 miles, crossing entire ocean basins in journeys that connect distant populations. These discoveries are revealing that basking sharks are far more connected globally than previously thought. Genetic studies are also providing insights into basking shark population structure and evolutionary history. Despite their wide distribution, basking shark populations show surprising genetic diversity, suggesting that different regions may harbor distinct evolutionary lineages. Advanced underwater photography and video systems are documenting basking shark behavior in unprecedented detail. These studies are revealing complex social interactions, feeding strategies, and individual personalities that were invisible to earlier research methods. The pollution sentinels. As filter feeders that process enormous volumes of water, basking sharks are particularly vulnerable to pollution and serve as important indicators of ocean health. Their tissues accumulate contaminants from throughout the marine food web, making them valuable sentinels for monitoring environmental contamination. Microplastics are a particular concern for basking sharks. Their filter-feeding lifestyle means they inevitably ingest plastic particles along with their zooplankton prey. Studies of basking shark stomach contents have revealed significant quantities of microplastics, raising concerns about the long-term health impacts of plastic pollution. Chemical contaminants are also accumulating in basking shark tissues. Heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, and pharmaceutical compounds have all been detected in basking shark samples, reflecting the widespread nature of marine pollution. The vulnerability of basking sharks to pollution makes them important ambassadors for ocean conservation. Their status as charismatic megafauna helps draw attention to pollution issues that affect the entire marine ecosystem. the biomimetic applications. The efficient filter feeding system of basking sharks is inspiring new developments in industrial filtration technology. Engineers are studying the structure and function of basking shark gill rakers to develop more efficient water filtration systems for various applications. The hydrodynamics of basking shark swimming are also of interest to naval architects and marine engineers. Despite their large size, basking sharks are remarkably efficient swimmers, and understanding their locomotion could inform the design of underwater vehicles. The sensory systems that allow basking sharks to locate plankton patches in the vast ocean are inspiring research into autonomous sensing systems for marine robotics. Their ability to navigate to productive feeding areas suggests sophisticated environmental sensing capabilities that could be applied to technological systems. The cultural renaissance. The shift from viewing basking sharks as sea monsters to understanding them as gentle giants represents a broader change in how humans relate to large marine animals. They've become symbols of marine conservation and poster species for ocean protection efforts. In Celtic cultures where basking sharks were once hunted, they're now celebrated as part of natural heritage. Traditional knowledge about basking shark behavior and ecology is being combined with modern scientific research to create more comprehensive understanding of these remarkable animals. Art, literature, and popular culture have embraced basking sharks as symbols of the ocean's mystery and majesty. They appear in everything from children's books to high-end nature documentaries, helping to build public appreciation for marine conservation. The transformation of basking sharks from feared monsters to beloved icons demonstrates the power of education and scientific understanding to change human attitudes toward wildlife. The future challenges. Despite their protected status and recovering populations, basking sharks face new challenges in the 21st century. Climate change is altering ocean temperature and productivity patterns in ways that could affect their food sources and migration routes. Shipping traffic is increasing in many areas where basking sharks feed, raising the risk of vessel strikes. Their slow swimming speed and surface feeding behavior makes them particularly vulnerable to collisions with boats and ships. Ocean acidification poses another potential threat, as it could affect the zooplankton communities that basking sharks depend on for food. Changes in ocean chemistry could alter the entire base of the marine food web that supports these filter feeders. The challenge for conservationists is to maintain the gains that have been achieved while addressing these emerging threats. This requires continued international cooperation and adaptive management strategies that can respond to changing environmental conditions. The gentle giant's legacy. As our journey through the ocean's mysteries draws toward its conclusion, basking sharks remind us that some of the most profound discoveries come from questioning our assumptions and looking beyond surface appearances. For centuries, these gentle giants were feared as monsters, when in reality they represent some of the most peaceful and magnificent creatures in the ocean. Their story is one of transformation, both biological and cultural. Biologically, they represent the evolution of gigantism and filter feeders, showing how animals can achieve enormous size through peaceful feeding strategies. Culturally, they represent humanity's evolving relationship with the natural world, from fear and exploitation to understanding and protection. The basking shark's role in creating sea serpent legends reminds us that nature has always been stranger and more wonderful than human imagination. Even our most fantastical myths pale in comparison to the reality of these ancient mariners who have been roaming Earth's oceans for millions of years. As climate change and human activities continue to alter marine ecosystems, basking sharks serve as important indicators of ocean health and symbols of what we stand to lose if we fail to protect marine environments. Their recovery from near extinction demonstrates that conservation efforts can succeed, but their ongoing vulnerability reminds us that protection must be maintained. Each encounter with a basking shark is a reminder of the ocean's capacity for wonder. These gentle giants, emerging from the depths like living myths made real, continue to inspire awe and respect for the natural world. In their slow, graceful movements through the surface waters, they carry with them millions of years of evolutionary history and the promise that the ocean's greatest mysteries may be its gentlest souls. Our next encounter will take us to the deepest trenches of the sea, where creatures have evolved such extreme adaptations that they challenge our understanding of what life can become in the most hostile environments on Earth. Story 20. The Giant Sea Cucumber, Shapeshifters of the Abyss. The gentle giants, of the deep. At the bottom of the deepest ocean trenches, where the pressure would instantly crush a human body, and the darkness is so complete it seems solid, something extraordinary is happening. Across the barren mudflats of the abyssal seafloor, creatures that look like living sausages are quietly performing one of the most important jobs in the deep-sea ecosystem. These are giant sea cucumbers, and they're engaged in the ultimate act of environmental service, cleaning up the ocean floor one mouthful at a time. At first glance, giant sea cucumbers might seem like the least impressive creatures in our catalog of ocean mysteries. They don't have the terrifying teeth of a viperfish, the intelligence of an octopus, or the graceful beauty of a jellyfish. What they have instead is something far more remarkable: the ability to survive and thrive in conditions that would kill virtually every other complex organism on Earth, while performing an ecological service that keeps the entire deep-sea ecosystem functioning. Reaching lengths of up to 6 feet and weighing over 20 pounds, these gentle giants are among the largest invertebrates on the deep-sea floor. But their size is just the beginning of what makes them extraordinary. Giant sea cucumbers possess one of the most shocking defense mechanisms in the animal kingdom, have regenerative abilities that border on the miraculous, and have developed survival strategies so extreme that they seem to belong in science fiction rather than reality. When deep-sea researchers first encountered these creatures during early submersible expeditions in the 1960s, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. Here, in the most hostile environment on Earth, were animals so bizarre and resilient that they challenged fundamental assumptions about what life could achieve under extreme conditions. The architects of the abyss. To understand why giant sea cucumbers are so remarkable, you need to appreciate the environment they call home. The abyssal seafloor is one of the most challenging habitats on Earth, a realm of crushing pressure, near freezing temperatures, and virtually no food. It's a place where most organisms struggle simply to exist. Yet giant sea cucumbers have not only survived, they've become ecosystem engineers that actively shape their environment. Giant sea cucumbers are essentially living vacuum cleaners, slowly crawling across the seafloor and ingesting vast quantities of sediment. As they move, they process this sediment through their digestive systems, extracting any available nutrients while expelling the cleaned material back onto the seafloor. It's a process that biogeochemists call bioturbation, and it's crucial for maintaining the health of deep-sea ecosystems. A single large sea cucumber can process several pounds of sediment per day, and in some areas of the deep sea, these creatures collectively turn over the entire surface layer of the seafloor every few years. This constant processing of sediment prevents the accumulation of toxic compounds, redistributes nutrients, and maintains the chemical balance that allows other deep-sea organisms to survive. Dr. David Billett, a deep-sea ecologist who has spent decades studying abyssal ecosystems, describes giant sea cucumbers as, quote, the unsung heroes of the deep sea. Without their constant work cleaning and processing sediment, many deep-sea environments would become toxic wastelands incapable of supporting life, unquote. The ultimate defense. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of giant sea cucumber biology is their defensive strategy when threatened. They literally expel their internal organs. This process, called evisceration, is so extreme and violent that it seems like something from a horror movie rather than a natural biological process. When a giant sea cucumber detects a serious threat, whether from a predator, physical damage, or environmental stress, it contracts its body wall muscles with tremendous force, ejecting its entire digestive system, respiratory organs, and reproductive tissues through either its mouth or anus. The process is rapid and dramatic, transforming a healthy-looking animal into what appears to be an empty sack within seconds. This defense mechanism serves multiple purposes. The expelled organs can distract or even entangle predators, giving the sea cucumber time to escape. The organs may also contain toxic or distasteful compounds that discourage predators from continuing their attack. Most remarkably, the sea cucumber can regenerate all of its expelled organs within a few weeks to months. The ability to voluntarily discard and regenerate major organ systems is virtually unique in the animal kingdom. It's like a human being able to throw their stomach and lungs at an attacker and then grow new ones within a month. The regenerative capabilities required for this defense mechanism represent some of the most advanced tissue regeneration abilities known to science. The masters of regeneration. The regenerative abilities of giant sea cucumbers extend far beyond their defensive evisceration. These creatures can regenerate virtually any part of their body, including major organs, limbs, and even portions of their nervous system. This regenerative capacity has made them subjects of intense medical research aimed at understanding how complex tissue regeneration can be achieved. The regeneration process begins immediately after tissue loss, with specialized cells called dedifferentiated cells migrating to the wound site. These cells can transform into any type of tissue needed for repair, essentially functioning as adult stem cells with unlimited potential. What makes sea cucumber regeneration even more remarkable is its precision. When regenerating complex organs like their digestive system, sea cucumbers don't just grow a mass of undifferentiated tissue, they recreate the exact structure and function of the original organ. The regenerated tissues are indistinguishable from the originals and function perfectly. Research into sea cucumber regeneration has led to breakthroughs in understanding stem cell biology and tissue engineering. Scientists are studying these creatures to develop new approaches to regenerative medicine that could potentially help humans regrow damaged organs or tissues. The pressure specialists. Living at depths of up to 20,000 feet requires extraordinary adaptations to survive pressures that exceed 600 times that at sea level. Giant sea cucumbers have evolved specialized cellular structures and biochemical pathways that not only tolerate these extreme pressures, but actually require them for normal function. Their cell membranes contain specialized lipids that remain flexible under high pressure, preventing the cellular damage that would occur in surface-adapted organisms. Their proteins are also modified to maintain their structure and function under conditions that would denature most biological molecules. Perhaps most remarkably, giant sea cucumbers brought to the surface too quickly will literally dissolve. Their cellular structure is so adapted to high pressure that it cannot maintain integrity at lower pressures. This pressure dependence makes them virtually impossible to study in surface laboratories, requiring specialized high-pressure research systems. The biochemical adaptations that allow giant sea cucumbers to thrive under extreme pressure are providing insights for developing new materials and technologies for deep-sea exploration and industrial applications. High-pressure environments. The slow-motion world. Life in the abyss operates on a completely different timescale than life at the surface, and giant sea cucumbers embody this temporal shift in their extremely slow metabolism and movement. These creatures can move only inches per hour, and their digestive processes can take weeks to complete. This slow-motion existence is an adaptation to the extreme scarcity of food in the deep sea. By slowing down all biological processes, giant sea cucumbers can survive on incredibly small amounts of nutrition. They've essentially evolved to exist in a state of near-suspended animation, using minimal energy while still maintaining all necessary life functions. The slow pace of their lives also means that giant sea cucumbers are extremely long-lived. Some species may live for over 100 years, growing continuously throughout their extended lifespans. This longevity makes them important archives of environmental conditions, with their bodies containing records of deep-sea environmental changes spanning decades. The chemical warfare specialists. Giant sea cucumbers have evolved an impressive arsenal of chemical defenses that help protect them from the few predators brave enough to venture into the abyss. Many species contain potent toxins called saponins that can be fatal to fish and other potential predators. These toxins are concentrated in the sea cucumber's skin and internal organs, making them unpalatable or dangerous to most predators. Some species can actually increase their toxin production when threatened, essentially turning themselves into chemical weapons. The chemical defenses of giant sea cucumbers have attracted the attention of pharmaceutical researchers looking for new bioactive compounds. Some sea cucumber toxins show promise as anti-cancer agents, antibiotics, or immune system modulators. The ecosystem engineers. Beyond their role as sediment processors, giant sea cucumbers serve as ecosystem engineers that create habitat for other deep-sea organisms. Their feeding activities create depressions and mounds on the sea floor that provide shelter for smaller organisms. The waste products they excrete are rich in nutrients and serve as important food sources for bacteria and other microorganisms. These microbial communities form the base of deep-sea food webs, making sea cucumbers crucial for maintaining the productivity of abyssal ecosystems. In some areas, giant sea cucumbers are so abundant that they essentially control the structure and function of entire seafloor communities. Their presence or absence can determine which other species can survive in a given area. The climate archives. The slow growth and long lifespans of giant sea cucumbers make them valuable archives of past environmental conditions. Their skeletal elements, called spicules, grow continuously throughout their lives and can preserve chemical signatures that reflect water temperature, chemistry, and food availability. Researchers are beginning to use giant sea cucumber spicules as paleoclimate indicators, similar to how tree rings are used to study past terrestrial climates. These biological archives could provide crucial data about how deep-sea environments have changed over time. The deep-sea habitats where giant sea cucumbers live are particularly important for understanding global climate change, as these environments are expected to be among the first to show effects of warming oceans and changing circulation patterns. The commercial importance. Despite their remote habitat, giant sea cucumbers have become increasingly important commercial species. In many Asian cultures, sea cucumbers are considered delicacies and are believed to have medicinal properties. This has led to the development of fisheries targeting deep-sea sea cucumber populations. The commercial harvesting of giant sea cucumbers presents unique challenges due to their deep-sea habitat and slow reproduction rates. Many species may take decades to reach sexual maturity, making them extremely vulnerable to overexploitation. Concerns about overfishing have led to increased research into sea cucumber biology and ecology, as well as efforts to develop sustainable harvesting practices and aquaculture techniques. The biotechnology revolution. The unique properties of giant sea cucumbers are inspiring new developments in biotechnology and materials science. Their ability to rapidly change from rigid to soft states is being studied for applications in soft robotics and adaptive materials. The mechanisms that allow sea cucumbers to regenerate complex organs are providing insights for tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. Researchers are working to understand how sea cucumber stem cells maintain their regenerative potential throughout the animal's long life. The pressure-resistant biochemistry of giant sea cucumbers is also inspiring research into new materials for deep-sea applications, including underwater vehicles, oil drilling equipment, and ocean monitoring systems. The conservation challenges. Despite living in some of the most remote environments on Earth, giant sea cucumbers face increasing threats from human activities. Deep-sea mining operations pose a particular threat, as they can destroy the seafloor habitats that these creatures depend on. Climate change is also beginning to affect deep-sea environments, with warming temperatures and changing ocean chemistry potentially altering the food availability and environmental conditions that giant sea cucumbers require. The slow reproduction and long lifespans of giant sea cucumbers make them particularly vulnerable to environmental changes. Populations that are disturbed or depleted may take decades or centuries to recover. The research frontiers. Studying giant sea cucumbers in their natural habitat requires some of the most advanced technology available to marine science. Deep-sea submersibles, remotely operated vehicles, and specialized high-pressure laboratory systems are all necessary for understanding these remarkable creatures. Recent advances in genetic sequencing are revealing the molecular basis of sea cucumber regeneration and pressure adaptation. These studies are providing insights into fundamental questions about cellular plasticity and environmental adaptation. New imaging techniques are also allowing researchers to observe giant sea cucumber behavior in unprecedented detail, revealing complex social interactions and feeding strategies that were previously unknown. The gentle guardians. Today, giant sea cucumbers continue their slow, methodical work on the ocean floor, quietly maintaining one of Earth's largest ecosystems with little recognition or appreciation from the human world above. They represent the ultimate in biological efficiency, creatures that have achieved remarkable success through patience, persistence, and remarkable adaptability. Their story is one of understated heroism, of creatures that perform essential ecological services without fanfare or recognition. In a world often fascinated by speed, aggression, and dramatic displays, giant sea cucumbers demonstrate that some of the most important work is done slowly, quietly, and without obvious reward. These gentle giants of the abyss remind us that evolution can create solutions to environmental challenges that seem impossible to overcome. In the deepest, most hostile parts of our planet, life has found ways not just to survive, but to thrive, and to create the conditions that allow entire ecosystems to flourish. As we approach the end of our journey through the ocean's most mysterious inhabitants, giant sea cucumbers serve as a fitting reminder that the most remarkable adaptations are often the most humble. In the crushing depths where few dare to venture, these shape-shifting guardians continue their ancient work, proving that true greatness often lies not in dramatic displays of power, but in quiet dedication to the essential tasks that keep our world functioning. Our final encounter will take us to meet an ancient predator that has survived virtually unchanged since the age of dinosaurs, a living fossil that bridges the gap between the prehistoric past and the uncertain future of our oceans. Story 21. The Six-Gill Shark, Guardians of Deep Time. The living dinosaurs. In the deepest, most remote canyons of the ocean, where the last traces of sunlight fade into eternal darkness and the pressure would crush a human instantly, something ancient glides through the water with predatory grace. At first glance, it appears to be just another large shark, but as it turns to reveal its profile, something remarkable becomes visible. 6 gill slits instead of the 5 that characterize modern sharks. This extra gill slit marks it as a living fossil, a creature that has remained virtually unchanged since the time when dinosaurs ruled the earth. This is Hexanchus griseus, the blunt-nosed 6-gill shark, and it represents one of the most direct links we have to the ancient seas that covered our planet over 200 million years ago. While the world above has seen the rise and fall of countless species, ice ages and warming periods, mass extinctions and evolutionary radiations, the 6-gill shark has continued its patient hunt in the deep ocean, unchanged and unchanging. These magnificent predators can reach lengths of over 20 feet and weigh more than a ton, making them among the largest sharks in the world. But their size pales in comparison to their historical significance. 6-gill sharks are living time machines, carrying within their genes and their behavior patterns the secrets of oceanic life from an era so ancient that it predates most of the life forms we consider familiar. When paleontologists first discovered fossilized 6-gill shark teeth dating back to the Jurassic period, they assumed they were looking at the remains of a long extinct lineage. It wasn't until deep-sea exploration began in earnest that scientists realized these fossils had living descendants swimming in the deepest parts of our modern oceans. The discovery that 6-gill sharks had survived, essentially unchanged for over 200 million years, sent shockwaves through the scientific community and raised profound questions about evolution, extinction, and the remarkable stability of deep-sea environments. The architecture of antiquity. To understand why 6-gill sharks are such extraordinary survivors, you need to appreciate the biological features that mark them as relics from the ancient past. That extra gill slit isn't just a curious anatomical oddity, it's a window into the evolutionary history of sharks and a clue to understanding how these predators have remained successful for so long. Most modern sharks have evolved 5 gill slits as the optimal number for efficient respiration, but 6-gill sharks retain the more primitive arrangement that was common among their ancient ancestors. This extra gill provides enhanced oxygen extraction capability, which may be one reason why 6-gill sharks can thrive in the low oxygen environments of the deep sea. Their body structure is also distinctly primitive, with a more flexible skeleton and less specialized dentition than their modern relatives. Their teeth are broad and comb-like, designed for grasping and cutting, rather than the specialized tearing or crushing teeth found in most modern shark species. The 6-gill's head shape is another throwback to ancient times. Their blunt, rounded snouts lack the streamlined efficiency of modern sharks, but provide enhanced sensory capabilities that are crucial for hunting in the lightless depths where they live. Dr. David Ebert, one of the world's leading experts on primitive shark species, describes 6-gill sharks as swimming museums of evolutionary history. Every aspect of their anatomy tells a story about how sharks have evolved over hundreds of millions of years. The deep sea relics. 6-gill sharks have found refuge in the deep ocean, typically living at depths between 1,500 and 8,000 feet below the surface. This deep-sea habitat has served as a sanctuary, where they've been protected from the environmental changes and evolutionary pressures that have transformed most other marine ecosystems. The deep sea is one of the most stable environments on Earth, with temperatures, pressure, and chemical conditions that have remained relatively constant for millions of years. This stability has allowed primitive species like 6-gill sharks to persist virtually unchanged, while their shallow water relatives evolved into the diverse array of modern shark species we see today. Living in the deep sea requires extraordinary adaptations that 6-gill sharks have perfected over geological time. Their metabolism is extremely slow, allowing them to survive in the food-poor environment of the deep ocean. They can go for months between meals, essentially existing in a state of suspended animation until prey becomes available. Their sensory systems are highly adapted for life in perpetual darkness. Their eyes are enlarged to capture every available photon of light, while their lateral line system can detect the faintest water movements created by potential prey or predators. The patient predators. Six-gill sharks have developed hunting strategies that reflect both their ancient heritage and their deep-sea lifestyle. Unlike the high-speed pursuit tactics employed by many modern sharks, six-gills are ambush predators that rely on stealth, patience, and overwhelming power to capture their prey. These ancient predators position themselves in the water column and wait for prey to approach, conserving energy in the food-scarce environment of the deep sea. When an opportunity presents itself, they strike with surprising speed for such large animals, using their primitive but effective dentition to grasp and subdue their victims. Their diet is remarkably diverse, reflecting the opportunistic feeding strategy that has served them well for millions of years. Six-gill sharks will eat fish, squid, marine mammals, and even other sharks when the opportunity arises. This dietary flexibility has been crucial for their long-term survival. Recent studies using deep-sea cameras have revealed that six-gill sharks are more active and mobile than previously thought. They undertake extensive vertical migrations, rising from the depths to hunt in shallower waters under cover of darkness, before returning to the safety of the deep sea during daylight hours. The vertical migrants. One of the most remarkable aspects of six-gill shark behavior is their daily vertical migration, which can involve ascending over 4,000 feet from the deep seafloor to the middle depths of the ocean. This migration follows the movement of prey species and allows six-gill sharks to access food resources that would otherwise be unavailable in the deep sea. The vertical migration is precisely timed to avoid encounters with other predators and to maximize feeding opportunities. Six-gill sharks typically begin their ascent at dusk, reaching shallower waters during the night when many prey species are most active. During these nightly hunting expeditions, six-gill sharks may encounter a completely different set of prey species than those available in their deep-sea refuge. This access to multiple feeding zones has been crucial for their survival in the nutrient-poor deep ocean. The return journey to the depths at dawn is equally important, as it allows six-gill sharks to avoid competition with more numerous and aggressive shallow-water predators. The deep sea serves as their sanctuary, a place where they can digest their meals in safety. The ancient navigators. The navigation abilities required for these vertical migrations are extraordinary. Six-gill sharks must travel thousands of feet through three-dimensional space in complete darkness, arriving at specific depths and locations with remarkable precision. Research suggests that six-gill sharks use a combination of magnetic navigation, chemical gradients, and pressure changes to orient themselves during these migrations. Their ability to navigate through the featureless environment of the open ocean rivals that of any marine animal. The consistency of their migration patterns suggests that six-gill sharks possess sophisticated internal clocks that allow them to time their movements with environmental cycles. This temporal precision has been refined over millions of years of evolution. Some researchers believe that six-gill sharks may follow ancient migration routes that have been used by their species for geological ages. These migration corridors could represent some of the oldest animal migration patterns on Earth. The reproductive mysteries. Like many deep-sea creatures, six-gill shark reproduction remains largely mysterious. The extreme depth of their habitat and their secretive nature make direct observation of mating behavior nearly impossible. What little we know suggests that six-gill sharks have an extremely long reproductive cycle, with females possibly taking decades to reach sexual maturity. This slow reproduction rate is typical of deep-sea species and reflects the energy constraints of their environment. Pregnant female six-gill sharks are rarely encountered, leading to speculation that they may seek out very specific deep-sea locations for pupping. The young are born relatively large and well-developed, giving them the best possible chance of survival in the challenging deep-sea environment. The rarity of juvenile six-gill sharks in scientific collections has led to ongoing research efforts to understand their early life history and habitat requirements. Understanding these critical life stages is essential for conservation efforts. The genetic time capsules. Recent genetic studies of six-gill sharks have revealed that they are essentially living time capsules, carrying within their DNA the genetic history of ancient shark lineages. Their genomes contain genes that have been lost in more modern shark species, providing insights into the evolutionary history of all sharks. The genetic diversity within six-gill shark populations is remarkably low compared to most other shark species, suggesting that they've experienced population bottlenecks during their long evolutionary history. This reduced genetic diversity may reflect their survival through mass extinction events that eliminated many of their contemporaries. Comparative genetic studies are revealing how different populations of six-gill sharks are connected across the world's oceans. Despite their deep-sea habitat, these sharks appear to be capable of long-distance migrations that maintain genetic connectivity between distant populations. The climate witnesses. As creatures that have survived for over 200 million years, six-gill sharks have lived through every major climate change event in Earth's history. They've survived ice ages, warming periods, asteroid impacts, and massive volcanic eruptions that eliminated countless other species. This extraordinary survival record makes six-gill sharks valuable witnesses to past climate changes and potential indicators of how marine ecosystems might respond to current climate change. Their persistence through previous environmental crises suggests remarkable adaptability, but it also raises questions about their vulnerability to rapid modern changes. The deep-sea environments where six-gill sharks live are beginning to show effects of climate change, including warming temperatures, changing oxygen levels, and altered ocean chemistry. How these ancient survivors will respond to these changes remains an open question. The deep-sea ambassadors. In recent years, six-gill sharks have become ambassadors for deep-sea conservation, representing the hidden diversity and ancient heritage of the world's deepest ocean environments. Their charismatic presence and remarkable history make them powerful symbols for the importance of protecting deep-sea ecosystems. The challenge of studying and conserving six-gill sharks highlights the broader challenges facing deep-sea conservation. These environments are difficult to access, expensive to study, and far from public view, making conservation efforts particularly challenging. Recent advances in deep-sea technology are providing new opportunities to study six-gill sharks in their natural habitat. Submersibles, remotely operated vehicles, also known as ROVs, and autonomous underwater vehicles are revealing new aspects of their behavior and ecology. The conservation challenge. Despite their remarkable survival record, six-gill sharks face new threats in the modern era. Deep-sea fishing operations, oil and gas development, and deep-sea mining all pose potential threats to their habitat and populations. Their slow reproduction rate and late sexual maturity make six-gill shark populations particularly vulnerable to overexploitation. Even modest increases in mortality can lead to long-term population declines. Climate change represents perhaps the greatest long-term threat to six-gill sharks. The deep-sea environments that have served as their refuge for millions of years are beginning to change in ways that could affect their survival. The research revolution. Modern research techniques are revolutionizing our understanding of six-gill shark biology and ecology. Satellite tagging, genetic analysis, and deep-sea cameras are providing unprecedented insights into their behavior and habitat requirements. One of the most significant recent developments is the use of environmental DNA, also known as eDNA sampling, to detect six-gill shark presence in deep-sea environments. This technique allows researchers to study these elusive sharks without the need for direct capture or observation. Advanced acoustic tracking systems are also providing new data on six-gill shark movements and migration patterns. These studies are revealing that six-gill sharks are far more mobile and wide-ranging than previously thought. The living heritage. Six-gill sharks represent one of Earth's most precious biological legacies, a direct link to the ancient seas that existed before flowering plants, before mammals, before most of the life forms we consider characteristic of our modern world. They are living proof that some lineages can achieve such perfect adaptation to their environment that change becomes unnecessary. Their persistence through over 200 million years of Earth's history demonstrates the remarkable stability of deep-sea environments and the power of specialized adaptation. In a world increasingly dominated by rapid change and technological advancement, six-gill sharks remind us of the value of patience, persistence, and evolutionary conservatism. Each encounter with a six-gill shark is like meeting a visitor from the deep past, a creature that has witnessed the entire history of complex life on Earth. Their presence in our modern oceans is a privilege and a responsibility, a reminder that we are custodians of a natural heritage that extends far beyond human history. the eternal guardians. As our journey through the ocean's most mysterious inhabitants comes to an end, the six-gill shark stands as perhaps the most profound reminder of the deep connections that link all life on Earth. These ancient guardians of the deep have watched over our planet's oceans since before continents took their current shapes, since before mammals walked the Earth, since before humans ever dreamed of exploring the sea. In their patient gliding through the eternal darkness of the deep ocean, six-gill sharks embody the timeless nature of the sea itself. They remind us that our human perspective on time is just a brief moment in the grand story of life on Earth, and that some things, the most precious and important things, change very slowly, if at all. The ocean has always been humanity's greatest frontier, our planet's final wilderness, and its deepest mysteries remain largely unsolved. From the gentle giants like whale sharks that filter feed in tropical waters, to the terrifying predators like viper fish that hunt in the eternal darkness of the abyss. From the impossibly intelligent octopuses that solve problems with distributed brains, to the immortal jellyfish that have defeated death itself, the sea continues to produce wonders that exceed our wildest imagination. Yet perhaps no creature embodies the ocean's timeless mystery more than the six-gill shark. In their ancient forms and patient hunting strategies, they carry forward a heritage that connects our modern world to the primordial seas, where life first began its long experiment with complexity and consciousness. As we face an uncertain future where climate change, pollution, and human activities threaten marine ecosystems around the world, the six-gill shark's story offers both hope and caution. Their survival through countless environmental changes proves that life can persist through even the most dramatic challenges. But their current vulnerability reminds us that even the most ancient and successful lineages are not immune to the rapid pace of modern environmental change. The final descent. Today, six-gill sharks continue their ancient patrol of the world's deepest waters, largely unaware that they carry within their genes and behaviors the accumulated wisdom of 200 million years of survival. They move through their deep-sea realm with the confidence of creatures that have seen everything the Earth can throw at them and have emerged victorious. Each six-gill shark is a library of survival strategies, a collection of adaptations that have been tested and refined across geological ages. They represent the ultimate success story in biological persistence, proving that sometimes the best strategy for survival is simply to find your perfect niche and then refuse to change. In their steady, methodical hunting and their precise navigation through the three-dimensional maze of the deep ocean, six-gill sharks demonstrate that mastery comes not from constant innovation, but from perfect adaptation. They have achieved a form of biological immortality, not the cellular immortality of the jellyfish, but the species-level immortality that comes from finding sustainable solutions to life's fundamental challenges. As human technology finally begins to penetrate the deep-sea environments where six-gill sharks live, we're discovering that these ancient predators are far more complex and sophisticated than anyone imagined. Their social behaviors, migration patterns, and ecological roles are only now beginning to be understood, revealing that even creatures we've studied for decades can still surprise us with new dimensions of their lives. The wisdom of deep time. The six-gill shark's story teaches us profound lessons about resilience, adaptation, and the value of finding your place in the world. In an era obsessed with rapid change and constant innovation, these ancient sharks remind us that some problems were solved long ago and that the solutions have endured because they work. Their persistence through mass extinctions, climate changes, and geological upheavals offers hope for life's ability to endure even the most dramatic environmental challenges. At the same time, their current vulnerability to human activities reminds us that even the most successful adaptations have limits, and that our responsibility as planetary stewards extends to the deepest parts of our oceans. The six-gill shark's evolutionary conservatism also challenges our assumptions about progress and improvement. These sharks haven't evolved into faster, more efficient predators because they were already perfect for their environment. Sometimes, the greatest achievement is knowing when to stop changing. The ocean's legacy. As our exploration of the ocean's most mysterious creatures comes to an end, we're left with a profound appreciation for the diversity, complexity, and wonder of marine life. From the surface waters where basking sharks create the legends that become sea serpent myths, to the deepest trenches where sea cucumbers quietly maintain the health of entire ecosystems, the ocean represents the ultimate frontier of biological diversity and evolutionary innovation. Each creature we've encountered tells a story of adaptation, survival, and the incredible creativity of evolution. The Megamouth Shark, that remained hidden for millions of years. The Anglerfish that turned the darkness into a weapon. The narwhal that inspired legends of unicorns. The Vampire Squid that thrives in conditions lethal to most life. All remind us that reality is far stranger and more wonderful than fiction. These stories also remind us of how much we still don't know about our own planet. In an age where we can map distant galaxies and sequence entire genomes, the majority of our ocean remains unexplored and unknown. Every deep-sea expedition brings back new species, new behaviors, and new mysteries that challenge our understanding of what life can achieve. The call of the deep. The ocean's mysteries call to something fundamental in human nature, our desire to explore, to discover, and to understand our place in the vast tapestry of life on Earth. Each new discovery in the depths reveals not just new species or behaviors, but new possibilities for what life can become when given millions of years to experiment with survival strategies. From the immortal jellyfish that has solved the problem of aging, to the giant Pacific octopus that challenges our understanding of intelligence, from the ancient six-gill shark that bridges deep time to the mysterious creatures we've yet to discover, the ocean continues to expand our conception of what's possible in the natural world. These creatures also remind us of our responsibility as the only species capable of understanding and protecting the incredible diversity of life that shares our planet. The stories of recovery, like the basking sharks that have returned from near extinction, prove that conservation efforts can succeed. But the ongoing threats facing marine ecosystems remind us that this protection must be active, informed, and sustained. The endless frontier. As we conclude this journey through the ocean's deepest mysteries, we're reminded that every answer leads to new questions. Every discovery reveals new unknowns. The six-gill shark, swimming unchanged through 200 million years of Earth's history, carries within its ancient form the promise that the ocean will always hold secrets waiting to be discovered. In the crushing depths where light has never penetrated, in the twilight zones where creatures glow like living stars, in the vast blue wilderness that covers most of our planet, life continues to experiment with forms and strategies that we can barely imagine. The next great discovery might be swimming through the abyss right now, unknown to science, but perfectly adapted to its impossible world. The ocean's mysteries are ultimately humanity's mysteries. Questions about the nature of life, intelligence, survival, and the incredible diversity of solutions that evolution can create. As we continue to explore these watery frontiers, we're not just discovering new species or understanding new ecosystems. We're expanding our understanding of what it means to be alive on a planet that is mostly ocean. The six-gill shark, the immortal jellyfish, the giant Pacific octopus, and all the other remarkable creatures we've encountered are more than just biological curiosities. They're teachers, showing us new ways to think about intelligence, survival, adaptation, and the incredible persistence of life in the face of seemingly impossible challenges. As we return to the surface from this deep dive into the ocean's mysteries, we carry with us not just stories of remarkable creatures, but a renewed sense of wonder at the diversity and complexity of life on our blue planet. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but occasionally, it offers us glimpses of wonders that remind us why the sea has always been humanity's greatest source of mystery, inspiration, and awe. In the end, the ocean's most profound mystery may be this. In a universe vast and mostly empty, on a small blue planet in an unremarkable corner of an ordinary galaxy, evolution has created wonders beyond imagination. From the smallest bioluminescent plankton to the largest whales, from the most ancient six-gill sharks to the most recently discovered deep-sea creatures, the ocean reminds us that we live in a universe where the impossible happens every day, where beauty and terror coexist, and where the greatest mysteries are often hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for someone brave enough to dive deep and look for them. The ocean calls to us still, its depths holding secrets we can barely imagine. And somewhere in those dark waters, ancient sharks continue their patient hunt, carrying with them the wisdom of deep time and the promise that the sea's greatest wonders are yet to be discovered.